Okay, should be the third increment from the beginning of the new Matthew 24:25 meter. I have given you the overview, which was the introduction, A, B, C, D, E, F, G. The previous increment was to play out with Genesis and Psalm 90, how a kid will learn that. Oh, Daddy, that's 63 sevens since Israel was enslaved. See, because they would have remembered their history. They would have taught it to their kids. You can talk to any Jew today. This is the most important thing that you're supposed to do, and of course the command to do it's in Deuteronomy 6:30. So, how did the kids learn? Well, we have the text to show it. Now, I'm not going to go through all the, details on how I learned that this is what it is, but it's the same number in Psalm 90, and both of the passages talk back to each other, as I tried to explain in previous increment. What I'm going to focus on here is something that's going to be a lot more obvious and kind of like shocking. Remember I said this is a date line, 63. And that represents 63/7 since Israel's slavery as a date line for when Moses is writing. He's literally writing 441 years after Israel's slavery, but the slavery is not contiguous. It's 390 years of slavery proper, okay, plus 40 years that he's actually the actual date of his writing, but they add on the extra 10 years for Joseph, so that you're counting. And that's cute because it ties back to how many years since Israel was effectively enslaved at the time that Moses is writing. There's this thing that this kind of meter does, which we call equidistance. Moses is writing at a time that's equidistant from X. And we're going to find out what X is by the time we get to the end of this chapter. So he's setting that up by doing the 63 here. The second date line is 119, which is how old Moses is when he writes this Genesis. That's also how old he is when he writes Psalm 90, which I showed in the last increment or just explained. What I want to focus on here, though, is how the story ends. You'll notice that he's going backwards in time. 63/7 since Israel's slavery. He's 119. That's backwards in time, even as he's going forward in the text. Okay? 210 years after Noah's death, 490 had happened. This stuff all related, because remember Noah was the guy of the flood. And in Hebrew, the 1:1 here, that's a title. The first verse in Hebrew, the Jews would have learned it that way. They would have learned this as their first verse. Okay? And it's really cleverly matched, because this, okay, is, and God said, be light. Okay? Is that, yeah, or, yeah, my eyes are starting to go, so I don't see as well as I used to. I got to get surgery for that. So, light. When Israel saw the light, when she came out into the light after being in the darkness of slavery. And then the other cute thing here is evening, morning, one day, the first day. See, first day. Yeah, when Moses' first day was 119 years prior. See, it's that kind of wit, all right, that's really necessary to see the wit that goes with the numbers, so that when you see other numbers, you can start to say, oh, okay, what's the witty meaning of these numbers? And oftentimes the wit is sarcasm. Okay? So he's establishing, and this is something you can check with any Bible scholar, the book of Genesis establishes all of the text that will be in the rest of the Bible. All of the literary styles, all of the themes. That's one of the first things that you learn. Well, I don't know if it's one of the first things you learn in seminary, but one of the things you learn in seminary, like my pastor did and as he told us, one of the things you learn in seminary is the book of Genesis is where it's like the seed of the rest of the Bible. So every other Bible book after Genesis you have to be able to trace it back to Genesis, or you do not have the right interpretation of the passage. The Bible is consistent. If God really wrote it, the Bible is consistent and everything fits. Okay, so whenever you're interpreting any verse of the Bible, one of the questions you always have to answer is, where does this fit with Genesis? How does it tie back to Genesis? And one of the things obviously here is the meter style that we're seeing hooking up with the text in very wry fashion. The meter style is also precedented in Genesis. So now when we come to the end, this is such a killer, and I didn't understand it until a few minutes ago. I've been trying to understand this for I don't know how many years now, 5, 6. See this right here? Okay? 1050? I thought it was 1144. It's 1141. This is such a killer. 1050 is the basic unit of time, which survives in Judaism, which they like to call 7,000 years, but they're playing with it a little bit. It's 2,000 years, you can even Google on this. 2,000 years for the Goyim, 2,000 years for the Jews, then Messiah comes, then Messiah has his own 2,000, and then comes the millennium. That's how they get their 7,000 number. They think it's from the book of Enoch. It's not. It's from the Bible. And the Messiah 2000 is what Matthew 24 and 25 covers. It covers the Messiah 2000 plus the final 1,000. But it's not really 1,000. They're rounding it off. It's 1,000 plus 50. Because the last 50 years after the 1,000 is called, from the Old Testament terms, harvesting of the Gentiles. So the last 50 of a 1050-year period, historically, is a period of intense evangelization of somebody who doesn't yet believe in God or doesn't yet believe in the biblical God. That's how history is designed. Now, that's a pretty fantastic claim. If that's really how history is designed, then we ought to be able to go through past history and find evidence of that. I'm not, what do you want to call it? I own a business. This isn't my job. I'm not an academe by occupation. I do actuarial stuff, so I know a lot about numbers. But I'm not a scholar in the Bible. I'm also not a scholar in history. So I try to explain with what history I can find out. But you should be able, or you can find somebody else who's able, as a scholar, to know certain periods of history and see what they do. Okay? So that's why I really urge you to be skeptical. But as you can see, if this claim is true, then it ought to be objectively verifiable. And of course, if it's objectively verifiable, it will be debated, especially since it's the Bible. But at least the plausibility of it could be established. So the argument here is that the basic civilization unit in Bible is 1050, 1050, 1050, 1050, 1050, a total of 7 of them, including the millennium. Now the big kicker for me, and see, this is where our chapter ends in English. We end it here, at the 1050. Alright? Our Genesis 2:1 begins here. But in Hebrew, see this marker? That should be the chapter ending. It might not be, because there's one here also. Alright? It seems as though the chapter should end right here, at 2:3. Now, if it does, this is such a killer. This is 91 years more. What does that mean? And the trouble is to explain this is really going to be a pistol. Moses is writing in the 1051st year of the flood. He has gone all the way back in time. He's constructing the Hebrew in a counting manner, in a syllable counting manner, so by the time he gets to the end of the chapter, he's gone full circle, and this also is the same date line. This whole thing from the beginning, 63 sevens from, I'm 119 years old. It's also 210 years post Noah's death, and 490, which I have to explain. It's a very complicated thing, that number. It's also 364 years after Hammurabi started. It's also 378 years after Egypt's 12th dynasty ended. It's also 448 years after Jacob's death. It's also blah, 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 blah. Okay? So he's giving them a whole roster of dates as formulas for them to remember their own history. So by the time he gets here, he's still talking about where are we today when he writes. What is today's date? Well, it's X number of years after this, X number of years after that, Y number of years after that. And I don't know if you're familiar with Jewish culture, but that's how they do things. X number this, X number that. They make little songs out of it. I mean, I learned those songs as a kid, but I don't remember them off the top of my head now. But just talk to any Jew about number songs. They do this. This is how they study things. 6 of this, and 5 of that, and 3 and 2, and 5 of this, and 7 of this, and 9 of that. Okay, I think there's some old Shelley Berman songs that have that in it. But just, talk to any Jews you know about. Do you have any songs full of numbers? And they probably will tell you a bunch of them right off the top of their head. Okay? I remember there were a bunch of them at Passover, but I was so young then, I really don't remember how the songs go. Maybe I'll remember later, but right now I don't. So by the time you get down here, Moses is still saying today relative to N. I am N years from this event in Israel's history. I am X years from this other event in Israel's history, blah, blah, blah. So he's come full circle still to his own date today when he writes. And he's writing at the beginning of the 1051st year after the flood. In other words, 1050 years have passed. So he's at the beginning of the new year. All right. Now this is where the equidistance comes in, and it's really sophisticated. When he writes, he's saying, I'm writing 1050 years after the flood ended, and 1050 years from now, Messiah will be born. He's making the date of writing equidistant to a future number. And all the Bible books, all of their date lines follow that same formula. You have equidistant from, or just distant from, and then you have equidistant to, or just distant to. Every Bible book in the New Testament using Greek instead of Hebrew does the same thing. I am writing you today X number of years from X event in the past that's really important to the text I'm writing, and the date that I'm writing you is also X number of years until the millennium. In the New Testament, the marker is the millennium. Right here, the marker is when Messiah is supposed to be born. So, Messiah is supposed to be born another 1050 years after the flood. Now, why is that? Because it was 1050 years for the Goyim, and another 1050 years for the Goyim, and then the third 1050 was for the Jews. But Moses is writing at the end of that third 1050. So there's 1050 left until Messiah is to be born. Oh, but Messiah to be born. Well, then Israel, Jews, Messiah is born outside that 2100. Well, not exactly, because again, it's 1050, and the last 50 years is supposed to be, an intense evangelization for the Jews. All right, and that's what's covered here. The Messiah period. But it's covered 91 years? What? Why 91? See, this is what, Daddy, but this 1050, so Messiah is to be born 1050 years from now. Yes, dear. But how come it goes to 91 years, Daddy? After that? But 1050 is 4200, Daddy. So how come there's 91 years after that? Why isn't it 100? Oh, well, see, son, at the time that Moses was writing, Messiah was supposed to be born 1050 years later, but the 91 means that it might not occur quite on time. There's some adjustment. There's like this problem that's gonna occur. Oh yeah, Daddy, I remember, because Psalm 90 did the same thing at the end of verse 17. That's right. And what was the problem? That Israel was gonna have a problem building something, establishing with their hands, and it might not work. Right, and that's what Moses is reminding them of here. In other words, 9 years of that 100 have a problem, and they might not play right. Oh. Now, leaving the child play out for a minute, what is this 91? 40 of it is the allotted time for Messiah, and of course it was a problem because he didn't end up living the full 40 years. If you take Daniel 9 and you use solar years, not lunar years, 483 years does not take you to 30 AD. It takes you to 37 AD. So Messiah was allotted 40 years, and of course the Sanhedrin's 97 through 99 records that. I found it out through some other way. I didn't know the Talmud had all this information at first. I just learned that a few years ago. So that's part of it. Okay, but that leaves 51 years. Yeah, it's actually supposed to be 53.5 because Abraham matured before he was supposed to. And he kind of had to mature when he did. See, here's Noah. Alright, here's the flood. And this link to this will be in the video description. Let me make it smaller. If you say, oh my God, Brandon, you've done so much stuff. Yeah, well, God did it. If it works, God did it. I'm totally amazed by it now, but at the time it was easy. I don't know why. It was easy then. Right now I'm freaking out about it. Here we go. Abraham super matures. He's age 100. And 2046 after Adam's fall. All these numbers are years after Adam's fall. BC and AD is in the left side. Years after Adam's fall is in the right side. And you get all this from just adding up the begats and going through other Bible verses. And the Bible verses that I used during Brain Out Fact number 6A. Link to that will be in the video description. Well, 2046 is before 2100. See, he super matured right when Noah's personal 490 ran out, which I'll have to explain in later videos why that's important. Abraham super matured, oh, that's 54 years early. Yeah. But this is 51. 40 plus 51. Well, how come 51 and not 54 and a half? Well, that's another problem we'll get into later videos. David didn't exactly die on time. He died when he was 77. He died on time by God's timing. But the original schedule was that Christ would be born 4106 from Adam's fall, 2,000 years from Jacob's birth. But David had to live a little bit longer because Israel rebelled against God. Remember when David first became king at Hebron, they had a 7-year civil war? And that resulted in him becoming king over all Israel 7 years later, so he lived 7 years longer. Yeah, and then what happened? Instead of Solomon building the temple right away, he waited another 3.5 years after David died, which he shouldn't have done. And that's in 1 Kings 6:1, which scholars routinely read wrong. Okay, David spent the last 7 years of his life, 1 Chronicles 22 through 29, designing all the stuff for the temple. And 2 Samuel 5, God promised him, 2 Samuel 7 rather, God promised him, when you're dead, then the temple will be built. Okay, but Solomon didn't quite start it right on time. So now, David living longer and the temple starting later, since Christ is the temple depicts, he's got to be born earlier in order to be born on time, so all this stuff that Moses is writing about will still occur on time. But at the time Moses is writing it, it was still potential that Christ will be born 2,000 years after Jacob's birth. Therefore, 4106 from Adam's fall, and that's what we call BC. In the Bible, whenever you're converting from BC to AD, you take the number of the lapsed Bible years from Adam's fall. 4106 is to Christ's scheduled birth, because the Bible hubs all of its dates that way. Christ, however, ended up being born 3.5 years early, so when you're trying to hub to David's data, you have to subtract 3.5 years. That's where we get, it's not the only reason we got that problem, it's very clever how this worked out in history. But that's how come we often say that Christ was born at the end of 4 BC. It just so happens that the Romans made the same mistake. Or I don't know if you want to call it mistake, but adjustment. Because in Varro's calendar, which is what all the Romans historians use, because it became law under Claudius, Varro made the same kind of error. Which implies that somewhere this calendar we're looking at here, and its changeover, which is warned with 3.5 years cut out, so that 53.5, well, not quite 3.5, so that 53.5 ends up becoming, instead of being 94, it's 91. Somehow that information got communicated to other peoples around the planet. Because when Varro makes his change, it's very famous. You can go to Livius.org today and see them talk about what kind of mistake Varro made. It's also a 3.5 year adjustment, maybe 4, rounded. And all that is warned about right here. Now, at the end of that time, that's when the millennium was supposed to happen. And Psalm 90 talks back to this section, and this section, and all the rest of Genesis 1. Because it also starts with Adam. Genesis means the origin of the man. Genesis is a Greek word. It's not Hebrew. It means the origin of the man. Well, the man, Adam, first Adam, last Adam, ha. That's what all this is about. So you'll notice that what you're being told here as a little girl, for a little boy memorizing the meter. Oh, okay, so when Moses wrote, there was 1,141 years left on the clock of history before the millennium would start. But it's like there's years missing that we don't know anything about. It means that there's a problem. They might not play those extra 9 years. Yeah, at the time Moses was writing, there might not have been a David. So then the whole time schedule is in some kind of problem, some kind of limbo. Yeah, and Psalm 90 answers that question, and I think that's what I'll end up covering next. All right, I was hoping, or maybe not hoping, but expecting that I couldn't do any more videos, but I gotta do this one. It's 1:45 in the morning. We just passed April Fool's Day, which is my pastor's birthday. And in many respects, what this meter does is it validates stuff he taught that people disputed. I didn't know that until, I want to say a couple of years ago. Maybe not even then. It seems recent that I realized that that's one of the reasons why I'm getting the meter. It validates what he taught. That was why I asked God the question in the first place. He always taught that God uses believers to buy time. He taught a lot of other things that, a lot of other so-called theologians or pastors dispute. And that's understandable that there be disputation. It's actually a very healthy thing. But I didn't know all of what they were disputing because I didn't pay much attention to it. What I wanted to know was, okay, how do I prove in Bible that believers are used to buy time? You can see dramatic evidence of that right here, which is why I'm making this video. But in terms of the larger question, because I keep asking God every day, why use a female? Because I'm not a woman's liver and I don't believe in this. And why not give this to some scholarly person? There's 2 strikes against me as far as I'm concerned. I'm female and I'm not a scholar. And basically the answer seems to be, and I keep on telling you this because I want you to understand the context. All right? The answer keeps on seeming to be, but you studied under a male teacher who got some of it really right. I say some because nobody gets it all right. He got a lot of it really right. And ever since I started on this quest of trying to understand this doctrine about God using believers to buy time, that was 15 years ago. Ever since then, he's been rolling out more and more and more proof. And at this point, you see on screen this stuff, that's pretty sophisticated. No one in Christendom knows this. Everybody knows the salt doctrine, and yet nobody knows the salt doctrine. Well, you're about to see pretty dramatic evidence of just how the salt doctrine works. God orchestrates time around believers who mature. Now, I learned it at first 15 years ago just by playing with the math because that's what I do for a living. God gave me some kind of talent with math. It's a very specific talent that he has to run because normally speaking, I can't add or subtract to save my life. But he created it. I got it. He's using it. And you're seeing the results and you can vet them in case I'm wrong, because I usually am wrong. But God's not wrong. So watch how this meter works. Okay? I showed you before, just briefly, how you do the syllables. This is 1 syllable. Ha. Okay? Sometimes it's a piggyback syllable, so you pronounce 2 syllables as 1. Like bra. There. Alright? That was basics. First 8 line, Moses writing 63 years after he was Pharaoh. That's how he ought to date it. Years from a king. Well, he's the king who's writing, so he should date from himself. That's only appropriate. Okay? And then he starts from the start of the kingly line that he was raised to be, continuing. Amos the first. 119 years before Amos. Okay. That's a recurring theme, by the way, which helps me know that the metering is correct. All right? But here's the point. For the past several days, when I should have been working, I've been just like falling on the floor because I'm not innately good with numbers. It's a talent he gives me. Okay, God, why the 63? Why the 119? Why now 147? Why 210? And I wrote down in these little footnotes what I did know about him, but it wasn't what I was expecting. What I was expecting God to do, and he does do it, but not in the way I expected. I was expecting him to do what all the Bible writers do, especially John, is to take each clause and line it up with an Adamic year. Because that's what the New Testament Bible writers do. Paul was the first one to do it in Romans. I thought it was Acts. It turns out to be Romans. Okay, Acts was written later. John does it every single time. John, in this gospel and in 1 John and Revelation, he tags every single clause and makes it into an Adamic date. All throughout his metered passages. So I want to know where'd that come from. All right, well, I first saw it in Romans, but that's New Testament. Where is it in the Old Testament? I expected it to be here. And maybe it is. But it doesn't start here. For a very obvious reason that I could just shoot myself for being so stupid not to know. And this is the theme of the video now. Man is created on the 6th day, right here. There's no point in talking about time until Adam's fall, okay? This line and this thing here, this first syllable, the wa, is syllable 766. You know that because the clause ends at 765. Okay? So the wa is syllable 766. You can say, why 766? Well, you'll notice one thing that probably jumped out at you the minute I said it. That's 100 more than 666, isn't it? Yeah, because God starts dating time, not from Adam's fall, but from Abraham's maturation. How do I know that? Remember the 766 here, okay? So now we're going to go to 700. Because, see, this is the start of the 6th. The 6th day starts here and runs all the way to the end there. Okay? From 701 to 1050. But the creation of man on the 6th day doesn't start until right here. Verse 26, you can look it up in English if you want. Okay? And said God, and God said, we call it. Okay? Well, let me get the Bible so you can see it in English. It's going to be easier to follow if you do. I mean, because this is so freaking dramatic, I just want to die. Let's start right here. Well, I'll leave the 700. Bear with me while I set this up. My mouse never works right when I'm recording. Right there. Now you can see Genesis 1:26. 26, hello. And I'll pull it down so you can see at least one of the English. Okay? Let us make man in our image. Let's move it up a little so you can see more of the lexicon. If I can get the mouse to work. Okay. lower section of your screen. The verb is asa. Okay? Jussive, cohortative in meaning, but no unique form. Okay? So when he says here, naase, which is how they want you to pronounce it. Naase, which is right here. Naase. All right? Adam. That's the word for Adam. Adam. It actually means red earth or blood. Adama is blood, and I think that's what it is. And Adam. Adam. It means red earth. Navajo, the language. Navajo, American Indians. They have the same term, which is very interesting. You know, if you're going to search out etymology and what languages are connected to other languages, that has some pretty evocative meaning. But Adam, this is Adam, word for Adam. Ah, that's the glottal stop with an ending. So you have to say it in the back of your throat. Adam. Okay. So, and said God will make, we shall make Adam. And then you got this cute little thing. Ba-za. Let me try to do it slow enough. Ba-zal-menu. Ba-zal-men. Ba means in. Zal-menu is our image, our likeness. And that's where we got to spend a little bit of time. Okay? I'll just cover it all up. All right? It's Salem. All right? There's so much debate about what this means. Okay? It's talked about a lot. And what you got to understand is, what is God essentially that's different? Okay, it's not the fact that he's all powerful. It's not those are all like secondary attributes. What's different about God is that he is self-existing. It's really important. Self-existing. That's the name he calls himself. That's the meaning of the sacred tetragrammaton in Exodus 3:14. He is self-existing. All right? So if you're made in his image, you are self-existing the way he is. Okay? It doesn't mean that you have to have the same powers. It's like you're a human being and I'm a human being. You got different powers and abilities versus mine. But you're human and I'm human. Okay? I am not in the image of you, however, and you are not in the image of me. But we are both, like God, we are self-existing. God has no terminus, and God has no beginning. We have no terminus either. That's the most important thing to understand about this. This is why you're not evolved. You're made up of a body which does die, but a soul which does not. God doesn't die, neither do you. You have a beginning because God makes you. Naase. Okay, to make, do, see, you can look in the lower part of the screen. Adam, which comes to mean man, but it's also his name. Earth man is what I like to call him, because it really means red earth. Okay, let me go back up here. Salmenu, our image. Salmenu, there, see? Okay, and then key, because, let me pull it down here. See? Dama. See the lower window? Ki, the, mutenu. Okay? In our image, in our likeness. Alright, what's the difference? Let's go down here again. This is really hard to navigate, I'm sorry. Okay? The image of God has to do with the root character. Okay? The root character. Likeness has to do with kind of like role. Your role. Let me go down here again. Okay. Now when I say that the key means because, it also means to be like. So he's kind of like doubling it here, which is kind of cute. Alright? Because Ken, the Ken is to be like. And then, let me go back up here. Oh, it's so hard to navigate. Key is right here. That's the preposition. The mu tenu. Anu is our. The u ending. The nu ending is our. Okay? So this is God's decree that you be made like him and he can make you like him. That's the whole story of the Bible right there. Alright? The whole objective is for God to make you like him, but he's not going to do it apart from you wanting it. He won't. Because that's the essential character of God, is that he lives. And he has volition, living soul, living, I mean, God is bigger than the word soul, it's kind of too small. But it's a self-existence, a conscious, willing self-existence. That's how you're just like him. That's why he's called your Father. It's okay? The essential quality of who you are is not what you see. It's a livingness you can't see that goes on being after your body dies. Alright? So you cannot be evolved. So the whole evolution debate and the young earthers and all those people trying to turn Genesis really into a circus. Totally antithetical to what it's the story it's telling. You can just throw all those people out. Okay? Get what the Bible's actually saying here. God makes you in his likeness. Now here's the point. Starting at syllable 701, okay, or starting at syllable 766, which is really where we need to start. This is the decree of God to make mankind, right here. Alright? So, given that, and here I'll show you the English so you can get it again. Alright? Being in God's likeness means that you rule. Okay? Being in his image means you have the same character. Character, not abilities. Character. The essence of your livingness. The only difference between God and you is that you had a beginning. Okay, everything else is just, some kind of superficial difference. Like the fact that he's all powerful and you're not. That he doesn't sin and you do. But you have volition, he has volition, you have consciousness, he has consciousness, all that. The likeness part means God is ruler because he's self-existing. And so we have that job too. That's the whole point. In order to be made like God, that's the whole idea. It's really important because you'll never understand the test in Genesis 3 about being like God. What got to the woman is that her abilities and her size was inferior relative to God. And so Satan's capitalizing on that. And he's saying, well, you'll be as good as God. You'll be as big and smart and all the rest of it, especially smart, if you eat this piece of inanimate fruit. Which is kind of stupid. Why she bought into that, I don't know. Alright? But she was already made into his image and likeness. But she didn't have his authority and power, so what? What do you care? I mean, seriously, why is it so important to be number one? I don't understand that. Okay? So, this is the decree to start the creation of man. Now, the reason I'm going through all this detail is I want to show you that the whole idea here is that the meter interacts with the text to tell you and explain the text. So what is the meter doing with this text? And therefore, we have to come back to here. Now, remember what you saw if you can. All right? The next division is at the end of the 6th day. This was the end of the 5th day. Between the two is the 6th day. The decree to create man we just saw started at syllable 766 in verse 26. At the beginning of it. Beginning. Okay. And it ends at 1050. Which is the basic Bible unit of how you measure time. For who? For man. This is a decree to create man. Genesis 1 is a summary of what God did. Genesis 2 provides more detail. Okay? They're not two different accounts. Alright? The Genesis 2 is accounting for things that weren't said in Genesis 1 to show more detail. Alright? But the decree starts at 766 syllable. Okay, so now, if you take the 1050 and you subtract 765 from it, you get 285. And then if you do what a lot of the Bible meters do, you multiply it by 7. Okay? Then you get 1995 from Adam. See, because we're starting with the creation of Adam. Alright, so now we're skipping over from the creation of Adam to 285 years times 7 from the creation of Adam. Really, from Adam's fall, not from his creation. That is 1995 from Adam's fall. That equals the 49th year of Abram. Now, we also had, as we saw, 7 was in ellipsis from the get-go. It should have been 70, it was 63. So now you take that 7, you multiply it by another 7, that's another 49. That equates to the 98th year of Abram. If, by contrast, you're doing what the Bible often does, you start from the beginning of year 1, and then you count all the way to the end of the last year, then you got 2 more years in your count, and you get to his 100th year. When who was born? Isaac. When what happens? Abraham matured, and the time clock starts over, because the Jews were supposed to get 2100 years after Adam's fall from Abraham, starting with the beginning of his 100th year. And here the accounting is inclusive to the end of his 100th year, because, you know, hello, he was 99 when Sarah got pregnant, and so his son Isaac was probably born just before his 101st birthday. Okay, or at the end of his 100th year. You see that? So then 1050 comes to represent the 1050 measured from Abraham at age 100. That's what's so important about it. That the Adamic year that you're supposed to like already understand is 2046 from Adam when Abraham became Abraham rather than Avram. Okay? There is a 1050 the Bible then tracks from his maturation date, which I'm sorry, Christendom doesn't know anything about, but you know, if you download the geneyears.xls worksheet, the link will be in the video description again, you'll see how much that is tracked. David's crowning deadline was 3096 from Adam, and he did meet that deadline, but the problem was he was only crowned over Hebron. All Israel hadn't yet accepted him. Christ was supposed to die 2100 years after Abraham became Abraham. So see, this 1050 is real pregnant. It cannot be a mistake. These numbers adding up like this to get to Abraham at 100, that's what they ought to do. I knew they were going to do it somehow, but I didn't know this was how. Because 1050 is when man starts to be when mankind exists. The sixth day. See, by the end of it. By the end of it. So the 1050 rule that I've been talking about now for what? 7, 8 years. It starts with Adam, all right. But it's measuring to Abraham's maturation, because that's when Moses is writing to who? To Israel. And his whole book is supposed to explain why Israel exists. Well, Abraham's the source of Israel. Okay? So he ought to be doing just this. This is just perfect. The sixth day. So the count of time in Genesis begins with the sixth day. And it begins right here at syllable 766, which is 100 more than 666, which we all know from Revelation, which hadn't been written yet, of course. And the 100-year difference is Abraham. It's cute. This would be easy for the people when they were taught this to remember. It sticks out. It balances. It's cute. And it would be very helpful for all the rest of the world who is getting this gospel. Well, not gospel, but Genesis. It works like a gospel. For them to understand, well, why did God pick the Jews? Well, they're conduit country. They're conduitly placed, connecting 3 continents. So if you like this God and you understand what's going on here, you're going to want to vote for this God. You're going to vote with your feet. You're going to go to Israel and you're going to become a Jew. Bingo. It's perfect. Okay? Just perfect. It explains the whole plan of God. Right there. And all the measurements are from Abraham. Now, I did what's called a time distance chart to show you how this works in the Ephesians 1 Reparse document. And what I probably should do is link it. I'll have to find a place to link it, but a link will be in the video description to the time distance chart so that you can see how God plots throughout the Bible, how he plots the 1050 from Abraham, from his maturation year. Because that's the way the whole plan of time is designed. And the Jews sort of remember that. And I did a video on it a few weeks back. Sanhedrin 97-99 through Talmud. It's called Jewish dispensationalism. Okay? And they're saying it's 2,000 years for the Jews. Well, it's really 2,100. Okay? And all this balances to that. Perfectly balances. All right? So you're to read Adamic year 2046 as beginning a new 1050. Which it does. Everywhere else in the Bible tracks to this. All right? And that's why the timeline shift on Messiah is so important to understand. And it also helps you because that way you understand the difference between when he was supposed to be born. Because he was supposed to be born in 4106. And this is what you have to do to convert Adamic years or Bible years into our BC AD. He was supposed to originally be born then, which is 2,000 years after Jacob. He was supposed to die 2,100 years after Abraham was renamed. So all that's balancing right here in Genesis. Okay? So now all of a sudden you can see the fit of the Bible's numbers. And then you can go back into history and see the fit of it in history too. It really does work. It takes a long time to play with it. But it really does work. So, where does God link up with the Adamic calendar? Right here. The new 1050 begins in 2046 from Adam. And everything in the Bible balances after that. And he put it in Genesis 1 at the 6th day. The whole purpose of the 6th day is to create man. But which man? Well, really, the Christ. Okay? But the Christ is to come from Abraham, father of many nations, because he matured. This tells you everything about the whole system of time right there. Now, what that ends up meaning is you end up going back and saying, okay, fine. That being the case, now let me separate it. How do we go? Okay, that ends chapter 1 in our Bibles. The actual end of chapter 1 is right here. Okay? Because this is the 7th day. But effectively, man is assigned to the 6th day. God did everything he needed to do by the end of the 6th day, and he calls it the 7th day because the 7th day stands for the completion of everything, start of eternity, blah, blah, blah. Okay? So here we're talking about the tie-up with the angelic conflict, and now that we're church, we can see ourselves in here too, because the tribulation was supposed to start here, and now we're inserted to kick it off. All right, and then all time gets complete. That's Daniel 9:24. So this is partly metaphorical, okay, in order to get the 91 to work. It's partly metaphorical, and in some manner, but I don't know how yet. There's a certain literalness to it, but that literalness is not going to tell you how long church lasts, because it wasn't ever prophesied. This only takes you up to the tribulation. Okay, the scheduled tribulation. When the Lord would have been 90 years old, the tribulation was the 91st birthday present to him. That all you're going to know from this is the schedule. The reality is quite different. But you can also tell that since this was the schedule and it was planned for, and we're inserted in between, that there's X number of years inserted between here and here. And we're it. We're the time bridge. Now, the New Testament constantly harps on these themes. All their meters are dated in terms of how many years to the millennium or the tribulation, how many years from some event in the Old Testament, and mostly how many years from Christ. Okay, but since you know the years to Christ using this, because he was scheduled to be born 4106, see, he was scheduled to be born 4106, 2,000 years after Jacob. You find that out from other Bible passages. Therefore, he had to die 4146, because that's the elapse of the 2100 years after Abraham was renamed, aka super matured, aka got the promises from God actually delivered to him. Okay? He had to super mature first. The deliverance of those promises to him is signified by the birth of his son Isaac. Okay? So, this is your smoking gun. Yes, millennialism is right. Yes, all those people who are against Kiliism and against the rapture and, pre-trib rapture, because that's the only kind the Bible shows. All those people who are trying to say that we replace Israel, guess again. Israel is a promise to Abram. Jacob was his name, not church. Church is inserted, and the insertion is right in here. 7th day. Church is part of the 7th day, not the 6th. 7th day. We're part of how God gets to from 6 to 7. It should have been Israel, but it ends up being us in that sense. But then anybody who's a Jew who believes in Christ is part of church, even as any Gentile who believed in Messiah was part of Israel in the old days. It's the same thing, it's just flip side. So to fulfill the promise to Abraham, to get that tribulation to occur on whatever it ends up being, the actual birthday of the Lord, assuming the tribulation starts on his birthday, which is Hanukkah. I don't know that it will start that day. I don't know what day it starts. All I know is that this accounting now balances. Because it's the 6th day that's man. And because it's the sixth day that's man, the question is, well, how do you start the Adamic year count? You're going to start at 2046 and then measure in 1050s after that. Now, the old track from Adam is also measured in the Bible. So you got two time tracks, one measured from Abraham and another measured from Adam. And the Bible keeps on reconciling both. The trick is when you're reading a Bible date to know which one it's reconciling. And since nobody even knows of this rule, that's why they have trouble getting the Bible dates to balance. I don't have trouble getting the Bible dates to balance. And once you figure this out and you learn this, you won't either. So that's kind of where I think I'm going to stop. The sixth day was the creation of man. So you start the time of the Adamic time track at the sixth day. But the sixth day started at syllable 766. And by the time you get to 1050, you're looking at Abraham, age 100. And here's the math to show you how you get there. You got a problem with it or you see me making a mistake? Let me know. Peace out. Okay, this is a sort of exploration video on methodology for testing whether there's rather more to the meter per clause, the way John does it in his letters, trying to find the precedent for how John does it in his letters, in the Old Testament. What John did in his letters, and really the precedent in the New Testament for that is the book of Romans, is John would basically meter his Greek using the same rules as used for the Hebrew. And he'd say, hi, I'm John, and I'm writing you 16 years after X, which is 50 years after Y, which is 63 years after Z. And then he'd go all the way down his timeline to do that. And that really struck me as odd, because I'd never seen it before. And when I posted the videos in the John Meter channel last year, I did a preliminary write-up showing what years he would be referring to, because it's kind of easy to back into them from John. So the next question then is, okay, well, what's the oldest precedent for that? Because Romans is the New Testament precedent that I found, because I've done all the NT books now. But where did Romans get it from? Romans also used, hi, I'm writing you 16 years from X, which is 50 years from Y, which is 63 years from, and going all the way down to the end of his date line. Okay, well then maybe Genesis is really the genesis of it, ha ha. Okay, and that's what I'm going to test in this video. Now, it matters a lot to know that, because then you have the earth-shattering idea, which of course a whole lot of people hold to, but in ignorance. You have the earth-shattering idea that, okay, by the time we get here to the sixth day, see, sixth day, that's when God tags Abraham's maturation, okay, to show that believers are used to buy time. In other words, time depended on Abraham, because Messiah was going to come from Abraham's loins. That being the idea, well then, logically it would occur, okay, can we back out of this some sense of how long Adam existed in the garden pre-fall, or how long the world existed with and without Adam pre-fall? Now, personally, I got to tell you, I am not interested in that calculation. If God wanted you to know that exactly, he would say it more than once. Because, all this stuff that I'm doing with the meter is also in explicit text. The meter just helps you understand text that otherwise seems too generic and syrupy. Like this text on Genesis 1 is generic and syrupy. It gets its historical bite in application once you know the meter. That's how meter is used in the Bible. Okay, but if it was important to know what day and what year God created the earth, don't you think he would tell you in explicit text, not merely by the meter? Because there's nothing in the meter I've ever found that solely exists in the meter. I mean, the whole reason I found it was because of the 490 explicit reference in Daniel 9. I recognized immediately that God is using some kind of ongoing 490-year system. That was back in, May of 2004, okay? And that led to this meter, okay? I found so much proof now about how God orchestrates time, it's ridiculous. Okay, so then can we, even if I'm not interested in it, you might be, can we go backwards from here? Since this is 1050 and we know it references Abraham, can we go backwards to determine how long pre-Adam or pre-Adam's fall, since this is dating from Adam's fall, specifically 2046 after Adam's fall, can we go backwards and see how old the world is? Okay? Now, to do that, using the Bible's own style, because, I mean, you want to be consistent. To do that, you'd have to start at the beginning and use the technique that John uses, or that, Paul uses in Romans and Luke uses in Acts. Here, the numbers would be 16 years after X, 50 years after Y, 63 years after Z. And immediately the thought will occur to you, well, 16 years is too short. So is 50, so is 63. But that's not the only way they use the date lines. Okay? That's not the only way they do it. Paul makes an especial point, and so did Mary in her Magnificat, of using a meter number times 7 and sometimes times 7 times 7. Mary constructed an entire timeline going back to David at Hebron from when she's talking in 5 BC. That's how she did it. And I already showed you that in the Magnificat meter videos. And I already wrote it out. All the math is in the Magnificat meter draft, 2R PDF. You probably have it already. So if they can do something elaborate like that, where did that come from? Maybe, and it's only a maybe, okay, it came from Genesis. So that's where the work genius.xls is in front of you. That's where the worksheet comes in, because if they did this, we should find identifiable Adamic years relevant to Scripture in these meters. That's how it's all been done before. All the other Bible books, that's consistently what they follow. Okay, so then we can experiment with a known set of rules that you can see used in every Bible book. When I say you, I mean I'm the only one on earth who knows this right now. But I've documented it all, so now you can download it and see it yourself. So let's play with that. I don't know where this is going to lead. Okay, I got ideas, but I don't know that we can call it proof, but it certainly is suggestive, right? So let's start with 16. First of all, bear in mind that this 63 is deliberately short 7. It's supposed to be 70. God is making a point about how the angels, specifically Satan and company, voted short against God. So that's why man had to be created. That's the whole point of telling this story in Genesis 1. You are part of a trial between Satan and God. You would have been created otherwise, but they rebelled, and so that created a juridical reason for your creation, besides the fact that God just wanted you to exist. And that's a story Genesis is really telling that nobody else seems to be telling, which is kind of pitiful, because you know what? Why don't we find out what the Bible actually says first? And then we can debate what we want, but you can't debate what you don't know. Okay, so let's know something. If it's true that you got the elliptical 7 here, because that's basically what all the other Bible writers use, equidistant ellipsis, because you got it here and then you got it at the very end right here, with the result that you're basically adding 1141 plus 14, which is a recurrent Bible meter theme, to get 1155. So then, okay, the upshot would be, well, what if I multiplied 1155 by 7? Would that tell me anything about the initial creation of the world? Okay, the initial one, which isn't actually the topic of this chapter, but maybe it's there, just there. So first, let's see if we can establish that the pattern actually works backwards that way. So we take 16, and the first way we take it is without adding the elision. All right, so we take 16 here, calculator upper right-hand corner. We multiply it by 7, and we get 112. Now, we want to count backwards from when Moses writes, so we're going to add 1440 BC. And we get 1552, which, not surprisingly, is during the time of Amos, the founder of the dynasty that Moses was pharaoh of. That makes sense. Why 1552, I can't tell you. When it comes to Amos, the dates of his rule are all over the map on the internet. The 1570 date that I'm using here isn't necessarily the right one, but it was in Encyclopedia Britannica 1984 edition, which I just newly reacquired. So I confirm that. Why 1552 would be important, I don't know. Okay, but it's still plausible. Something during his reign. How much do we know about Amos? Very little. But the people at the time Moses wrote would know. So it's plausible he was tacking on, he was backing into a known important date to them at the time he wrote Genesis 1. That's plausible. Not certain, just plausible. Okay. So then our next test is to take the 16 again, add 7 to it, and we get 23. We again multiply by 7. We again add to 1440 BC when he writes. And that takes us to 1601. Okay, well, I don't know about 1601. That puts you right in the middle or toward the end of the descent of the 12th dynasty into chaos. This is the 18th dynasty, in that chaos period, which you'll find out, anywhere you want on the internet, lasted for 2 centuries. Okay, over 2 centuries. So why is he benchmarking 1601, which is about what? 30 years before Amos, according to EB, came to power. Moses is saying that Amos came to power in 1560 rather than 1570. 1560 is agreed by a certain number of scholars you'll find on the internet also. But, there's a lot of hedging about when this happened because the records are so bad and so few. Okay, so we'll give it the benefit of the doubt also and say that there's something significant that happened in 1601 BC with respect to the 12th dynasty's decline that Moses wants to tag. So he's either or both tagging the rise of Amos, which we already know from the 119, and the descent of the 12th dynasty, because it was under the 12th dynasty that Joseph was ruling. Okay? So he's connecting the dots there. But to what event? I don't know. So, it's plausible. That's all we can say about 16. It's plausible that he's doing it. Okay? But the way you keep on testing and auditing to see if you can establish a pattern of him actually doing this is to keep testing the other numbers. So our next number is 50. Notice you're using cumulative numbers, not the interims. You don't use this. You use this. Okay? All the meter patterns work the same way. That's why I'm so confident about what I'm telling you. Okay? Because it's the math. Anybody can add and subtract. I can only do it when I use 1 John 1:9. It's my arrogance. I'm using it right now. Dad, please cause me to say this right. Okay. Thank you. 50 is our next number, times 7. Notice I'm not using the ellipsis yet. That's 350, same number as the number of years and syllables in Psalm 90. We're going to add this now to 1440 when he composes Genesis 1, and we get 1790. Okay, well that is still in our period of the decline. of the 12th dynasty. So it's still plausible. In other words, it's consistent. You can say, well, that's because the math is consistent. Maybe. You know, I don't have a smoking gun yet, but it's plausible. All right, if we instead take the 50 again, and we add the ellipsis, this is a number crunching I have to go through with all the meters. All right, you multiply that by 7. Paul does this in Ephesians. That's why that paper on Ephesians is 150 pages long. Because he did what Mary did, only he did it more, you know, in more detail. Okay, 399 years is what I get if I take 57 and multiply it by 7. So now I add 1440 again, BC, when Moses wrote, and I get 1839. Okay, well, 1839 is a few years after Amenemhat began rule. That is pretty much of a smoking gun. Because it's within 4 years, and it depends on whether Moses is using beginning or ending of the year. It's within 4 years after he started ruling that Israel went into slavery. Okay? It makes sense he would tag that. He's the first book of the Bible explaining why Israel, why the Exodus, the whole bit. So that he would tag that using 50, which is a Jubilee number, that makes a lot of sense. So I would call that a smoking gun. Not 100% definitive, because you could say, well, it's a coincidence, it's only one number. Okay. One smoking gun, one swallow doesn't make a summer, okay, but it does mean, okay, well, maybe we keep going. That's at 57 times 7. I got that tie. All right? So now we take our next number, which is 63. And of course, he's writing 63 years from when he became Pharaoh. So all these tag backs, if they're valid, make sense, given this. All right, but now we'll take the same thing. We'll take 63 times 7. And that's a tag back of 441. So we add 1400 to it, 1440 rather, and we get 1881. All right, 1881. Well, that's 10 years before Jacob and family enter Egypt. Okay, that's a couple of years before Sesostris III comes to power. Now, he's the guy who ruled during the 7 lean years. Now, again, you got a 3-year variance. That could be because he was co-ruler with his dad. All right, Sesostris II. See, Sesostris II died in 1878. Maybe he was co-ruler with his dad for 3 years. The scholars are kind of all over the map on that. They recognize that these particular pharaohs of the 12th dynasty did have their sons as co-rulers. That's been known for at least 100 years. You know, Breasted is one of the Egyptologists who writes about this. And his dates are varying by, 6, 8 years. All right. So you can call that more than plausible because it's close enough, because Sesostris was alive then, and it would make sense that Moses would tag back that far. You notice how we're going backwards in time. That's the point. Now, if we take, by contrast, we take the 63 again, we add 7 to get 70. We multiply by 7 again, you get, 490. Now, that is going to be a real smoking gun, because watch. That's 1930. You know what year that was? That was the year Joseph was enslaved. Right here. That you have to call a smoking gun. Adding the 7. Again, at 57 plus 7 and at 63 plus 7, we got 2 real smoking guns here. Again, that's only 2 of them, but it's beginning to show, ooh, maybe this is on purpose. Yeah, so let's keep going. Our next number is 89. So now we take 89 times 7, and we get 623. Now, this is where we're going to have a rounding issue. If Moses is writing at the end of a year, and he's counting all the way back to the beginning of his start year, you're going to have an overage of 1 or 2. Because if you're just subtracting the same time from the same time, then it would be exact. But if you're counting the year from its start and you're writing at a year's end, then you're going to have 2 plus. All right? So what is 623? Again, that was 89 times 7. 623 plus 1440 takes you to 2063. Now what's 2063? 2063 BC, right here. Okay? If Isaac was born, because remember I'm using whole years. If Isaac was born toward the beginning of the year, and our boy is writing even a year and a half into the Exodus year, okay, or a year or more, then you're not going to round exactly to 2060. All right? Plus, there's a 3-year variance in our BC AD dates. So, I had to resolve this with BC AD. So there might be an issue there. But you can see that's pretty close. It's intended. He's tagging Abraham's maturation here. Okay? Because the birth of Isaac was the present that Abraham got for his maturation. 2046 from Adam, 2060 BC. Okay, the 2063 is close enough because of the rounding. All right? So that's pretty evocative. All right, so now we got potentially 3 smoking guns. Only this last one with 89, I didn't have to add the extra 7. So what if I do add the extra 7? Then what happens? Then I get 96, I multiply that by 7, and I get 672 plus 1440 when Moses writes is 2112. Okay, well, Abraham was born 2160, so this is before Abraham now. What's 2112? And these are the people before I took this straight from the Bible and then just applied the BC AD to it. Okay, 2112. I don't have anything in particular that I can really just point at. I mean, here's 2111 when Nahor died. Okay, that was Abraham's grandfather and Terah's father. Why benchmark that? Because, I mean, that's real close. 2112, 2111. So is it like the beginning or the ending of the year that's being accounted? Why would that matter? I don't know. But as you can see from the meters that I've done so far, it's worth considering and maybe trying to find out, is there something about it that's important biblically we don't know? Because it's getting a little bit too cute. Too much fit going backwards. And of course there are a lot of dates, and you can make all kinds of arguments about why it's not valid, but it seems like it's worthy to consider. I mean, I don't like the answer I'm giving you, because it means I have to do a lot more work. Okay, but so far the 89 seems to be pointing back at something that, again, we don't know why it's important, but it is in the Bible. Okay, so what would that mean? I don't know. But at 89, or that points to Isaac, and 89 plus 7, that points back to Nahor. See, 89 times 7 plus, that pointed us to Isaac's birth. Okay? Now we just take 89 plus 7 times 7 plus 1440 again when Moses writes, and we get 2112. It's a little too cute to be a coincidence, don't you think? It doesn't guarantee it's the right interpretation, but it's definitely worth pursuing. So now let's come to the next one. What about 119? Okay? At 119 times 7, you got going back a lot farther now. So it's 2273 at 119 without the elision being added. So what's 2273? Well, I don't really have anything at 2273. I mean, what do we got here? I don't know. 2273 would be like sometime before Serug is born, but when? I don't know. Okay, so that one's not real strong. Let's take 119 plus 7 and multiply it by, 119 plus 7 equals times 7 equals plus 1440. And we get 2322. Well, that ends up being the birth year of Ru. Now, that's a real important name. That's a kingly name in Hebrew. I don't know why, and I don't know how I can prove that it's important, but again, it's tagging something that's biblical that you can trace. All right? So, at this point, the 119 by itself is 119 years before Moses writes Amos first came to power, which we saw right up here. Right there. And again, there's a variance of it in his dates of like 20 years with 1560 that Moses is using right in the middle. Okay, so maybe we can go farther with this. So if we just, instead of me boring you with all these possible number crunchings, what if we just skip down to like, I don't know. Let's try starting at 364, 378, see what we find. And I'll start doing that in the next increment. Okay, let's telescope all the way down to the end of where chapter 1 ends in Hebrew, which is what we call Genesis 2:3. Our ending explicit meter is 1141. But as I was showing in the previous increment, there's an ellipsis. There's an ellipsis of 7 here at the end, and there was an ellipsis of 7 at the beginning. So that's a total of 14. So now what you have to say is 1141 explicit syllables plus equidistant ellipsis of 7 means you add 14, and you get 1155 total syllables, including ellipsis. Now, I know that that total is intended because if I subtract 77 from it, I get 1078, and that is the number of syllables in Isaiah 53, charting out the beginning year when David was born to the ending year when Messiah was scheduled to die. And Isaiah had 2 ellipses in his meter. The first between the time of David's death and Hezekiah's birth, or Hezekiah's rulership, which is inserted between Isaiah 52:15 and Isaiah 53:1, because in Hebrew, Isaiah 53 begins at Isaiah 52:13 in our stuff. And then the end of the chapter is indeed Isaiah 53:12, but to get the 1078 number here, the intertestamental period is inserted as a prophecy in advance by Isaiah between Isaiah 53:10 and Isaiah 53:11 of 364 years. Okay, so there's 252 years in ellipsis between David's death and Hezekiah, and 364 years in ellipsis between Isaiah 53:10 when canon is completed and Isaiah 53:11 when Isaiah picks the timeline up again with Octavian. Because without Octavian rising to power, Israel would not have been rebuilt. The temple would not have been rebuilt. Herod was the guy that Octavian placed in power, and he rebuilt the temple. So that everything was ready by the time Messiah came. The Mediterranean was at peace. It was under essentially one master government, so there could be free travel, so that people could, appeal to some kind of government, if they had problems, all right? That was essential for the gospel to be disseminated. So those two ellipses that I just mentioned, 252 and 364, are tagged by other Bible writers. And I've done videos on them over the past 8 years, showing that Daniel in particular, Mary in particular, Paul in particular, and I just found out recently John is doing that also, tagging those Isaiah meters that are in ellipses. So it's not too far-fetched to say, okay, there's an ellipsis going on here, so that 1155 is our real count. And then especially when you subtract 77, Christ is the 77th son, David really died at age 77 per Bible. Pity that the scholars don't consult it. That's where the syllable count in Isaiah is coming from. So that's for, what do you want to call it? God is like tagging Isaiah in advance in Genesis. So it's a good number to use. All right, well then the implication is, let's take 1155, multiply it by 7, and then ask the question, is that the total age of the earth on day 7 of recreation? It's an implication. Okay? If we're going backwards, like I showed you in the prior text, when you get to the end of the chapter, that's the result. Except that we change the math a little bit. Because now we have to subtract the day, the year that Moses writes. And if you look here at genius.xls, I now have to convert to Adamic year. I can't use BC. All right? Because that's a total years of existence, theoretical years of existence number. All right? So Moses is writing, however, in 2666. So we got to subtract that. Okay? 2666. Which means that prior to Moses writing, theoretically, the world had already existed 5,419 years. That's kind of interesting, because Psalm 90 plots a total time allotment from Adam's fall forward of 5,250 years, which means there's an extra 169 years. So was Adam like in the garden pre-fall for 169 years? That's an implication. Can I prove it? Not at all. Maybe there's some other Bible book that'll have meter showing this. I mean, to me, the question's not even relevant, but it's relevant to a lot of people. And the Jews, of course, claim that Genesis 1 starts at initial creation because they forgot to read Hebrew. They don't know how to read. They just, I don't know what happened to them. Of course, you know, whoever invented this alphabet did it so that you couldn't read the Hebrew. This is the hardest alphabet in the world to learn how to read. It's really stupid. And it's not the original alphabet. Okay, it's pretty, and it's pretty hard to read. Okay? But once you read it enough, you get used to its stupid block letter format. Wa, ha, eretz. Heida, or haida. But it's only 2 syllables. Became. That's the Hebrew word there. Became. It hadn't been something, because this was a completed action. Bereshit bara Elohim et shemayim wet haaretz. Okay, well then something happened to the haaretz afterwards, and here's your big clue. Yita. Yita. It became what? Tohu, chaos, wabohu, and wasteland. It wasn't like that before. God didn't create it that way, and he says he didn't create it that way in Isaiah 45 verses 18 and 19. So why the Jews think that this goes back to original creation, or that Genesis 1 is about original creation, I don't know. Unless, and they didn't properly pass it down to their ancestors, unless somebody was informed, or Moses informed somebody, hi,
you're to read this as 1155, multiply it by 7, and then subtract the year I'm writing you. And that's how old the world was. The world is distinct from mankind. The world, or possibly Adam pre-fall. 5,419 years. Which is really interesting, because since he's writing in 2666, this would be how many years Adam lived pre-fall. Or, still not knowing how old Adam was pre-fall, because the Bible doesn't tell you. Alright? It doesn't start to number Adam's days until his fall. That's Genesis 3:17. So this could be, okay, this is how old the world was when Moses writes. Can I prove it? No. Is it possible? Well, yeah, if all these other dates are, if this is the way the dating formula works, backwards, times 7, backwards, with the ellipsis, backwards. If you keep doing that, then logically, when you come down here at the end, that would have to be how old the world was at the time Moses writes. But you're going to have to subtract out the Adamic year that he writes in order to know how far behind what he writes the world was. Okay, in other words, what he would be saying is, hi, 1155 is when times 7 is the year of the world I'm writing you. Okay, but then how much prior to Moses is that? You have to subtract this much, because that's the Exodus year when he writes. So there you go. Now, it's not exactly, but it's close to the 5,250 years that Moses says is the allotment for all time in Psalm 90, which is 1570s. Okay, 350 is divided into 5 1050s. Okay, 1050, and we already know that's how God's accounting time for man, times 5. All right, and then Moses has 4 70s that he uses, one of which is cut short by 14 syllables, and the extra 14 syllables gets added to the first 4 verses, which is 84 syllables. So the total is 350 syllables. That same total is right here. So he's tagging Genesis 1 in Psalm 90. The question is how. But that's the total that he means, because each one of those 70s, with the shortage at the end of one of them and the overage at the end of the other one, that's 5 70s, meaning 5 10-50-year periods. Tagged here. That's why he's using 350 in Psalm 90. He's tagging back to Genesis. But this is the allotment then. Okay, well, 5250 is real close to 5419. It might be right. But how do you prove it? I don't know. Now, if you go through the math crunching like I showed you at the beginning, because we only did it through, we did this one, this one, this one, this one, and this one. We found 3 smoking guns, and everybody else was plausible. Okay? If you keep on going, you should find more dates, and you can use genius.xls to find out what year they were. You can do more dates and see where there are more tags. And I'm sure there are. Okay? But in the final analysis, when you get here, what do you got? And like, for example, maybe it's not 1141. What if it's 1050 itself? Because that would make sense. Okay, 1050 times 7, because that's all the Jews say. You know, it's that allotment of history. And that agrees with what the Jews say, except they're using 1,000 even instead of 1050. All right, if that were it, then we subtract the year that Moses writes. And you can say that the world existed, 4,684 years at the time, before creation, or recreation, before Genesis 1. Okay, that's what that number would be telling you. See if it's 1155 times 7. And you subtract 2666, you're subtracting out all the years after Adam's fall. So what's left over would be the years before Adam's fall, including Adam maybe from the beginning of year 1 all the way through year 5419 for all you know. We don't know how long Adam lived before his fall, but that would be the maximum number of years he could have lived. It could have been that he was created initially pre-fall, sometime during that time, and that 5419 is the age of the earth at the time of Adam's fall. That's possible. Okay, or you can say, all right, well, let's use this other number because it's so close to what the Jews like to say. Okay, and now we subtract the 2666 again, and that would imply that before Adam fell, Adam and or the world existed for 4,684 years. Okay? That's the implication, and that's based on the 1050. Now the alternative, again, we can add the 7 in. Okay, we got plus 7. All right, now we multiply that by 7. And we got that number, 7399 minus 2666. And then we got 4733 years the world and or Adam existed before Adam fell. Okay, so now the total therefore becomes one of those numbers. 1057, for example, times 7 would mean that when Moses writes in the Exodus, the world could have been 7399. All right, or if using 1155 times 7, that when Moses writes, the world was 8085. You could say that. You can't prove it, so far as I know, but you could say it. Now notice that if that were true, then our notions are clearly garbled about the age of the earth, number one, because the Jews are all saying that there's 7,000 years in history, and none of those numbers tally to it. Okay. Clearly there was a 7,000 reference, in their calculation somewhere. Maybe they used 1141 to get it, times 7, rather than the ellipses. See, that's a 7,000 number. Okay, and then subtract 2666, which means that the world pre-Adam's fall was 5321, which is real close to 5250. Maybe they did that. You see the point? So what we need to do is, if you're really interested in finding out how old the Bible says the world is, then you got to look for verses that text and meter talk back like this. How do you find them? I don't know. Frankly, I'm not interested in finding out. But maybe I'll have to become interested. God has a habit of giving me stuff I don't like, because that trains me in being tolerant. And maybe I'm supposed to do that at some point. Right now I can't. But maybe someday in the future. And meanwhile, now you see the methodology, you can go through and do it yourself. Okay? Now, there's one last thing to say about this. Let's take the highest number we can use. 1155 times 7. That would speak of the year of the world when Moses writes being 8085. Okay? Now Moses writes in 1440 BC. Alright? We are in 6121. So let's add that to memory. Cancel. The year 2015 at the autumnal equinox. well, but just before the autumnal equinox, will be 6121. Okay? 6121. So now, if we add that, well, no, first we have to subtract. Let me get this back again. We got to subtract the number of years from Moses' writing. Okay? That's the number we're going to add to the total, because that total already includes Moses' own years. That would mean that right now we are in 11,540. If it were true, and big if it's true, then the year that we're in of the world now is 11,540. Now, the reason why I wanted to bring that up, and this doesn't mean anything to me, but a lot of people get all tied up in knots about this. What that would end up meaning is that the initial creation of the earth or the restoration. In other words, trying to make Genesis talk back to initial creation here. Or you could say restoration, because it's years pre-Adam's fall, and maybe we still don't know when the world was created, but maybe the Bible really is dating the recreation date. Because this was a real popular topic. What do you want to call it, 50 years ago. My pastor spent a lot of time on this when he did his Genesis exegesis, okay, which you can, get from rbtheme.org yourself and listen to it. It's 1972 Genesis, I think it's called. All right, he spent a lot of time on this, showing, hello, this is restoration, not initial creation, starting in Genesis 1, 2. And what he spent time showing was, it would be about 11,000 years ago. Why is that important? Because that's when we had our last ice age. Because what is the Holy Spirit talking about here? And the earth became chaos and wasteland. Okay? There's the wasteland. And darkness was on the face of the deep. And the Spirit of God really brooded like a mother hen upon the waters. Waters. The earth was covered in water. Yeah, and if you look up in geology, something called plate tectonics by a guy named Wegener, there was this idea that a long time ago, the whole earth was underwater. And it broke up suddenly. And it was called Pangea before it broke up. That's what the scientists called it. And when it broke up into tectonic plates. There are 7 of them. And nobody knows exactly how that happened. But those plates continue today, and earthquakes are along fault lines that are along those plates. Okay, well, 11,000 years ago, in the Ice Age, the world was covered with water. Doesn't still tell you how old the earth itself is, and some people hold that it's billions of years old. That could be. I don't know how God did it. Did he use microwave idea? Just bing and there it is? Or did he put it in the oven, so to speak, and cook it slowly? I don't know. I mean, the text here is saying that the restoration is instantaneous. He flat does it as a miracle, and if you try to sidestep that, then you're ashamed of the Word of God. And if you want to be ashamed of the Word of God and you don't believe in it, fine. But don't pretend to be a Christian and say this is the Word of God and then try to explain this away as somehow being natural phenomenon. It's not. Did God also order natural phenomenon? Yeah, it says so right in the text. But did the initial creation that he did, which some people stupidly say is the Cambrian explosion. No, it's a literal 6 days. He literally said, animals be, and they were. Fully formed, right away, bing, bing, bing. You don't like that? You find that hard to believe? Why? Because God is not allowed to be God and do something supernaturally? Only if he uses natural forces can you believe he's God? Well, then how do you have proof that he's supernatural? If he doesn't do a miracle, then you don't know he's God. And honey, he does a miracle every day in your life. You'd be surprised how easy it is to learn Hebrew, especially despite the fact that this text, the actual script is so crappy. They're cute little mouth pictures, but they're totally unreadable. You have to stick your face way in the screen to look at the little vowel points. Whoever came up with this wanted to preserve their job and make scripture impossible for everybody else to read. So it's a miracle to be able to learn this text. It really is. It's a miracle that it got preserved so well, right down to the fact that you can measure actual history with it. Only God can orchestrate time. If you don't believe that the Word of God is the Word of God, honey, I dare you. Look at how well these years are tying back all the way. And it's not just this book, it's every book of the Bible is like this. So maybe that's the story this Bible book is telling you, starting at Genesis 2, 1, 2. Hi, I restored the earth back at the last ice age. Maybe that is the story. That was standard theology back in, the 1950s when my pastor was teaching it. Okay? Now, standard theology, you can hear him talk about it yourself in his Genesis series. Everybody believed that. It was during the last ice age that this verse is talking about. Not initial creation. Restoration. Okay? So, if you want to hold to that, and if you want to say how old the earth is, and if you want to claim the Bible's telling you that, well, here's a logical place to claim it. And here's the logical result if you do. Personally, I don't care either way. God did it. I'm happy. I know him personally, so I really don't need more proof of him, but I keep getting more proof every day because he's kind of chatty. The Bible's kind of a big book, got a lot of words in it. He likes to talk. So talk to him and ask him, if you're really interested in this kind of stuff, go to God and say, hi, God. I just heard brain out's blabby video. Boring, blabby brain out. Is there any truth to it? If so, show me. He will, because I asked him and he showed me. I'm not better than you. Peace out. You see before you the replacement video for the initial Genesis meter that I had done. Because, as always, when I first do the meter, I get it wrong. I know what it's supposed to be, because that's how he causes me to know what to do next, But then, it's kind of like your teacher in geometry class gives you the answer, and then you have to back into and figure out why that answer is the right one. That's how God teaches me, on a personal level. And he started doing this, I want to say, maybe 15 years ago. So if he's not doing it that way with you, it might be that there's a more efficient way for you. But sooner or later, at some times in your life, he's going to do the same thing for you. He gives you the answer first, just like scripture is the answer to everything. But that doesn't mean you understand it or believe it, etc. So you get the answer up front, and you have to know that answer is from God. Like we all know the Word of God is from God. Okay, but that doesn't mean we understand it. So then you have to backtrack and go through and figure out. Now the reason I say that is because meter is just like anything else you learn in life from God. He gives you the answer up front. If you don't think you have an answer, then ask him again. He gives you the answer up front. Sometimes he delays it, but usually it's up front. And then you have to go about proving that that's his answer instead of your hallucination. Okay? It ends up being a kind of grueling experience, but it's worth it, and that's what I want to show in this video. If you saw the previous version of this video, I had different dateline meters. That's why I took the video down, and this is replacing it. Initially, my first video on this said that this was a 70. I had counted 7 syllables too many up here. Specifically up here. Okay? and here. Okay, I counted too many. So by the time I got done fixing them, I got to 63 rather than 70. The other thing I did wrong, or I might have put 70, yeah. The other thing I did wrong is I had this one by the same token, because this is 7 too high, this was 7 too high. I had that at 126. Now here's the funny part about it. The meaning that I said in that first video, if you saw it, because you can't see it now, I killed it. The meaning I said in that first video is still true, but it's true in a different way. And that's also true when you're learning something from God. He's going to take the Bible that you know, give you the answer up front, but you're not going to get really the right accounting for it the first time. You got to learn to be patient with him and with yourself, really with yourself, because obviously he's being patient with you. All right, it's really important to understand that about the learning process. Christians are way too, how do you want to call it? They think that the minute you believe in Christ, that somehow you magically are going to be able to understand the Bible. No, it doesn't work like that. It doesn't work like that anywhere else in life. Why do you expect it to work like that with the Bible? You can't just open up the Bible and automatically know what it says. You have to study it. Now, it sounds and feels like work, but it's not. It's you voting to know. Do you keep on voting to learn the Word of God, even when it's hard, even when it's not interesting, even when it doesn't seem relevant? Because you know what? For most people, this number crunching is totally irrelevant. They have no interest in it. If there are 5 people who are going to end up getting something out of this video, that would be a lot. But I'm not doing it for the sake of somebody getting something out of it, no offense. I'm doing it because I got to get something out of it before God. I have to do this. If you're supposed to watch this, you'll know. He'll tell you. And then he'll make sure you get something out of it. But you're not getting that from me. That's the third thing that's beautiful about this process. Is he gives you the answer up front. Then you got to go through some real convoluted things sometimes in order to understand why that answer is true. And you'll make mistakes in understanding all the time. But then the third thing is that he'll make you know where you're supposed to look. Sometimes he waits for you to go try and do it yourself, because you're supposed to. Okay? So that you know. And you know you didn't hallucinate it. You got to reason it out. He's developing your brain by doing that. That's the purpose of all this. If he wanted you to just know the right answer for its own sake, if being right for its own sake mattered to God, he'd just bring the information into your head and you'd have it. But it's about relationship, not about being right. That's another thing Christianity doesn't understand. They think you're automatically, magically going to know Bible. And then they think that it's only about being right. No. If it were about being right, he'd just give you the right answer right now. If it were about being right, he'd make it so you couldn't even sin. Okay, but you notice he didn't do that. So there's more going on here. Same thing with these meter numbers. They seem boring. But when you get the right answer, honey, it is so beautiful. And it puts so much more meaning that's visible now in the text. Okay? That it's just phenomenal. Now I'm going to try to go through that text. Long preamble, but I felt it was necessary. Let's hope that that's true. 63. Moses dateline meter. Moses is saying, "Hi, I'm writing Genesis 63 years after I was made Pharaoh." How do you know that? Well, you have to know something about the Pharaonic history. Okay? It's a sort of back-end calculation. He's writing in 1440 BC. Okay? Most of the people at the beginning of last century understood that the Exodus happened in 1440 BC. We got wackos now who are actually, some of them are saying that it occurred in 1559 BC. No. We had other wackos when I was a kid in high school, back in the 60s. I have my textbook from high school that says that the Exodus occurred under Ramses. No. And of course, the movie Ten Commandments says the same thing. Yeah, it's a movie, and like every Bible movie ever made, it's like 10% accurate about Bible, and 90% just made up lies. Okay? Just lies. They don't care about the truth. So, you're coming up on Easter now, and you're going to see a whole bunch of movies that's supposedly about the Bible. Yeah, if 10% of it's actually biblical, just kill me now. There are a whole bunch of movies I bought that are supposed to be about the Bible, and I used to like them when I didn't know Bible very well, but now that I do, I can't watch them anymore. They're so horrible. But this isn't horrible. This is real Bible, real fact. Moses really was Pharaoh. He was called Thutmose III. He wasn't called Moses, just Moses. The word Moses is not a Hebrew word. It's an Egyptian word. And it was established by Amos. See, Moses. The Jews call it Moishe. Okay, at least in Brooklyn. All right. The Mose moniker is an Egyptian royal moniker stemming from Amos the First. And that's our second date line in Moses. Hi, I'm writing Genesis 119 years after Amos the First started the line. Now, you can check this with history. All right, that's why I'm telling it to you. You want to know when Moses wrote? That's when. And if you want to go to Central Park in New York, there's something called Cleopatra's Needle, and it's got written on it the exploits of this same guy who wrote the same book you're seeing on screen. Only he's not called Moses, he's called Thutmose the Third, actually. And scholars are all concerned. Oh, well, Thutmose the Third ruled for like 50 years. No, he didn't. That was Moses and another guy who called himself Thutmose the Third also, after Moses left. He ruled for a really long time, and he was Egypt's greatest pharaoh. Yeah, he was. The first one. The second one was no slouch. The first one was Moses, and he drove out the Hyksos from Lower Egypt, which is really Upper Egypt on a map. They call it lower because it's nearer the sea. And it's of lower elevation relative to the sea. Okay? He's the guy who did that. All those fancy exploits you hear about Thutmose III doing, that was Moses. And it's proper and right that he should be dating years from a king. That's your standard biblical, and all ancient writers did it. Years from a king. Hi, I'm writing you 63 years after I was first made pharaoh, under Hatshepsut, who was my adopted mommy. Yeah, and she was my adopted mommy because she was like the later Elizabeth I. She didn't want to get married to some guy who would have to be a foreigner when her husband died. And she had a choice of some concubine's son who would therefore try to undermine her power, or me. And she picked me because I was floating in a basket in the Nile, which God foreknew. And God wanted me to train as Pharaoh so I could learn how to lead the people of Egypt. And that's why I'm writing now and where I'm writing now. We're in the wilderness. See, that's what 63 means also. Vote short. It means 70, but the last 7 is not completed, which is really cute since this is a book about the what? 7 days. 7 literal 24-hour days. See, that's what it says here. Wa ye he, and there was Erev, evening. Jewish time is evening first, piggybacked on the prior solar day. Wa ye he, and there was Boker. Stands for morning or day. Boker. I love that word. Yom. There was evening, there was morning, day, and what's this? Echad. One. Day one. Literal 24-hour day. So all those people who have no faith in God or the Bible and try to explain it away as evolution or a day isn't a literal day in Genesis 1, just throw them out. You don't need them. Go find some teacher who will admit that this is literally one day in the Word of God. It's literal. It's also not initial creation. Okay? This verse here tells you it's not initial creation. Okay? Wa ha-eretz, and the world. Ha-yita, became. Became. The NIV translators and some of the hardback editions had the nerve, the guts, to translate it that way. They had to use it as a footnote because, oh, it's a political football. We have to lie against the Bible and pretend this is initial creation. That's not what it says. Wa ha-eretz, and the world. Eretz means world. Sometimes it means the promised land. Ha-yi-ta, became. Became. It wasn't created that way. How was it created? Bereshit, in the beginning. Ba, in. Reshit, beginning. Bara, creating something out of nothing. No existing material. Elohim, God, et, direct object marker. Hashemayim, the heavens. What? Direct object marker. Earth. Let's do that again. Bereshit, in the beginning. Bara, created. God, actor of the verb. The actor of the verb is listed second. What did he create? Et, here's your first direct object marker. Hashemayim, the heavens. What? And direct object marker. Ha-eretz, the world. There you go. 1-1. Jesus Christ actually did this. He says so in Isaiah 45. And when he says it, he says, you know what? I didn't create it. Tohu wabohu. What does that mean? Tohu, chaos, bohu, wasteland. And there are a whole bunch of verses in the Bible that tell you about this. And I went through them in my Genesis playlist, so you could see them for yourself. Wa-ha-eretz, and the world. Ha-yita, became. Became what? Tohu, chaos. Wa, and. Bohu, wasteland. And the earth became chaos and wasteland. Now, this is the actual Hebrew of the Bible, okay? Granted, it's in the medieval alphabet, which is nothing like the original, thank God. But this is real words. These are real words of the real God. And the earth became something it wasn't. It became chaos and wasteland. And then this next word, wahoshek, and darkness. Al-Pani was on the face of it. Darkness was all, in other words, was all covered in darkness. That's not how it was created. And Jesus Christ himself in Isaiah 45, using the Holy Spirit to do the talking through the prophet Isaiah, in verses 18 and 19 says, I didn't create it that way. I did not. It specifically says, I did not create it tohu, chaos, wabohu, wasteland. I didn't do that. Okay, so now the question is, ha-eretz, and the world, ha-yita, became tohu wabohu, how come? How did it get there? How did it become chaos and wasteland with darkness on the face over everything? How did that happen? Well, Your 63 is your first big clue. 70 means a total vote. Vote complete. Okay, well, but then the vote wasn't complete, was it? God obviously voted. He the one who did it. He created it. So who's voting here that it got wrecked? Satan and company. But you don't find that out immediately. You could have found it out if our parents passed down to us what was told to Moses, because Moses would have explained this to the people. He wrote the book, he'd know. Why is that 63, Moses? It's not just 63 because you're saying you wrote it 63 years after you were Pharaoh, because we already know that. Of course not. So who made it Tohu Wabohu? Of course, you realize that people would have known the answer to that question already. We moderns don't know. We're busy misinterpreting Genesis, so we never know. There was a conflict with the angels. This is before the man was made. So how did it become something it wasn't, that God didn't make? Well, there have to be other actors, don't there? And if God's vote isn't the complete vote, then there are other voters. And what their vote did is they made it Tohu Wabohu. Now, who else could you think it could be? Before mankind, what was there? God and angels. And if the whole vote isn't in, but God voted, and we see God voted here, then who's voting here? Tohu Wabohu. Who did that vote? It wasn't God. So who's left? The angels. And what would make it chaos and wasteland? Angels voting against God. How else could it be? I see a little bit of thought helped a lot by the meter causes you to understand how to read this book, huh? It's a totally different story, isn't it? This is not about the creation of the world. This is about how the world got trashed up and how man got created, because, hello, the word is Genesis. Genesis isn't a Hebrew word. It's a Greek word. It means siring, the siring of a human being. That's all it means. The Greek verb is genao. It's not a Hebrew word. The Hebrews would call this book by its title. We would take the first verse. That'll be the title of the book. Bereshit bara Elohim et hashemayim et cheretz. That's how they knew the title of the book. That was the title to them. This was added later. It's right, it's true. But it sure as heck isn't about the initial creation of the world. So what happened? Did all of our brains go off for 2,000 years? That we've been misteaching this? And the Jews, of course, still think that, the fall of Adam, well, that doesn't matter. It's really the initial creation from the world. And you've got all that stupid stuff in Judaism about it, too. Here's the text. It's not telling you that story, is it? And I've only just shown you verses 1 and 2. And then I just briefly said, look, this is the dateline. It's all in here. I've written it up now. Okay, this is now pretty sophisticated. It's all written up. What's the meter and all this. You don't have to remember what I'm saying. You just download the doc. Okay. So I spent a lot of time on just those first 2 verses so that you can see that, hello, once you see the meter and the actual text, instead of just Dear Dr. So-and-so's erroneous idea of the text, you get a very different story. And it's a lot more meaningful, isn't it? God's telling you, hi, there was a conflict. It was dark. Waruach Elohim, and I can never say this word correctly the first time. I love this word. Marachefet. 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 Hovered like a mother hen. See, Waruach, the Spirit, God. Holy Spirit is God. Marachefet. hovered, like a mother hen, brooding over her chicks. That's what rahaf means. The vocabulary form of this verb is rahaf. Now, the other thing hopefully that you've noticed is now you can see how I got the syllable counts. Wa, ru, ah, ha. It looks like a ha, but it's ruach. Wa, ruach. 3 syllables. Elohim. But you pronounce this as if it were 3 syllables. Elohim. That this olive here, you say it in the back of your throat. See that long diagonal? That means your tongue has to be all the way back at the bottom of your throat when you say a sound. It's called a glottal stop in phonology. Okay? And then all these little dots are telling you how to sound it. It's sort of a combination of A and E. See? Like that. And then you say it faster and you end up saying Elohim. Elohim. Some say Elohim. Some say Elohim. It's Elohim. Okay. The Masoretes marked it. They wanted you to say the him with the stress. And so they want you to say Elohim. Well, that's not always true. But you say it the way you want. God won't mind. Okay? Ma-ra-he-fet. Ma-ra-he-fet. That's 4 syllables. You see how that works? Okay? Al. Because this is the same thing as this one, except with this one, your tongue is in the back of your throat with the aleph. Your tongue is at the back of your throat when you speak or sound. This one, your tongue is in the front of your mouth. Almost as if you were sticking your tongue out, but you're not, of course. All the sound is in the front of your mouth. With this one, all the sound is in the back of your mouth. But you'll notice that's 1 syllable. Oh, and this is ba, ni. Knights of Ni. Ba, ni. Face. Ha, ma, yin. Waters. Ha is your direct definite article, and ma'im actually means waters. Ma'im. See? So now you know how to count the syllables. Now sometimes you have to take a syllable which you think would be 2, and it's really 1. Like this, a lot of people would say wa, that means and. Et, that's just a direct object marker. It's not wet, it's wet. Wah, wah, wah. Like that. Okay? And here's another piggyback. Bra, bra, breshit. Breshit. Ba means in. Reshit means beginning. So it means in beginning. And we translate it in the beginning. Breshit. In the beginning. Okay? So now you know how to count the syllables. And that matters because we got some pretty dramatic stuff here. 63 votes short. Moses writing 63 years after he was Pharaoh. 119 also writing 119 years after Amos came to power. Amos the first. Starting the 18th dynasty. Was it the 18th or the 12th? I forget which. Hold on. This is the genius.xls worksheet. You can download it. Where are you? Amos. See, here's Amos. Get out. Oh. Go away. Alright. I'm sorry. Alright. Amos is right here, 2536 from Adam. Okay, where was I? I got interrupted by Excel. Alright. That's our 1570, but Bible's saying it's 1560, which some scholars hold to also. All right. And then 63 years was when Hatshepsut started ruling on her own, which is right here, 1504. So you can, back into that. Now, those are dates I got from Encyclopedia Britannica, the older version, because the newer versions of Britannica aren't as good. I just finished repurchasing the 1984 edition, which is what I thought I had before. And it's got the dates in it that confirm what I'm saying to you now. But see, this is pretty dramatic. Hi, I'm writing you 63 years after I was Pharaoh, but now I'm leading Israel. And 119 years after Amos, this guy here, right in here, came to power, which Moses is dating at 1560. And like I said, some scholars actually do hold to that. So, how do I get rid of this? Can't quit. I don't know what the heck is going wrong with this. So I'm just going to minimize it. The point is that 119 years after Amos started, Moses is writing. Then he's got some really sophisticated dates here, which I wrote up little footnotes on that you can see. All right. I'm not sure 100% of what all these dates mean. They're not exactly dates. They're doctrinal values to interact with the text. And I'm not 100% sure I really figured that out yet. But as you can see, there's a definite pattern. And every time you got one of these fem markers, which means the paragraph is over, it sevens, just like it's supposed to. Now, there's much more to it, but I got to fix that stupid Excel problem, and then I'll come back in the next increment. Okay, back again. As I was starting to say, these date lines are pretty straightforward, but they're kind of shocking too, because everybody's always debated, when was the Exodus? Well, if we just counted our syllables, we'd know that was how everybody did it in the ancient world. They memorized the text, and so God cleverly designed it so that you get more doctrinal bang for the buck if you did that. All right? And then we know exactly when Moses wrote. We know exactly when the Bible was written, because every Bible book uses a dateline system like this. They don't necessarily, Moses is dating from something personal that everybody he wrote to knew. But we can find that out because God preserved the history. Okay? So how come we're not learning it this way? Because we're not interested. Okay, that's the flat truth of it. The Jews don't even count the syllables right themselves anymore. They don't even know when their own Exodus happened. They used to know 100 years ago. Everybody knew that Exodus was in 1440 BC. It was standard understanding amongst Christians and Jews. I don't know what happened after that. Everybody just kind of lost their brains. Of course, before that, they didn't know either. So we've now reverted to our, typical ignorance. But you want to know, here you go. Okay? You can check. When did Hatshepsut start to reign? 1504 BC. I got it from Encyclopedia Britannica. It wasn't hard to figure out what Moses meant then when he wrote this. It's not hard, therefore, to know when he wrote it. I mean, the Bible says he was Pharaoh. And there's only one daughter of Pharaoh who ever treated a kid like that. Hatshepsut. And we got all kinds of historical information on Thutmose III. And his rulership is way too long. And we know that the pharaohs lied about what were their achievements versus one of their predecessors. So how come how come our brains didn't turn on? 100 years ago, everybody knew it was Thutmose III that was Moses. So why don't we know that today? I can't account for it. There's no accounting for stupidity. All right, but some of these other meters are not quite so clear. 147. If you click on the link, you get what I do know about it. But is that sufficient? No. Okay? Notice that in Word, and you'll be able to do the same thing in PDF, You just click on the footnote, then you find your back button, and you go back to where you were. Okay, so I'm not sure what God is trying to do with all these meters. This is the distance of the, equinoxes between autumnal and vernal. And if you just started your calendar at the autumnal equinox and made every day except the 6th month equal 30, and have the 6th month equal 35, you would always hit the equinox at the right time. You wouldn't ever have to intercalate. And you'd have a solar year, and you would never need a leap year. Of course, the 35 days ends up being 36 in leap year, but that would naturally determine. So how come we don't use such a simple calendar? Beyond me. Okay, some of these meters, however, are really kind of clear and useful. This is used by a lot of New Testament writers. Okay, it's 58 plus 58. And it comes to mean rebellion. It comes to mean being late with respect to maturing. Okay, 210, that's got a lot of meaning. I can't even spend time explaining now, but I know what the meaning is. And I did some explanation, not too much here. Okay, but there's a lot more explained in the Pauline document, Ephesians 1 Reparse Doc, because I spent a lot of time on this there. But some of these meters are going to be real obvious to you, like, look at this one. Remember, this is Genesis now we're looking at. Genesis sets the precedent for the whole Bible. So whatever its meters are, they're more than normally important. How about this one? 364. Ever heard of that? How many days are there in a solar year? 365.25. Some will say 0.24. But 365 is not divisible by 7. So if you want to make an issue about a solar year and 7 it, this is what you use. The first temple was standing 364 years. That's how long I think it was Enoch lived. That's how long Noah was in the boat. Of course, you have to use the LXX text because the Hebrew is corrupted in some places. You see, it means something. And that's the ending meter in Revelation too. Revelation chapter 1, but also, Revelation also uses the same meter. Does it seem to be kind of deliberate to you? Okay. And then this is 14 plus, and 14 is always a problem in the Bible. Israel's always 14 years late for one reason or another, and it starts with Jacob, who becomes the guy that Israel gets her name from. Means Prince of God. Jacob worked 14 extra years for Laban. That's where that 14 starts. God already foreknew it, and he's making provision about it. And then this text relates to it as the 3rd day. Why exactly he's doing it that way, I don't know. But it's very clear that that's happening, okay? But here's the real kicker. And that's why I was trying to show you in my worksheet. See this number down here? Let me just, there. Okay. Or maybe I better restore it. Okay. See? 560 at the end of the 4th day. 560. What is 560? 560 is this thing I've been telling you all along. 490 allotment for one human being to super mature, or else the whole world dies. Plus another 70 where all the believers on earth get to vote to how much they want to mature in learning God. That sum is 560. If the first 490 isn't met, the world dies. If not enough believers, and it could be only one, don't vote to learn God and mature, then the world dies. And 560 is your warning. I really didn't expect to find corroboration of that here. So that's really pretty meaningful. And to show you just how meaningful it is, let me make sure I save this first.
to show you just how meaningful it is. Let me call up the worksheet again. It won't bug me this time. All right, back to Adam. Here's Adam. Time starts when he falls, 130 years after he fell, the first 490, and he had voted enough to mature, so he has a kid. All these people with their kids' births that are recorded in Genesis 5, they were maturing. So by the first 490, there wasn't just one person who matured, there were a bunch of them. Okay, so then the question was, well, what about the rest of the believers on earth at that time? Would they mature? Would they at least vote to mature, whether they actually matured or not? Well, obviously there were enough of them because you and I are here to talk about it. And that's 560. Now, when I made this worksheet here, I did not know this meter in Genesis. I learned it by backing out and playing with the math in Daniel 9. Because I do numbers for a living. So when I see a pattern of numbers, I kind of like play with it. And so I went all the way back and I did the begats. And that's the pattern I noticed. Is, oh, 490 years after Adam had his kid, that's when Jared has his. And Adam must have had a birthday real early. And Jared's birthday must have been real late. Because this distance between these two is actually 492 years. Okay, and who was that kid? Enoch. See, and Enoch lived 365 years. See, 364 is the 7th version of that, because 365 isn't divisible by 7. God uses solar years, not lunar years. Hello, right here. There's nothing in the Bible anywhere that says lunar years are okay to use for Bible. If you want to observe your agricultural festivals, that's one thing. That's just custom. That's not spiritual. And certainly wrong. And all the pagans used lunar years, so they were always getting their seasons wrong. Yeah, well, but God uses solar. And the most righteous guy in the Bible, Enoch, lived as many years as there are days in a solar year. Hello. So Enoch was on time. All right? Now, notice, we come to our next 490. We end with here's the first one ending. Here's the 7-year voting period. That's 56. Then there's another 490 years. Okay? And that takes you to what? 1050. Because there's a 50-year voting period here. Whoa, well, what's that about? Well, we're going to cover that in a minute. Because the Bible has that meter too in Genesis 1. But I want you to focus on something. See, look right here. Row 33 and 35. Here's Noah. He had his kids 1556 from Adam's fall. And he's right in the middle between the 490, ending for the 3rd time, and the end of the 70-year voting period after that. Remember? 490 plus 70 or the world ends? Well, he voted and he matured. And that's why God took him. This is why the world got saved. Because Noah voted during that window. I didn't make up the dates. You plot the dates and you know this timeline. It naturally just jumps out at you, the pattern. So you see why it would be real important if everybody knew this doctrine and Moses was writing them Genesis, why he should include that? But it gets better. Okay? Now that's reserved for the 4th day. Okay? Now we got, this is the 5th day. And these all have other meanings, but I'm not 100% sure what to say the meanings are yet. But look at this, right down here. I'll put it up higher so you can see it. 1050. This is my smoking gun, honey. 1050. I didn't know the meter when I did this calendar. I didn't know the meter. All I knew was the way the math was adding up in Daniel 9. When I went back to do the begats, I found this pattern that I'm showing you here.
I had no idea that that same pattern would be right here. Now, what is that pattern? Look, 490, which I just showed you, plus 70, that was the 560, plus another 490 is 1050. Basic housing unit for time. So somebody's got to super mature, at least one person in the first 490 years. Then we need a mass voting by believers to at least try to mature by the end of 560. And then it starts all over again with another 490. A second person's got to carry the time baton. That's 1050. Now that 1050 is also 1000 plus 50. Now the Jews have forgotten all about the 490, but they remember the 1000. They forgot what 50 is. 50 is at the end of it. It's plus 1000. 1050. And here it is in the Bible itself. Okay? In what context? God, wa, yira, and God, and seeing God. He's the actor of the verb. So we would have to say, and God saw all that he had created, all he had done. Okay? And behold, good, very. I'm reading it to you in the literal Hebrew order. Okay? And there was evening, and there was morning, day 6. Ding, 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 ding. 6 is the number of man in the Bible. Any theologian will tell you that. Even the Jews all know that. Yeah, for housing mankind, you have a unit of time of 1050. And it's all about whether you vote to learn God or not. Not about how good you are or what good deeds you do. And if you don't learn him, then you can't mature because he has to teach you his word, his thinking. Will you keep on sinning? Of course you will. But do you have his thinking or not? It's not about how good you are. It's about whether his thinking gets in you. That's what makes the time worthwhile to him. To him. And the world's got 1050 years, and if at least 2 people, super mature, and in between, at least one person like Noah, votes during that interim 70, then the world gets to go on living. Otherwise, honey, it's toast. And because everybody but Noah and his family didn't want to do that, the flood occurred. So there's your precedence. Everybody knows the flood story, but nobody knows the flood story. Okay, so then that just leaves, well, what about this? All right, this is 1141, which is 91 more than 1050. What does that mean? Okay, and I explain it all down here. Okay, basically it means God's going to allow somebody else to come in. That somebody else ends up being church. But it's not cast in stone here. All that's cast in stone here is to say, hi, this is the angelic conflict with the angels who were rebelling, and 91 is a trib number. When Christ was in his 91st year, the tribulation was supposed to begin. That's the way it was supposed to go. Had there been no church and had Israel accepted him, that's how it would have gone, and you and I wouldn't be here to talk about it. History would have been all over, and eternity would have begun back in the period we call the Crusades, 1094 AD. It would have been all over. This part relates to man being on trial before actually the angels and God are using mankind to demonstrate their arguments, and we're in the middle, stadium earth, and we get to exist so that we can be sometimes cannon fodder. But we don't have to be cannon fodder. You can learn God instead and mature in him. But whatever it is you do, the angels want you to, fallen angels, they want you to go with their side of it. And God, He lets you know His side of it, at which point you can choose to mature and vote for His side of it. Now, which will you do? Well, it's a daily decision. And you're going to fall all over yourself every single day. It's not about you being good. It's about these angels fighting with God over His design, basically, of them and of you. Well, God, if you're so good, how come we suffer so much? Why? Because you have to choose to want to know, and freely you got other options, and freely those other options are attractive. Because why? Because God made them attractive. He makes everything attractive. Shouldn't He do that? And then it's up to you to decide, well, I prefer God to this other thing that's attractive. And it's called sin if you don't prefer God for good reason. But of course, you find that out the hard way. That is what Genesis is about. The trial and your role in it, and how God has designed time so that you can learn. And all of these little subunits say something about time, both of history total and about your life. Only I don't know all the meaning yet. But at least you got a glimmer so far. That you know what? There's really probably something to this. And it's not the same old Bible story that you were told growing up. So what is it? And at that point, I got to stop because I don't know where God's going to take you with this. All I can do is alert you to it. Peace out. We're looking again at this in a putative, as it were, episode 4. This time, I'm going to focus on stylistics. Just as Genesis sets all of the doctrines, the seed version of all the doctrines that are ever going to be in the Bible, so too it sets the seed version of the way you understand and use meter. So then the question is much more important than it is in other metered passages, because all the other metered passages are supposed to be patterned after Genesis. It's much more important in the book of Genesis, especially Genesis 1, to say, well, what kind of meter pattern do we have here? Now, if you looked at the meter in the other Bible books, you recognize right away that what I thought was their own pattern, they're actually tagging back to Genesis 1. I mean, 63 is one of the most common meters in the Bible. So it's tagging back to and God said, light be. Every time you see a 63 meter, it's got to be tagging this. All right, which makes a whole lot of sense when you stop to think about the metaphorical meaning here. It's real, it's literal, it really took place, okay, on the first day of the restoration of earth, whenever that was. At the same time, it's setting a rule. Okay, that's really why God's wording it the way He is. God wants light to exist. Notice that it's light in general. It's not the sun, the moon, and the stars. It's a really important point in the Bible that stupid atheists miss because they say, well, nothing could grow until the sun and moon and the stars were created, and they were created on the fourth day. No, dummy. Light comes from a number of sources. And actually, the sun, the moon, and the stars are not your primary source of light. Okay? They really aren't. You got fire. You got now, of course, electricity. You have what's called reflected light, which can occur with or without sun. You got, for example, all those little animals in the sea way deep down, okay, that actually are fluorescent. You have many different sources of light, not just the sun, the moon, and the stars. God says light be. In the eternal state, there's no sun, moon, and stars. There's just light. Go look it up. What is it? Revelation 22. God forbade you use the sun, the moon, and the stars. He forbade you worship them. He forbade astrology, which everybody's so hung up on. The pagans love that kind of stuff. God forbade it. God said, let there be light. Who is the light? God is light. In him is no darkness at all. I don't remember if that's in James or in John. 1 John. I think it's in James. Okay, God is light. God says, let there be light. God says, light be, literally, Hebrew. Light be, right here. Light be. And light was. Okay? 63, though, is not what I would expect to be the meter going with that. This is the volt short meter. This is the meter that I thought initially was 70, but I counted the syllables wrong. I must have been really tired. I counted the syllables wrong here, and I came up with more syllables than there were. Okay, there's a total of there are a total of 7 less syllables than I had initially counted in my first version of this video, which I took down and, took off Vimeo. 3 of them you can argue about. Bre. So that's 1 syllable here. So I cut 1 there. Wet. And I was consistent with that. So if you're going to argue this should be 2, then all the other wets that are in here are going to have to be counted as 2. Like there, there. Alright? And then hita. Hita. Height. Height. Haita. Okay? Now, if you want to say, well, Brandon, I don't agree with you, that's your prerogative, and maybe I am wrong. I'm not trying to claim I'm right. I'm saying that this is the way it looks. You see an error, you can see how I got there. It's math. Hello. Syllables and math, as simple as it gets. Forensic evidence is right in front of your face. Okay, so you could say, well, the count is different. All right, show me how. Because this is what looks reasonable. And if you got another argument, make it. But assuming it is right, why is that 63? Because God's saying light be. He's not, I don't want to call it, he's not forcing it to continue to exist metaphorically. Okay? Light that is inanimate is going to be what he says. It doesn't have a will. But you and I, we have wills. By divine decree, we have free will. So light might not be in us. And he's basically saying with the 63 that no, it's not going to be there. History's going to end up being a volt short. Now, that's one way of putting it. I'm not saying my answers are right. I'm, as it were, exploring what look like the answers. You got other answers you think are better? Say so, if you're willing. There's a 7 in ellipsis here. Because that same 7, ends up being 2 of them, is in ellipsis here at the end. Okay, that's a style. That's a style of meter. All the Bible writers use that kind of style if they're dating their passage going beyond the first 2 date lines. See, this is a date line and this is a date line. If they got 7ings going on after that, then the passage is probably prophetic in some way. It's definitely accounting time, and it's definitely accounting time based on the plan of time that God has set. Now that plan of time is right here in Genesis 1. This is the plan of time. This is by the 6th day. It's called a 1050. That's the basic civilization unit that's used pan-Bible and used in the begats. Okay, that's how that Junior's XLS worksheet, this thing here, that I learned this before I even knew the meter existed. And I learned it based solely on Daniel 9. When I saw that 490, I'm like, he's keeping time in 490-year units. And that there's an extension of another 490 for the temple. So how far back do the 490s go and what do they mean? And that's what made me construct what you see here, starting with the begats. So I don't need the meter to know about it, but it's real helpful that the meter, confirms it. because that way I'll know if I made a math error. All right, the meter confirms it. The meter's pretty bald, okay? You count a syllable, one consonant, one vowel. Sometimes you have a diphthong, and sometimes you have two consonants that focus or form one consonantal sound, like SH, BR, stuff like that. All right, so the plan of time has got to be what Genesis 1 is saying. All these 7 numbers are telling you something. I'm not 100% sure what about the plan of time. This is pretty obvious. That's the 7th version of a year, solar year. Not lunar year, hello. Not lunar. Okay, solar, only solar. Okay, this is telling you something about time going over time, that we're late. By whatever this date really means, we're late in history. The plan of time is running late by 14. Okay, this of course is 490 plus 70, so that's real bald. I'm not sure what this means. I'm not sure what this is. Just because it's 700 doesn't make it meaningful. Of course, 49 is meaningful. Okay, 1050 is your plan of time, and it's stopping at 1050 on the 6th day. 6th day, not 7th. 6th. So, if Genesis is precedenting with its use of meter, obviously it becomes much more important than normal to know what that meter pattern is. What should that meter pattern be? It should be the plan of time. It's Genesis 1. It's talking about the recreation of the earth, which is a metaphor for the recreation of unsaved man. Okay, every theologian ought to be able to tell you that. That's why it's worded the way it is. How does man get recreated from his state of sin? Salvation is not merely a juridical question of saving you from the punishment of hell. That's the juridic salvation. But you got an internal salvation that has to occur also. Your mind has to be saved. Okay? Juridically, your soul is saved from the punishment of eternal hell when you believe Christ paid for your sins. That's just part of the job. Then you got, as Paul puts it in 1 Corinthians 15, what about your soul? Well, no, that's James. You know, talking about the implanted word able to save your souls. Your soul needs to be saved from his trashed up thinking. That's tohu wabohu, which is the word used right here. Tohu wabohu. Your soul is chaos and wasteland, all filled up with the garbage, total disgusting garbage of this world's thinking. This world's puny and petty and hypocritical moralities. Okay, so many things in human nature are just so totally disgusting. It's like, why doesn't God take a 357 Magnum to the whole human race? Including me, honey. I'm not exempting myself. I'm just as bad, if not worse, than anybody else. Why doesn't he just kill us? We're disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. Instead of doing that, he wants to refurbish. So he says instead, let there be light. Verse 3. Even though our vote's going to be short. Okay. And therefore there has to be a plan of time over which this completed vote occurs. And then there's an extra 91, as it were, an extra quarter. So resolve the angelic conflict. So this 91 is sort of shorthand for the millennium. Millennium is the 7th day. God rests his case. God rests. Everybody else, though, is busy trying to prove their ideas right. They're not resting. God is. Because God did everything he needed to do, as it were. So this whole metaphor of the salvation of man logically means that every single one of those 7 numbers is somehow a measure of time during what Jews would probably argue are 6,000 years before the millennium. Moses uses 350, which is the difference between 1050 and 700. Moses uses 350, so he's piggybacking on a difference to create Psalm 90. But in Moses' numbers, there's a total allotment of 5,250 years, not 6,300. And just to give you some perspective on that, the year that we're in is 2015. You have to add our BCAD converter to that, to Adam's, to the Adamic year. That's the year we're in the Adamic year, from Adam's fall. 6,121 years after Adam's fall. That's where we are. Come the autumnal equinox, that number's going to change to 6,122. The Jews don't even know what time it is. But here in Genesis 1, we find out what time it is. Okay, but even if they don't know what time it is, they screwed it up, yes. Okay, so what else is new? We've all screwed it up somewhere. Okay? Is it possible that this sixth day means that there will be 6 1050s? Especially when you stop to consider that this is the year we're in now. Alright, so we're going to add it to memory, cancel, and you got 1050 times 6, 6,300 years total allotment before the millennium comes. That's 1050 times 6. Alright, the 7th 1050 therefore would begin in 6301, which, if we were to pretend, is based on, or relative to our time. That means the world before the millennium would have 179 years left. Now, all bets are off with church. There's no guarantee that's true. But it could have been the original plan. God knowing full well that original plan wouldn't be met, and then he just sort of cutely calls this 91 for whatever amount of time it really takes to wrap it up. And the reason why that's kind of provocative and evocative is that Paul uses that very same structure in Ephesians 1:3 through 14. He equates church as having its own dispensation, of course, which he calls a year, which is analogous to Noah's year in the boat. So that comes to be shorthand for dispensation, maybe, or epic. That doesn't necessarily have to be 364 days or years. Okay? And so maybe that quarter, the concept of the 91, which I thought he got from Mary's Magnificat, maybe he gets it instead right here from Genesis 1. Maybe Paul is playing on the whole future history of church. Maybe he's ensconcing it based on this. Okay? Because you only need to use the 91 once. However many 91s there will be as a quarter of a year, however many quarters it takes to finish playing out church. And Paul, of course, uses 434 total syllables, which is the same as Daniel's 62nd week, which is the sort of like, what do you want to call it? Groundhog Day. Just plays over, and the same day plays over and over and over and over. The same quarter plays over and over and over. And that's where I'm getting the idea that Ephesians 1:13 through 14, which is total of 91 syllables, that's the historical trend of church from Constantine forward. Because that Ephesians 1:13 is post-Constantine, immediately post-Constantine. And there's almost no growth among Christians from that point forward. That's what it looks like it means, and that's what it looks like he might be tagging Genesis 1 here. Which is just saying, well, the difference is only 91. There are no subunits. Like up here, you had subunits. You have, this is 56. Of course, that's ending this first day. But right here, you have another 28. The implication being is that whatever this first day represents, whatever 119 represents as an actual lapse of time, there was growth shortly after it ended. I don't know when that was, and I don't know why that's there. The same thing true with why do we get to 364 early and now we're overtime? Somehow this third day, by the third day, we're 14 years overtime. Well, is the third day like 3 1050s? 1050 times 3? That's 3150. Okay, well, if it's 3150 and we're already 14 years over, you know what that is, don't you? That's David. Okay, see? Let me get rid of this. $3,150, see? Look. 3,100 is the third 3,000, and then the third voting period ends at 3,150. Okay? David retires from kingship during that time. The temple construction begins just beforehand. See? Temple construction begins 4 years before the 3,150 ends. So the vote finished. Enough unbelievers voted for God. Okay, that's good. But it was like in the nick of time kind of thing. All right, so the 14 years was already over by that point. We were already 14 years over schedule by that point. Okay, if the third day means 3 1050s, then by 3150 we were already beyond the schedule by 14 years. Why would that be so? Okay, well, one of the arguments you can make is that Jacob worked for Laban too long. He was supposed to work for Laban only 7 years in order to get Rachel, but he ended up working for a total of 21 years, okay, before he left. So you could say that 14 really was first went over during the time that Jacob worked for Laban. Okay, well, that was quite a bit sooner. That goes all the way back here. All right. That would mean that they were already late by 14 years. Okay. By the time he re-enters the land. Is that true? And if so, what does that tell us? And the answer is I don't know. So I'm going to take a break and come back. The implication then is that when Jacob comes back to the land right here in 2166, and Joseph is almost 7 years old, or might have even just turned 7 years old, that Jacob was 14 years late getting back. When he left here in 2146 from Adam, that's exactly 490 years from the flood. Implication being that he left right on time. So how do we get to understand that he's 14 years late getting back? We know that he was supposed to be there serving 7 years. We know he served an extra 14 years. And we also know that God didn't tell him to go to leave Laban until the extra 14 years were up. So then how can we call that late? Now, maybe it is late, but by what standard? And what does that tell us if it is true? Answers are, I don't know the answers to this, okay? This is kind of like another journal entry video. I'm just brainstorming what these numbers might mean. If by 3150 time is up over, by 14 years, because see, here's the third day standing for the third 1050 in this hypothetical scenario. This number should have been 364, but it's 378. Does it mean that we're 14 years ahead or 14 years behind? Maybe we're 14 years ahead. Maybe that's the point here, is that maybe Jacob is 14 years ahead of schedule by the time he comes back. But then what schedule is God following? Okay? Because Abraham is still alive. Well, no, Abraham had died by this point. Abraham died at age 175, And the kids were like 15 years old at that point. See, Abraham died in 2121. This is 20 years later, 2121 versus 2146 when he leaves, 25 years later. So, he's 40 years old when he leaves. So that's, he was like 15 when Abraham died. But Abraham did get to see that he had grandkids. Okay, then he's 60 years old when he comes back. So if he's ahead of schedule, ahead of what schedule? See, what schedule are we following here? He leaves, goes to Haran, okay? 490 years after the flood. That's what that is. 20 years after that, he comes back. If he's coming back like 20 years, but he should have been coming back 35 years, or the year that he's ahead of schedule is still 14. Why is it? Why? And then the 490 actually shifts to Joseph here, which you figure out when you subtract the year of the Exodus is 490 years after this event. Why does it shift to Joseph? Okay? I've been trying to figure this out for 10 years. I do not have the answer yet. Is the meter going to help me get the answer by means of what this means? Well, I don't know. Are we talking about, see, this is 378, not 364. So by the end of the third day, by the end of 3150, we're 14 short or 14 over? Which? Okay? Going by 3150, that's David, right here. David gets crowned king over Hebron exactly 1050 years after Abraham supermatured. So that's not late or early, that's right on time. But by the time he gets crowned king over all Israel, that's a 7-year loss. So the implication then is at least 7 of this 14 is behind schedule. This should have been 364, but it's 378 by the time 350 occurs, which means that it's 14 over. It's too high by 14 instead of ahead of schedule. Because for sure, this is 7 years late. He was supposed to be crowned king over all Israel when he was 30, but there was a civil war that intervened. Okay, 2 of the years of the civil war were fought by both sides against the Philistines. And then the remaining 5 years they fought with each other. You can see that story in 2 Samuel 5. Almost through 2 Samuel 7, but really 2 Samuel 5 and 6. Pretty much chapter 5. Okay? So you'd have to say, well, it's 7 years late then. You could also argue that it's really 14, not 7, because David doesn't die when he's 70. He dies when he's 77. It's a fact that the scholars all miss because they're not using the Bible. They're using Josephus. Josephus wouldn't know a number adding up properly if his life depended on it. Yeah, he was a good general, but he was a lousy accountant. Okay. Why people don't use the Bible and listen to the Bible instead of listening to everybody and anybody but the Bible to construct their timelines, I don't know. But this seriously obfuscates your ability to understand Bible if you don't know the proper age when David died. Isaiah 53 is based on him dying at age 77. Okay? 1 Kings, and of course that's where, there's the footnote to tell you how you can look it up. All the math balances to David dying at age 77. And so does the actual text. Okay, but you have to understand that it's leaving 7 in advance. Okay, so then maybe that's our story here. Is that we got 7 here. It's definitely late. Definitely. No doubt about it. He's getting crowned king over all Israel 7 years late. He therefore lives 7 years longer. So that's 7 years late and 7 years longer. Is that our 14? I don't have a definitive answer to these questions. I'm just raising them. I've been asking these questions now for 10 years. When I finally find the key to it, which Genesis 1 ought to be the key to it, then I'll know. There's 14. We're 14 late at this point. Is that the 14 that we're late? Or is it represented? Is there some other accounting? That 14 that I just showed you right here, definitely we're late. He's living 7 years longer to make up for the 7 years late, okay, of him being crowned. Christ ends up having to be born 3.5 years earlier rather than 7 years earlier, because Solomon somehow, I can't account for this either, Solomon waits another 3.5 years after David dies before he starts constructing the temple. Why? It takes him only 7 years to finish it, but he doesn't dedicate it. He waits another 3.5 years. So is that our second 7? The first 7 being the 7 late years before he was crowned over king over all Israel, and the second 7 being in 2 3.5 pieces. One the delay before he starts construction, and the other the delay after he finishes construction. And I've proposed all those ideas in the text of the web pages I've done. I am not 100% sure those are the 2 7s that are being accounted for back here. Because like I just showed you, it could be due to Jacob, except I can't say how is Jacob late. If anything, it looks like he's early. I don't have answers. I'm saying this because maybe God will give you the answer. And if you find it, will you let me know? Okay, because, this isn't a one-person project. Right now, it's a one-person project. I'm doing the seed part, showing the seed ideas. Okay, it's going to take a whole army of people after I'm dead to play with this and come up with the, more answers. I might live 30 more years. I might only live 24 hours. I don't know. That's why I'm trying to get this done, or at least show the structures. And then whoever's going to work on it after me, I don't know. I wish I was dead yesterday, but I don't have that choice. God will kill me when he kills me. So that's the story here. We're 14 years, it looks like 14 years late. Third day has elapsed, and it took 14 years longer to get to the goal than it should have. Or he's saying, yeah, we got to the goal by the end of the period, all right, but there's still 14 years of a different schedule that didn't get met, and possibly that's because 3.5 years after David died is a delay that has to be made up, and 3.5 years after the temple was finished, because it was dedicated in 950 BC, that's another delay that has to be made up. An internal subunit of some kind of deadline that God's keeping. And I don't know what these deadlines relate to. Why would this be late? See, because the only deadline I know of is that by 950 BC, Moses' personal 490 runs out, the Exodus 490 runs out that got assigned to Israel, but it was really due to Moses. Israel even got it. Okay, that's when the temple's got to be dedicated by then. So that deadline was met, but there are other deadlines to say that this 14 years over. There are other deadlines. I don't know what they are. Now, that's also assuming that this interpretation, that third day means third 1050, with this as a symbol of whether we're on time or not by the time the third 1050 ends. That's all what I'm assuming here. I don't know if my assumption's right. I'm just shooting in the dark. It's an educated guess. But I don't know if it's the right one, because I really can't yet account for these numbers. Why are these numbers here? I'm trying to work with what looks like a reasonable thing based on this. But if based on this, then why can't I account now for 210, 147, 119, and 63 using the same metaphorical idea? If this is the first day, then that's the first 1050. If that's the first 1050, what does 119 mean? Or 63 for that matter? I don't know. And if this is the second day, what does 210 mean? And the 147 before it? I don't know. This, I got an idea what it means. But then if this is the idea of what it means, then are we ahead of schedule, on time? You know, in the D note, I say, well, we're whatever time we lost, we made up. I don't know that that's true. But it's an even number. It means 7 months even. The implication is that it's on time, but why? What happened that happened on time that needed to happen on what schedule? I don't know. Okay? And of course, what does a 63 then mean? And if this is the first 1050 in our, presumed hypothetical, metaphorical transposition, not transposition, but transformation of the numbers, then what's the 119 stand for? I know what it stands for elsewhere in Scripture. What is it standing for here? Elsewhere in Scripture, it stands for rebellion. Okay? It's 58 and 58. Or, what is it? 119 divided by 2. It's 59.5. It's a sort of a rebellion number. It means you're late to the party. It starts out with 58 and 58. But that's 116. And that, that doesn't divide by 7. Okay, it's supposed to be, you got 56, and then that's the 70 number. That stands for 57, which is the number of days between Passover and Pentecost, and between Pentecost and 9th Ave when the temple goes down. And that's exactly the timeline of how the second temple was taken down. It started on Passover, ended on 9th Ave in 70 AD, which we call August 29, 28. Which is supposed to be about the same timeline as happened to the first temple, but I can't verify that. I can only confirm the date that the first temple went down, which is in Jeremiah 52:12, or about that, about in that verse, somewhere around there. Okay, so what's 59.5? What does that mean? I don't know. Okay, 147, what does that mean? 147 divided by 2. What does that mean? 73.5? I don't know what it means. Okay, 147 divided by or minus what? 28? That's 63. Or 119. There we go. Of course, that would be true. Let's try something else. The distance between 178 and 210 is 63. Okay, why? What is 147 itself? Okay, do I subtract 84? That's the decree of God. 84 and 63. Do I take 147 and I subtract 91, which is the decree of God being completed and finished? That's 56. Why those numbers? I don't know. So the fact that I'm saying, well, this somehow means we're 14 years over the time budget by the 3150. I can say where that 14 years is coming from. That doesn't mean that the answer I'm coming up with is right. Because there's an origin prior to David, which is Jacob. But then how do I say that Jacob is late 14 years? He was supposed to work 7, he ended up working 20. In the 21st year he leaves, so he counted as 21. Okay, but measured against what? Can you say he's really late? That he didn't intend to work that long, but God didn't tell him to leave until. The 20th year had been completed and he's in his 21st year. So why didn't God tell him to leave prior if he's late? See? So what's the story here? And 21 ends up meaning growth. It ends up meaning, generating. And 42 ends up meaning twice. Okay, Joseph, the name Joseph, Yosef means twice. Okay, double portion. So when Jacob enters Egypt with the 70 who are left of his family, okay, not counting the wives, all the wives. When he enters with 70 people, 70 years after he came back to the land. He's 130 years old. He was 60 when he came back to the land. That's what's so funny about that verse when it's talking about him entering with 70. Okay, that's the precedence for 70 because he's voting to go into Egypt knowing full well he and that his whole family are enslaved, and they're electing to go with him. They know the doctrine too. They're electing what they know is going to turn out to be slavery. 70 is the voting period. He has 70 years to vote against that while he was, in Canaan. He's voting for the will of God then. Okay. But he's not 70 years late. He's not late. So where's this 14? Soonest I can find is David. And if we say that the third day represents the third 1050, then I showed you a plausible answer to it. But then, if that's the plausible answer, then how come I can't find a similar explanation for 210 by the second day? See, that would have to be... So here we go. 2000, 2050, 2100. So the second voting period of history was from 2050 to 2100 after Adam's fall. Okay. Now, it's kind of cute that that 210 is shorthand for 2100. You could argue that. See? It's 2100. Instead of it saying 2100, it says 210. So you can say, well, see, brain up, that justifies saying that the second day in Genesis 1 really represents the second 1050 being completed because it's 2100. Okay, the implication, therefore, is that whatever the goal was for the second 1050 was met. Okay, what goal was that? I don't know. And why is 147 7 here? Okay, this is the separation of the, atmosphere from the sea verse. Okay, and God said, let there be a separation, really a stamping out, the spreading, stamping out. It has the effect of separation. Okay, here's the actual word for separation. Between the waters and the waters above and the waters below. Okay, why is that 7? And why is it a 28? If this is high, the purpose is met for the second 1050, then how do I look at this 147? Should I just multiply it by 10, since 210 stands for 2100? Should I say, okay, 1470 after Adam's fall? Okay, this is 2100 after Adam's fall. What's 1470 after Adam's fall? Oh, that's interesting. The end of the third 490. See, every 490, without respect to the 70, somebody's got to meet. Somebody's got to super mature. The 70 is sort of ensconced as a historical unit between. We have two different sets of books here being used.
Every 490 years, somebody's got to super mature. Okay? If somebody super matures during the 490, then you have a 70 period sandwiched in between the next 490. And that's when the humans, believers vote to be matured by God. There got to be enough of them to vote. And enough could be only one person. Like Noah was the only guy that's listed voting during the historical voting period. See, that's right here. 1540 to 610. That's Noah voting. The next guy that we know of for sure who voted during the voting period is Moses. All right? So 1470 is saying, okay, that's the end of the third 490 from Adam, irrespective of the voting periods. See, because here's a voting period for unbelievers. And here's the next vote, see, we got first 490, then a 70, then the second 490, irrespective of the 70, sort of like sandwiched with it. Okay? But 490 plus 70 plus 490 equals 1050, sandwiching in the unbeliever voting period. Okay, if he's tagging 1470, that's before the flood. Like about what? 1536, 1470. That's like 66 years before the flood. Why? Why is he tagging that? If that's what you stand for, I'm supposed to just multiply you by 10. Why? The answer is I don't know. So it's really iffy that the interpretation I'm drawing that this stands for the third 1050. It's really iffy to make that interpretation until I can explain the numbers prior. And I don't have an answer right now.
All right, we're back testing the meter again for its pattern, because I really am kind of befuddled about the pattern. One of the tests in this particular case is kind of unique to the Hebrew in that, generally speaking, whenever I've done the meter in the Hebrew, by the time you get to this colon, which is basically saying, hi, this is the end of the verse, usually that really is the end of the verse, and the meter is basically by verse rather than by clause. In the New Testament, it tends to be by clause rather than by verse. Sometimes the verses are full clauses, but usually the clauses in the Greek are much shorter, and they 7 by their clauses. In Moses, in Psalm 90, and in Isaiah, well, not entirely in Isaiah, but a lot, it ends up being by verse. So somebody somewhere along the line, when they were, preserving the text in the Hebrew, they paid attention to the syllable counts. They must have done. Okay, whereas with the Greek and in English, and basically because the way the Greek is structured too, if people quickly forgot that the Hebrew meter was used with Greek words, then they didn't, by the 1100s AD especially, College of Paris is where our verses come from. It comes from the 1100s AD, not from ancient times. By 1100s AD, they would just versify based on what they thought was a complete thought, not based on clauses. The clauses go by syntax. See, like this is a whole clause. There's no place I can think of to break this. Bereshit bara Elohim et hashemayim wet haaretz. How do you break that? I mean, I suppose you could break it right here. This is the direct object clause because it's marked out by the et. All right, but seriously, this is God created. That needs an object. Well, here it is. So how do you split the clause? All right, whereas here it's a lot easier. Okay, Wachaeret Haita Tohu Abohu Wahoshek Alpani Tahom. Okay, that's a whole clause. You can even call it a whole sentence. All right, you could say Wahaeret Haita Tohu Abohu. You could call that one clause because of the wa. That's what's neat about Hebrew is that it usually begins its clauses with a wa. Okay. Greek does that with kai a lot. All right. So I could split that maybe into two clauses. Now here's the point that I'm trying to make in talking about this. If I split this into just this clause, treat this whole sentence really, because it's really a sentence, on its own, and put this as it were on the next line, 19 plus 16 is 35. It's sevens. Should I do that? I did not do that in Psalm 90. I did not do that in Daniel. I did not do that in Isaiah 53. I do it routinely in the Greek and the New Testament. Separate the clauses. What would the impact be if I did that? Well, it's pretty simple here. This is a 35 of its own, so it would become the new first date line. And then this is 15 and 13, 28 by itself, and it becomes a new second date line. The problem with doing it, like I said, is that in the Old Testament, it tends to go by verse, not by clause, even though this is actually a whole sentence right here, okay? And it makes sense syntactically that this should be on a separate line. See, this whole line here, verse 3 really ought to be this and this together. Okay? See, because this is a contrast to the earth became chaos and wasteland, and darkness was on the face of the deep. Okay? The deeps, the waters. In other words, the whole earth was covered in water, just like the geologists will tell you. All right. So if I take this and I say, well, you really belong to verse 3 as the first clause in verse 3, then all of verse 3 is really 28 syllables instead. And that might be appropriate. It might be that our copyist scribes put this colon in the wrong place. Maybe they should have put it right here. Okay, and this whole text ought to be assigned to verse 3. Okay, we won't know because, they basically destroyed most of their copies. Or most of the copies of the Hebrew Bible got destroyed. Okay, basically what they were doing is they were refining and correcting and refining and correcting. And unlike the Greeks, instead of keeping all the copies, errors and all, they destroyed the ones that were not as good. And that's not a good thing. Now, it's possible that some people, got a hold of those old manuscripts and actually hid them. And maybe in this century we'll find them. But it's really hard to find Hebrew Bible manuscripts. First of all, because of all the pogroms the Jews have been subjected to by the Gentiles, who have always been anti-Semitic to start with. And secondly, because the Jews themselves figure that, well, it's a bad copy, so I'm going to throw it away. You don't understand that. But that's why there's so few copies. There's only 3 Masorah in the whole world. And pretty much everybody else is copying from them. All right? So that's kind of bad. That there's only 3. The Septuagint in some places is better. In some places it's worse. Okay, so we do have a Greek copy, lots of Greek copies of the Old Testament, but very few Hebrew. This is why. So it's possible that this is actually a mistake, and that should belong at the head of verse 3, and the colon here is proper. But the colon here is not proper, and that colon that's highlighted in black ought to go right here. If so, then this becomes the new date line of 35. And the second date line is 28. Well, what would that have to mean? Okay, I'm trying to shoot holes in the numbers I've done because I've got problems with the way the numbers are parsing. There's something funky, and I don't know where the error is. There might not be an error. It might be that I just don't understand it, but I'm assuming an error. So if so, we got 35 and 28 would be our new date lines. Okay, 35 would be verse 2 at the end of the first sentence, plus the 16 in 1-1. Okay, so we got 35. You can't use 35 years backwards from 1440 because that doesn't mean anything. So what you'd have to do is 35 times 7. Okay, that's 245 plus 1440. That takes you to 1685, which is the middle of the decline. Okay, the middle of chaos before Amos came to power. Okay, so, why? What does that signify? I don't know. If instead we take 35 and we add the 7 in ellipsis, because it still would be an ellipsis, we get 42. We multiply that by 7. We got 294. We got 1440 added to it, BC. And we get 1734. That's not helping any either. Okay? That's about 100 years after Israel started to go into slavery. So what is that telling me? Okay? I mean, I can match it up with the Pharaoh and I can match it up with his reign, but what's the significance of that to Israel? All right? So that's a problem. Okay? 28, the same deal. Okay? You multiply that by 7 and you add that to 1440. Whoops. Plus 1440. You get 1636, which is during the chaos period, prior to the 18th dynasty rising, resolving it. So what's that? Okay, and adding 7 puts you back at 35 again, because 28 plus 7 is 35 times 7 is 245 plus 1440. Is 1685, which means nothing. Okay, so now what do we conclude? That, okay, maybe in some places at some times in this text, I should break the colon. Okay, I should go by clause. I'm going to have to be able to justify it, however. And the justification doesn't exist here because I got proof of what 63 means and what 119 means. I don't have anything for 35 and 28 individually. So then the colon, this is why this is such a great tool for hermeneutics. Then the colon is in the proper place. The scribe who copied this did a good job. Okay? So it helps you to validate the text, even though we've only got 3 copies. See, when you've only got 3 witnesses, that's a concern. The nice thing about the New Testament and about the Greek is we got thousands of copies. And each one has got errors in it. Yeah, and we got at least one copy is going to have the right answer, and we're going to be able to prove it in the meters of help there. Okay? So that's the point. Okay. I don't know what else to say right now. I'm taking a break. So what is the pattern? And I'm still trying to figure it out. I know certain things. In a way, you have to start backwards, because backwards is the outcome. At the end is the outcome. God is using time like a balance sheet. What this is the plan of time, and I'm not sure quite how, but I do know he's trying to say, hi, we're on schedule, ahead of schedule, or behind schedule for whatever period of time stands for the first day. Because the whole thing in Genesis 1 is how God restores. He's using the metaphor of restoring the earth and creating man because it's about how the man, Christ, comes to be. At the same time, he's giving you a sort of progress report about how history is going to play and about when, when are the most, as it were, pregnant times. And this is where the Jews, I think, are getting their idea that there's 7,000 years to history, because it's depicted in terms of 7 days, and each day is as a 1050 years, not 10,000, not 1,000, 1050. When Moses says 1,000, he's using shorthand, and I'm pretty sure that at least some Jew on this planet must know that it's really 1050, because see, here it is in Genesis for the 6th day. Okay, 1050 is the total. That's the allotment, the basic unit of time for man. All right, but at the same time, because God's being so clever, he designs a week as our sort of cycle period for us to be able to count our days, just like Moses asked for actually in Psalm 90, which Moses meters to 350 syllables, so that's kind of the key for how to interpret Genesis. Because Moses is playing off Genesis when he does that in Psalm 90. So then it's like, okay, here's what we know. A day of the Lord is as 1,000 years, but it's really 1050. The last 50 years are for the Goyim to vote, to believe in Christ and get saved. Okay, that's the basic civilization unit structure of time. The flood occurred because that wasn't occurring on time. People weren't believing enough for the schedule of time that had passed. Okay, and so he's warning them, hi, you got 120 years left before I'm going to do the flood. Okay, apostasy was so vast he had to do that, because otherwise there weren't going to be enough people to believe in Christ to justify the extension of time. That much I know. It's real obvious that Moses is playing to that, because Moses' Psalm 90 is 350 syllables. Okay, and his 350 is broken up into 5 70s. See, 5 times 70 is 350. The Jews mistake this as 750s because they're looking at the 7th day, and I'll bet you they're looking at this 350, looking at the fact that Psalm 90 is 350, knowing that this is 1050, and they're just reading it wrong. It's a simple math error to make. I've made so many math errors I can identify with it. But that's not the accounting. It's 750s. There were 7 1050 periods possible, but there were only 5 allocated to man. Now the question is why? Okay? Is the first 2, because 7 minus 5 is 2, are the first 2 allocated to Adam before his fall? I had somebody send me an email asking me that question. Is day 1 and day 2 really about Adam before the fall? Metaphorically. Adam got the light. He was made alive. He had his own 2,100 years to live before he fell, but he fell. Well, there's nothing to prove that. It's a possibility, but you're going to have to show me something in Scripture which says that this 210, which is cutely could be 2,100. Okay, you have to show me that that is the time for Adam, pre-fall. What text in Bible is going to allude back to this? Or even a meter. There's a lot of meters that use this 210, but most of them are talking about Noah's time in the boat. Okay, the division of the times for Noah in the boat is also precedenting about the play of history. I haven't figured that out yet either, but I did a flood chrono channel on it, the Noahic precedents channel in Vimeo. So, I mean, I know it's related to that, but I can't see how you can claim that this is related to Noah pre-fall. That doesn't mean I'm right. I just don't see the connection. All right, so you would have to say, okay, the first and the second days are analogous to Adam pre-fall rather than Noah, Adam pre-fall. Okay, well, if that's true, then the remaining days, which would be, here's the 3rd day, That would explain why now we have a calendar year, but it's 14 years in advance. What's with the extra 14? Why isn't this a 364? Okay, I couldn't find any elisions to cut it out, to cut out 14 syllables from, day 3, to get that to be 364. I don't have any elisions in this entire section. Okay, can you find 14 syllables you can elide, and therefore this will go down to 364? Be my guest. All right. It's a little more straightforward, however, if we go backwards. 91 is the decree of God being completed. Everything that he intended finishes. Okay, that's what 91 means. 84 is the actual decree. Then the 7 is the completion of the decree, which comes to mean the tribulation is the last unit of time. Okay, 1050 is your basic unit. 350, okay, 1050 equals 15 sevens. 150 sevens divided by 7 is 150. Therefore, 70 times 15 is also 1050. So there are 15 70s. 15 of them. 15 70s in a 1050. So what Moses did is he composed, in order to show the 5 allocated 1050s for human history, he did it by using 70s. He basically constructed 5 70s, but the last 70 he truncates to 56 syllables, and he sticks the extra 14 in the first 70, which is really the millennium, which plays last. Plays in reverse order. It's the way he wrote it. Okay, so what do we make of that? There are 5 of them here. There's a total of 15 here. Okay, we've got 5 talked about here. We're going to leave this out because this is the finish of history, and this is where churches is, somewhere. Okay. All right, so now we got 5 of them used, a total allotment of 15 70s. 5 are accounted for here, which is all of human history, so now how come? All right, but 560 is composed of 490 plus 70. A 490 has 7 70s in it, divided by 70. 7 70s. Okay, so then it's like the 7 days. A 490 is like 7 days. 7 70s. So maybe the idea of the 7 days is based on 70s. Well, okay. But 560 is 8 of them. Okay, you come down here, you got 10 of them accumulated. Okay, there's 8 by this point. There's 10 by this point. I'm not sure how to make of the 91 in between. Okay, and then there's 15 by the time you get down here with no intervening 70 that I could find. Okay, how come? I don't know. But what it seems pretty obvious, though, is that whatever this is that it's reckoning by 70s. See, that's 10 of them. That's 8 of them. And this one is like 364 is 350, which is 5 70s plus 14. Which means that something is either behind schedule by 14 years by the time the 3rd day finishes. So what does the 3rd day represent in history? I don't know. Okay? What I do know is that at this point, you've got 350, which is 5 70s, plus 14. Okay? And then there's an additional 14 here, so you have to say it's 5 70s plus 28. Why? I don't know. Whatever it is, by this point it gets all made up because this is 8 70s even. So how is it that the 4th day makes it up? Does the 4th day stand for the 4th 1000 in history? I don't know. Okay? And then you got 10 of them here by the end of the 5th day. Well, what does that mean? The 5th day is Aaron's sea life. Okay, the 4th day was how to tell time. That's why it's so pregnant that this is a 560. You tell time by voting, okay? There won't be any time if there aren't the votes. So you tell time by voting. That's very cute. Very cute, very bald, very obvious. But it's not so obvious when you come down to the 700, okay? And you have 1070s transpiring at that point. What does that mean? Okay, we have to find a consistent base for interpretation. Okay, you can't just keep on shifting metaphors like that. Bible doesn't do that. I was able to find a consistent base in all the other metered passages of the Bible, so why can't I find one here? Because I just don't know the meter key yet. There is one, I just don't know what it is. Maybe you'll know. Okay? What I do know is that he's somehow saying time is ahead and behind based on this unit. And that's the 6 days. Church gets inserted in here because we're beyond the 6th day. We are the 7th day of history. That's why you can't predict when the rapture is going to happen. Okay? Because we weren't supposed to exist. Everything was supposed to be done in 6 days. But before the 6th day expired, Israel had rejected Christ, so time is now, the time bridge is out. Church is supposed to restore it. Okay, so somebody could argue, well, then, brain out, that still means we're in the 6th day of history, not the 7th. Okay. And you could call the 7th day of history the millennium, which is why Jews think that time has to go on for 7,000 years. And maybe it does. I can't actually prove that wrong yet. What I can prove is that it wasn't allotted in the beginning for Israel. It was 5. Here shown as 6, because Moses is keying off this, and he creates 5, including the millennium. And I did that in the Psalm 90 channel. You can go look it up and see how I got that. It's real bald. Okay, so it should be just as bald here. If he does that so dramatically and so baldly in Psalm 90, which I knew almost immediately, then how come I don't know it immediately now? Well, maybe because God doesn't want me to know. I mean, this isn't something that you can just look at it and it jumps out at you. You have to play, you have to talk, you have to understand. You know, it's kind of like a jigsaw puzzle without the picture on the puzzle box. I'm trying to find out what the picture is, and I don't know yet. So that's it for now. Let's keep on going with this. You'll notice that the difference between 1050 and 560 is 490. That 490 is here subdivided, so it's a question of what the subdivisions mean. You got 350 allocated to the 6th day, which is the 5 dispensations of time, originally scheduled and written up in Psalm 90, which is very bald that that's what it is. So I'm real confident about that, especially since Moses is tagging the 1050 year by making Psalm 90 be 350 syllables. He didn't have to make it be that short. He could have made it be 1050 syllables or 1,000 if you wanted. But he didn't. Okay? So then the question is, why 350? Why is 350 allocated the 6th day, not 490? That's a question I don't know the answer to. What I do know is that 1050 minus 490 is 560. So then you've got the pattern being depicted clearly here in Genesis. 490 plus 70 is the 560, plus 490 is the 1050 that you see here. All right? So the pattern is there. But it's like God is subdividing it. He's taking the 490 and he's subtracting 350 from it, which leaves 140, which is what Moses also does in Psalm 90, as a bookkeeping. You know, Israel has 140 years on our time bank left. And I did the videos on that, the initial Psalm 90 videos. All, you know, show that. But here we see another subdivision. The 140 itself is subdivided as 91 and 49. 49, of course, are the number of sabbatical years Israel ends up missing. okay, which gives rise to the 7 sabbatical years once these 49 have elapsed, that Israel can't make up, which gives rise to the second 7, which is in Daniel 9, allotted to Messiah's lifetime, but nobody notices it because they're using lunar years. He was supposed to die 37 AD at age 40. He instead dies 7 years early, and that's what the rest of the NT is explaining. Why that happened, what happens now, what happens with church now, how is the time going to be made up? The whole NT is devoted to that topic. Every single verse in the New Testament is based on pre-trib rapture. It's so axiomatic that until you know that that's the basis for the entire New Testament to explain what happens now, then you can't see the pre-trib rapture doctrine, especially if you're anti-Semitic. Okay? So God is here telling you early on, hi, part of my will, the 91, is going to complete. But there's a problem with the 49. Yeah, and we find out later in the Bible what that is. The 7 sabbatical years that are due on the 49 missed sabbatical years don't ever play. They were supposed to play while Messiah was alive, but he was killed 7 years early. So that has the effect of balancing the books. Because he dies early, but successful. So those 7 years don't have to play because his job still got done before the deadline. That's the point. Okay, fine. So you can see how 350 then is all that needs to be accounted for, because this is where the 140 is going to go. Okay, so the remaining 490 of history from 560 all the way to 1050 is broken into, at least metaphorically. See, I don't know how literal to play these numbers. Metaphorically, God's will gets completed, including that 7. But there remains a 7. And that's why this is so cleverly at 14. Okay? Which therefore means 1070s. Why? That's like saying 1070s of the 1570s in 1050 are complete here. So we've only got 5 more to go, but that's the whole play of history, is 5 1050s. So how many different lines of analogy am I looking at? Because, see, you want to be consistent. It looks like Genesis 1, like all the other Bible metered passages I've seen, is operating on more than one time track. Okay? Obviously, it's more than one because these are 7 literal days. Okay? These are epics of history and how they match up, as it were, to like X number of years, which 119 stands for, constitutes the light coming out. So, as it were, that's day 1. Certain amount of history is just like, that's the epic when the light comes out to mankind. Then the second day, and we'll talk light meaning doctrine, revelation of God. The second epic of history, which is not a literal day, the recreation, restoration was 7 literal days, but this part is not. This is metaphorical. The second part is something analogous to separating the waters above from the waters below. In other words, divine thinking from human thinking. And I'm just talking off the top of my head here. You might come up with something else. I'm just trying to show the idea. Okay, so that stands metaphorically for the second day of history. That much more of God being revealed. Okay? Because now that you got light, the question is, what do you see? Do you see man's ideas or do you see God? So now there has to be a separation, which they call firmament here. Rakya. Okay. And that word is used a lot. I mean, almost all the red religions that I use are there. Because it's Rakya, not Rakia. Or some Jews might pronounce it Raki. And then the ah is just sort of a breath. It's still 2 syllables. Well, Ra, Kya. Yeah, 2 syllables. Okay, so the second day might be, okay, well, the second day of history is some epic of time that it took in order to establish the difference between God's view and man's view. Okay, well, what's that? Canon? The completion of canon, maybe? Well, that's 1,500 years. I mean, what do you assign to the meaning of 210. Whatever it is, God's calling that 370s, 3 voting periods. What is it? Is it 3 voting periods, meaning 490 plus 70 plus 490, 490 plus 70 plus 490, 490 plus 70 plus 490, meaning 3150? Well, that would kind of be cute if it did. Because by 3150, David was established, and so was the temple. Well, the temple was dedicated 6 years later. But it started construction before 3150 ended. So, okay, maybe that's what it means. And then you come down here, and it's like, okay, this is the 3rd day, and this represents the dry land. What's the 3rd day? I gotta read it, I forgot. Yeah. The water's being separated from dry land appearing, and vegetation growing on it. Yeah, because you can't, without the vegetation, you're not going to have animals yet. And please, for all those stupid people who are atheists, happen to be atheists, a lot of stupid Christians too, stupid people say, well, how can there be vegetation without the sun, the moon, and the stars? Honey, most vegetation doesn't use sunlight. Sunlight can be very damaging to vegetation. Do a little study in horticulture, okay? You can't even grow seeds most of the time. You don't have seeds that grow in sunlight. You have to keep them in the dark, and they grow beneath the ground where there's no sunlight. Hello? Okay? So this is very much in keeping with horticulture. All right, but that's beside the point. What constitutes an epoch that's analogized to a year? For dry land appearing, the Pangea now breaks up, and now the dry land appears, and now, it's been underwater so long, there's enough water in the earth itself, so now the vegetation can get the water and the soil it needs below ground, away from light, to sprout. Okay? Now, God did this as a miracle. He didn't just let it wait. He did it as a miracle, but just the same, you don't need light, even today, for sprouting. Okay, what constitutes sprouting? The separation of wet from dry and sprouting in history that this period of time accounts for. And why is it 364 before the end of the 3rd day? And why do we have the extra 14 here? If this stood for 3150, then wouldn't this stand for 4200? Well, then we got a problem, Houston. So I can't say that this stands for 3150. Nice as that sounds, 370s are here. But now we got 350, 5 more 70s. Total of 8. Well, actually, total of 5. Total of 5, because this is 3, and this is now a total of 5. Sorry, 5. Total of 5 plus 28. What does that mean? Because if that's 570s, isn't that the whole allotment of time per Psalm 90? So that interpretation doesn't seem to be fitting either. Okay? But the idea that maybe there are epochs in the revelation of God and His Word that roughly correspond to just light B, roughly correspond to separation of high water, divine thinking from human thinking, to dry land versus politics, vegetation versus politics. C always stands for politics in the Bible, political entities, C of people, a political entity. Well, maybe that's what it is, but then what period of time are we looking at here that's represented? By that number or by this one? I don't know. Okay? And then we got straightforward from here to here. All right, that's 182 equivalent to 6 months. What does that mean? And that's only the 4th day. What does that mean? Is it voting? Yeah. How many voting periods are here at this point? 70. There's 7 70s in a 490, and then there's the 8th one, which is the mass voting period. So it's a total of 8 70s. So that means what? Okay, and then why is he subdivided here? Okay, because this is about the birds flying. This is about sea and air life. The 5th day is about sea and air life. God saw all the birds were flying and it was good. Okay, the seas were teeming and the birds were flying. In other words, you got animals flying through the water and animals flying through the air. Not necessarily land animals. Not yet. Not till 6th day. Why? Why is this a 91? What doctrinal revelation, progressive revelation in the Bible corresponds to this and over what period of time? I don't know. I'm just throwing out ideas, okay, that hit me while I talk. Okay, this one, I've got this mapped. Okay, the 6th day all by itself, if I didn't have this context of the other 5, I'd have no problem. I'd just say, well, this is what Moses mapped this in Psalm 90. This is mankind's history right here. Okay, well, if this is mankind's history right here on the 6th day, which is technically about land and human life, then what do we say about the previous 5 days? What are we supposed to understand? And what kind of doctrinal revelation about God corresponds to the picture of land and human life? I don't know. Okay? So I'm still saying I don't know a lot, because I don't. But I'm trying to show you ideas that you might want to brainstorm with God and talk to him, because he doesn't see fit to tell me right now. So I'm going to have to go do something else, I guess. If I come up with something, I'll make another video. All right, let's keep going with the idea of a metaphorical depiction of divine revelation to restore man's inner, not restore exactly, but literally create it, man's inner nature to God's standard, instead of man being tohu wabohu, which he is from the moment he's born. If we take the 1st day as just, hi God, I'm saying light be to the soul. I'm just creating a structure of light for the soul, any time in history. Then to use 119 metaphorically makes sense, because in Jewish time, and that's of course what you see here, and there was evening, morning, 1st day. Okay, the 1st day that man starts to breathe, he needs light. He needs to start knowing about God. He needs the opportunity to vote to get that light. Well, 70 plus 50 is 120. In Jewish time, because it's evening, morning, 1st day, the end of the 119, which is 7th, begins the 120. The 120 begins on the same solar day as the 119 that ends. So that's real cute way to put it. Hi, your voting period is today. And of course that's echoed in Hebrews 4. All right? Today. 1st day. The 1st day for the rest of your life is today. That's cute. It'd be really nice if our ancestors had passed down whatever it was that Moses taught when he explained what this was and why he metered it this way. But we don't know. And the Jews have forgotten. Okay, so is this the right answer? Sounds plausible. Evening, morning, 1 day. Today. Day 1. Today is day 1 of the rest of your life. Okay, so you have an opportunity to vote. 70 stands for believers voting to learn God and mature in him. 50 stands for unbelievers voting to be saved. Hi, do you believe that Jesus Christ paid for your sins? Today. You got today to believe that if you haven't believed it till yet. If you believe today, then you go into the 70. And the 120 years, of course, in Genesis 6 upcoming, is the sum of 70 for believers and 50 for unbelievers. That's why God announced it. Hi, we're going to have the voting period start early because the results of the first 490 weren't what they should have been. The results of the first 70 were there just enough to carry time, because Adam matured, and then Jared matured. Okay, but by the time the 1050 ended, it wasn't going to look good for the next 1050. So in 1536, from Adam's fall, these are all measurements from Adam's fall. In 1536, God says, hi, you got 120 years to get your act together. That's the sum of 50 plus 70. 50 for unbelievers, 70 for believers. So it's kind of cute that would say 56 here, because 56 means that the vote is in jeopardy. Okay, here it's vote short, but it's vote short because God's the only one doing the voting, and man hasn't voted yet. There's critical mass. This is like man isn't going to vote to finish the 70. And of course, as I already covered in earlier videos, there's a 7 in ellipsis here. So it's both critical mass and complete. This turns into 126, and 490 is the sum of 364 and 126. So God's got the 490 in view here. So the 120 years being cited in Genesis 6 is sort of foreshadowed here. And we could argue, not necessarily correctly, not conclusively, and not only, but we could argue, okay, well, this is God's provision of light of himself to the world, to any soul, and therefore he uses 120 to stress voting periods, the 70 and the 50. Okay. Also, once you add the 7 to it, that becomes 126, and 126 plus 364 equals 490. So I'm still trying to figure out why God uses 490. I can tell you what it is, I can tell you how it's used in the Bible, but I don't really know why 490 is the number. Well, I can prove it is the number, but I don't know why it's the number, so how do I know that my interpretation of the number is correct? I won't know for sure until I got to why. That's what I'm trying to determine here. But here we're seeing that obviously the 490 is in view. Okay, because once you put the ellipsis in here, that's 126 and 364, that equals 490. And yeah, this is an aggregate number, including the 119. But all the meters in the Bible, they also add up against each other. They don't, the meaning isn't strictly the cumulative number. You're supposed to add them together. Okay? You add them together. Why? Well, it depends on the topic in the passage, because the meter always interacts with the text, which is what I'm trying to figure out here. Okay, so day 1, God provides light to every soul, so the soul has to vote to believe to be saved, that's a 50, vote once you've been saved to learn God, to mature, that's a 70. Okay. Then, separation of divine thinking from human thinking, day 2. Why is that a total of 3 70-year periods instead of just 1? This is only just one 70-year period here. This is a total of 3 with no 50s. What does that signify? In Moses, Psalm 90, 370 signified 3 1050s. Is that how I'm supposed to read this too? And why is the difference 91? That implies that what God had willed for whatever this period represents, got done. Here it's in jeopardy, here it got done. Here you call it in jeopardy because this is all about man voting. Man unsaved, man saved, voting. Okay? But here, whatever it is, got done. Okay? Separation of divine from human viewpoint. It got done. Okay? Again, So does this mean the completion of canon? If it means the completion of canon, does it mean just the completion of OT canon, which didn't get done until 397 BC, which was the start of, no, the end of, the last voting period pre-Christ. There were 370s pre-Christ. So is that what he's trying to say here? I mean, it's funny how well that fits, because the book of Malachi was completed in 396 BC, and that was the end of the last 70-year voting period pre-Christ, and that was the third one. Okay? The third one or the fourth one? Here we go. All right? Last OT canon. Okay, it's the 7th, 10th, okay, it was the 8th contiguous 490, but it was the 4th. Where is it? 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 There's the fourth 490. So if it's the fourth 490, then it's the fourth 1070. This was the last 70. Right here. When Malachi is completed versus when 466 to 396 was the last voting period. So 7th. Yeah, the 7th 490, but the 4th 40. Okay. Let's look at that. Okay, here's our first voting period. Okay, that's 1. Here's our second voting period. That's 2. Here's our third voting period. That's 3. Yeah, that's what I thought. And then here's our fourth voting period. That's 4. Okay, so there are 4 70s, but this is only 3. So is he not counting the first one? I don't know. By the time we get here, we got 5 of them. 350 is 5 70s. Plus 28. Isaiah keys off this. Why? I don't know. And why is that called the third day? I also don't know. But the implication is that something got finished here. What was it? The separation of divine waters, divine thinking, from human waters, human thinking, from earthly waters, human thinking. Meaning what? I mean, logic would say, well, canon. But all canon wasn't complete until 88, end of 88 AD with the book of Revelation. That's when John wrote it. I mean, you might be able to argue, oh no, he wrote it before. I think he wrote it before Christ's birthday. So it was the end of 88 AD. I have to go look it up. John has his own meter for Revelation. That's what I'm using. Not any scholar, because they're not using the meter. Okay, so what is this? I don't know. That's all I can think of right now. Possibly advances, but definitely major changes. I don't know why it's so difficult to do it this time, but I think he wants me to try and figure it out better, rather than just tell me how it fits. Part of the reason is because I've gotten some of it wrong. I think wrong. Well, I said in the Genesis episode 1 video, which when I did the remix on 331, I said that the 63 dateline was the number of years since Moses had been crowned Pharaoh, and that 119 was the number of years since Amos came into power, which was the start of the 18th dynasty. Both of those numbers fit, but considering Moses' style in Psalm 90, there's another answer that's probably more correct. Of course, only one of the two answers can be correct. That he's not writing this in 1440, he's writing it in 1400. And therefore, the 63 comes to mean the same 63 value as it was in Psalm 90, 63 sevens from Israel's slavery. And I went through that in the Psalm 90 videos. He's using two accounting pieces, 10 years for the slavery of Joseph and 390 years for the slavery of Israel, with Israel actually being in the land, in Egypt, 40 years longer than the 400. But because not all the time was slavery. Joseph was vizier, and Jacob came in 1870 BC, which was during the lean years. I want to say it was like the 5th lean year. I documented all that in the geneyears.xls worksheet, which is right here. You've seen it 1,000 times now. Let me move it up. See, Joseph becomes vizier in 1916 BC, and then Jacob and family enter Egypt in 1870 BC. Okay, they leave in 1440. That's the Exodus. All right, and you can look at all the timeline. You can see that it's between row 60 and row 71, and you can play with all that. Moses is born in 1520. All right, that's where the second date line comes in. 63 sevens after Israel's slavery ended. He's writing in 1400 BC, and therefore he himself is writing when he's 119 years old. He's going to die the following year. All right, now that's kind of important because Moses was a pharaoh. He should be dating in years from a king. He should be dating both along the lines of the slavery and along the lines of his own age, because he's the leader. That's conventional ways to date a thing, is years from, the leader. So he's saying, hi, I'm 119 years old when I write this. Now what that means is that he's going to go back in time, because if I apply the same rules as Psalm 90 uses, because that means he wrote Psalm 90 and Genesis in the same year, which means he's going to use a compatible style, so it'll be easy for the people who are getting this in writing for the very first time. He's the first writer of Scripture, so he's going to be making some kind of concession about, how am I going to word this and write this in what style, because this is going to be seminal writing. All right? It's going to be a seminal style. So it's going to have some kind of simplicity and baldness to it. Okay, the first baldness is a 63. Okay? Because that's real easy to measure, and they would know that from their own stories in their own life. They would know how old Moses was. Hi, I'm writing you, I'm 119. What he did in Psalm 90, after he did his second date line, his second date line, Psalm 90, was 84. But it represented the year since Hatshepsut. Okay. So here he's representing his own years. You can see why the 2 meters tag together, because he became Pharaoh solely due to Hatshepsut, and when he was born, he was cast out on the waters, and she's the one who found him. So the 2 meters, the 2 passages, Psalm 90 and Genesis 1, tie together. They're supposed to. And he's tagging Genesis 1. I'm now beginning to see that. That's why the theme is voting. Okay, voting, the plan of time, God's plan of time is designed for man's vote. The question is, metaphorically, what do each of these days mean in light of man's vote? And what I'm now going to do is use what I know about Psalm 90 to apply to Genesis 1. I didn't learn Genesis 1 first, I learned Psalm 90 first. But since they're both written in the same year, then he's going to be using the same style. It stands to reason he would use the same style, especially since it's a seminal book of the Bible, especially since he's basically teaching people for the first time how this is the first occasion for the meter style. He's the first writer of the Bible. He's setting the standard of what that ought to be. I thought Psalm 90 set the standard for the meter style. Well, Moses set the standard. And he did it in Genesis 1, and yes, he did it in Psalm 90, but he wrote both in the same year, so that happily means that we could probably apply the same rules that he used in Psalm 90 to Genesis 1. I don't know if it's going to work. I'm going to try. All right, in Psalm 90, after he made his second date line, okay, his second date line stood for eternity past, decree of God. It was the end from the beginning. Okay, the day of the Lord. That was Psalm 90, verses 1 through 4. The years as days as 1,000 years. That's all the divine decree of 84, which Isaiah 53 will then turn around and split into two bookends. And all the other Bible writers play on those two, on Psalm 90 and on Isaiah 53. I mean, they're quoted all the way through the New Testament. You can watch. Okay, but then what that means is that was past and yet future. Eternity past, God says a decree about time. The decree about time is that we're your refuge, O Lord. If you go look at Psalm 90's text, I'm just summarizing it. We're your refuge, O Lord, and at the end of our days you say, Shuvu, and we come back to you. We return to dust and come back, our souls come back to you. Okay? And in that final 1,000 years, that's Shuvu, return. Okay? Hebrew is Shuvu, command. Okay? That's in Psalm 90. Shuvu, and then that means return. Okay, so now time is going to return to the God who gave it. So the implication is that this one day is the past, the decree, let there be light. Here's chaos and wasteland. The world of men is chaos and wasteland. God's going to restore mankind by saying, let there be light. That's analogous to him saying, Shuvu, return, come back to me after you've had your day in the sun. That's basically what Psalm 90 is about. So he's got the same theme here. Now, mind you, I'm not trying to say that I'm not trying to detract from the fact that this is a restoration of the earth story. It is. But it's a paradigm for the restoration of man. The book in Hebrew doesn't have Genesis as its title. The title of the book in Hebrew is Bereshit bara Elohim et Hashemayim wet haaretz. That's the title of the book in Hebrew. First line. Their ideas of titles was the first line of the book. Okay? Bereshit bara Elohim et Hashemayim wet haaretz. Okay? Okay, well, what stands for God creating out of nothing? That's the word for God. The heavens and the earth. He didn't create that just to create it. He created it for sentient beings to have a relationship with him. Okay, and he did it all in one go, according to this. Okay, Bereshit. In the beginning, bara. Just, there it is. Now, it doesn't actually tell you how long it took him to do it. And he's God. He could just speak it into an existence, and it is. Just like he says here, light be, and light was. The Lord is tempted by Satan to speak stones into bread. That's Matthew 4. If the Lord wasn't God, that wouldn't be a temptation. So no, there's no doubt in Satan's mind or in the Lord's mind that he's God. There's no if there. Stupid people who don't know how to read and can't think try to imagine, well, did Jesus really know he was God? Honey, it's not a temptation in Matthew 4 if he doesn't know he's God. The temptation is for him to use his God powers. It's not a temptation if he's not God. Duh. So all those people who think they're so smart by saying, well, did Jesus really know he was the Son of God? Of course he knew. It was harder on him because he knew. It's really hard to put up with stupid people, okay? Much harder than being ignorant. If you're ignorant, you don't know how stupid you are. Okay? So God isn't going to make stupid earth and stupid heavens just to have sky and land. Okay? It's for habitation of sentient beings. Okay, so God didn't give you a body just so that you'd have a body. See, there are analogies here all along the way. He wants you to be enlightened. He says, light be. Okay, but you get to vote on that. You see the point? You get to vote on that. So my bet is in this new version of going back and trying to sloop the meter, we're working with a hypothesis now that Genesis 1's meter pattern is the same idea, same root structure as used in Psalm 90. So if you've seen my Psalm 90 channel videos, this is going to start sounding like old home week to you. All right? I'm not 100% sure that this is true. I'm just working with it and talking out loud as I go. I have no idea where this is going to end up. So in Psalm 90 verse 4, which here is verse 5, but you could mix them up as you want. The second date line has now finished. Okay, so then what Moses did in Psalm 90, and I'm going to start presuming it here, is he went backwards in time to Adam's fall. And in Psalm 90, you had 3 sets of 70, each one representing the testimony of the people for that 1050. And then he got to his own by the third 70. Okay, his own testimonies in Psalm 90 verses 12 through 15. Okay, and then he closes with the cliffhanger about the fourth 70, which is the Purim period right here. See, Moses' own vote. Moses, Psalm 90 verses 12 through 15. Moses is voting to mature here during the historical voting period. Okay? It's the fifth 490 from Adam. All right? And the last one would be what we would call Purim, right here, which ended with the completion of OT Canon, Book of Malachi, but started in kind of some distress, because although Purim was prevented from happening, Purim, the lots, okay, it doesn't mean pure, it means lots, like drawing lots for destruction, okay. Jerusalem's walls were down, just its walls, only its walls, okay, but that put the temple in Jerusalem in danger, all right. So Nehemiah goes back and rebuilds the wall. There was no human decree for him to go back. All those people using Nehemiah for Daniel 9, they wouldn't know the Bible if it bit them on that verse. Okay? There's no decree about Darius making a decree in Bible. The only human king decreed in Bible about the temple is Cyrus. And that goes back to 586, and then when Daniel prayed in 538. And Cyrus's decree is recorded in the Bible. So, I mean, hello, that's the only decree you need. But that's not what God is using in Daniel 9 when he's talking about from the decree to rebuild. God is talking about his own decree to rebuild in Jeremiah 25 and 29, which Daniel had just been reading, which Daniel says he was reading in Daniel 9 too. Still, Jerusalem was in trouble. Psalm 90 ends with that cliffhanger in Psalm 90 verses 16 and 17 where he says, establish the work of our hands. Establish the work of our hands. Yeah, because their hands are going to be busy rebuilding the wall, and their hands are going to be busy defending Jerusalem while they rebuild the wall. Nehemiah records how hard that was. Okay, so the same Moses who forecast that is now doing some new kind of forecast, starting with Adam, going back in time to Adam's fall, starting here at the beginning of the second day. Now, what verses cover that? Well, it's not a 70 that he's using for the 1050. He's not using that because this is a difference. See, this is 119. The difference now is 91. So now what does that mean? If the difference is 91, how come this is 154? Okay, what is he doing there? See, because 154 minus 91 is 63. So somehow he's going round robin back to the 63. He's got 91 here, and then he's using 154, which includes the 63, and yet is the actual difference between 210 and 364. And then we got an extra 14 here. So what's that? Answer is I don't know yet. But here's what I do know. If he's following the same style as he did in Psalm 90, then he's full circle at 1050. And since he's writing in 1400 rather than 1440 BC, this 1050 stands also for a date line. Hi, I'm Moses. That's why he's using 350 for Psalm 90 to tag it. Hi, I'm Moses. I'm writing you, now get this, 1050 years after the flood. See? In other words, the 1050, see, here's the flood. 16, it really started on the autumnal equinox. It started 1655. It actually started on Pentecost, 1655. You get that when you play with the text in Genesis 7 and 8 versus Noah's birthday, which was on what we would call Passover. So 57 days from the start of Passover, from what we call Passover, from the start of it. 57 days is Pentecost. So Moses goes into the boat on what we would call Pentecost later in the Mosaic Law. All right. That is technically 1655 Adamic, not 1656. So Shem has his kid, his wife gets pregnant sometime during the time they're on the boat. And the kid is born in the second year after the inundation. That's Genesis 11. Well, in the second year means the beginning of it. So it's still 1656 when our Paxad is born. A lot of people think that, oh, it's 2 years. You should add 2 years. No, it's only 1. You have to look at the text. The text says that he was born in the second year after the inundation, which means just the very beginning of the year after the year the flood started. So he was born shortly after Pentecost, a year after the flood started. Okay, so he was born, 380 days maybe, 390 days, 400 days, very shortly after they left the boat. So his wife leaves the boat and is pregnant. Now, I don't know about the other kids, but for him, yeah. Okay, because he was born in the second year. Right, Noah is writing Moses is writing in the 1050th year after this inundation began. He's 119. He's writing 63 sevens after the slavery, which is 441 years, 441st year. Okay, and so he's writing in 1076, 2706, just before Israel enters the land. Okay, he's writing in 1400 BC, just before, the year before he dies, roughly. I mean, it's, the fiscal. When I say 1400, it might be 1401. Okay, depends on the fiscal, but we'll just round it off and say 1400. So he's writing in the 1050th year, after the 1050th year of the flood. He's writing at the beginning of the 1051st year after the flood. So he's talking about Israel going into the land is a new civilization unit measured against the flood. For sure, that part I know, because the 350 makes that obvious. And that's exactly how he structured Psalm 90 also. He made sure that you knew he was writing 1050 years after the flood. And then when he finishes, the Psalm 90 is 350 syllables equals years long. It's also, the 350 stands for 5 1050-year civilization units. The 350 years stands for the time of the judges. Okay, when that 350 years ends, there will be 1050 left on the clock for the birth of Messiah. So what we want to say, and that of course adds up perfectly, 1400 BC, because 350 plus 1050 is 1400. Now where scholars have a problem is that Christ isn't born at the end of the 1050. No, he's born 3 years prior to the 1050 ending. That's actually a story told in the Bible, but you have to track the numbers rightly, and if you don't track them rightly, you don't notice. You think the Bible's mistaken. No, you are. You didn't track the numbers enough. And that's what this is for, to track the numbers. And the timeline shifts at David. David becomes king of Hebron 1050 years after Abraham matured. See the 1050 play there? Okay, Abraham matured in 2046. David is crowned at Hebron in 3096 from Adam's fall. Okay, well that sets a new rule then, because the Lord is going to have to be born 1,000 years after David is crowned king over all Israel, and he's crowned king over all Israel 7 years late. He should have been crowned king over all Israel in 1010. But as 2 Samuel 5 tells you, there was a civil war between those who still supported Mephibosheth, okay, who really didn't want to be king anyway. All right. Bosheth means shame. It's a long story about how they got those names. But David is crowned late, so now the Lord has to be born early. Okay? He has to be born early to make up for this loss of time. It ends up being a net of 3.5 years early. That's why he's born in Hanukkah. All right? So that's the story. At the time Moses wrote, it was still potential that whoever the future king of Israel was going to be as the progenitor of Messiah, whoever that future king would be, could be crowned on time. So Moses is using the original Abrahamic schedule. Okay, this time it's a civilization unit including unbelievers, so it's 1050 from the flood. David is 1050 from the maturation of Abraham. So that's a separate 1050 accounting deadline from Abraham, owing to Abraham being a believer and David being a believer and Abraham super maturing, and David had to super mature by that point and get crowned. Otherwise, Messiah was not going to be on time. Okay, well, he was crowned, but not all Israel didn't vote for him. This is the origin of our first leftover 7, because it's 7 years later that David is crowned king over all Israel. All right? That's why you got a 63 up here. God's reserving it. is the same style that Moses used in Psalm 90, reserving 14. And he's doing the same thing when he gets down here. He's got the reserve 14. The trouble is, I'm not sure quite where he is in the story at 364. I'm presuming that once you hit 119, that now we're going back to Adam, but how far? Okay, and I don't know the answer to that yet. What I do know is when he gets to the end here, he's reminding them, hi, I'm writing you 1050 years after the flood. And he's going to tag the 350 that he uses here in Psalm 90 to elaborate on the sixth day of history. Because the sixth day is when the 5 1050s play. There are 5 of them. Okay, and then this part was sort of left in abeyance. Because what happens if Israel rejected Christ when he came? All right, church wasn't prophesied, but there's this ambiguity here because time keeps going on. And the 7th day has got this weird number on it that really stands for 1155. So that brings up the final thing to say about this for right now. 1050 divided by 70 is 15. There are 15 70s. If Moses used 70 to stand for a 1050 unit in Psalm 90, and he did, 5 of them. That's why he could write it in 350 syllables. Each, that's 5 70s. If he did that, then what about 15 70s? If there are 15 1050 units, then is Moses saying, hi, by the time we come full circle to our own day, the total allotment of time from creation, maybe, or from the restoration, is 15,750 years? See, the story in Genesis is not about initial creation. Initial creation is right here. Verse 2 tells you something changed. That what was okay became tohu wabohu. And in Isaiah 45 verses 18 and 19, the Lord says, I didn't create it tohu wabohu. No, he created it right here. And something went wrong right here. Okay, so then are we to understand that 1050 divided by 70 is 15. So if each 70 totaling 1050 is our total here, does that mean I should multiply 1050 by 15? And if so, what does that mean? 15,750 years. Since what? Well, it can't be since creation, because that's a separate unit right there. So it would have to be since the restoration at earliest. It could be since Adam was created on the 6th day. In other words, 15,750 years transpired before Adam sinned. The reason why you might be able to conclude that is because this is the 6th day. This is where the 1050 is. Moses is coming full circle to his own date of writing. And when they do that, they're usually tying in a parallelism, in which case the parallelism, the day of Adam's creation is also full circle. And that date of creation, therefore, you might be able to argue, okay, was 1050 times 15. 1050 times 15. that maybe Adam was created before the fall, 15,750 years ago. Now, that might have a lot of resonance, and it might put to bed. I mean, I'm not really interested in this argument, but a lot of people in Christendom are. So I'm exploring this and saying what I'm saying. 15,750 years ago is approximately the last ice age. Okay, scholars differ as to when it began and when it ended because it came and went and came and went. And technically, we're not out of the ice age till yet. Okay, it's still going on. We're just in this massively long interglacial period. Okay, the last one, you can say it ended or it started to end 15,750 years ago. Okay. When you talk to people about plate tectonics and what do you want to call it, continental drift, my favorite explanation of that, however, is the movie Ice Age, which I love. Okay, with that same title, with the little chipmunk who started the whole ball rolling just because he wanted an acorn. This thing here, that could be what it is. See, what they call continental drift, the drift part comes after the separation. The breakup of Pangaea was rapid. Nobody knows how rapid, nobody knows how long it occurred. And since water leaches out carbon-14, you don't know how old anything is. I'm sorry, you don't know. If it was underwater, it's going to seem like it's a lot older than it is. Okay, I'm not a young earther, but you can't tell how old the earth is from carbon dating at all. Okay, because the minute it's been in water for any period of time, well, carbon-14 leached out of the water. So now you can just forget it. Well, the whole earth was underwater. Even your friendly geologists will tell you that. They call it Pangaea. The whole earth was underwater, and there was no breakup of the continents until suddenly, somehow, someday, in the past, maybe, they think, during the last ice age, maybe it broke up. And it had to be a fast breakup for the flora and fauna to survive. Okay? And also, you got fossils and stuff like that. You've got fish fossils up on the top of Greenland and all that other stuff, which maybe is due to the flood in Genesis 6, and maybe due to the initial being under the water. Who knows which? But you see the point? The Bible could be saying, hi, at the time I write you people, Adam spent 1050s without sin. Okay? But Adam was that old when he fell, roughly. Okay? It's speculation, but it ties cutely. Now, the other argument you can make is that since this is the sixth day, you can say, well, it's not really 15, it's 6, because this is the sixth day. See, right underneath the calculator there, Yom HaShishi. Yeah, Yom HaShishi. Okay, in my American accent. Well, then maybe he was 6,300 years old. So then the question is, well, then, does man post-Adam's fall get another 6,300 years? Because Moses prayed, give us as many good days as bad days. That's Psalm 90, verse 15. Or is it verse 12? It's one of those two verses. Okay, well, that's possible. Or you could argue, well, it's 1050 times 7, which is what the Jews argue. But they think that's from creation. No. But if they think that's from creation, and they do, you now start to see, oh, wait a minute. This is why they say that. Not, where are they getting it from? They might be getting it from here. They might have been multiplying X by 1050 to back into how old the earth is. The question is, what is X? Is X 6, like it shows here, for 6th day when man was created? That's kind of neat. But if this is 1050 and Moses is writing in the 1050th year after the flood, and then 350 years after he finishes writing is the end of the Judges, and another 1050 remains after that, equidistance, then maybe it isn't 7350. Maybe it's 6300. Maybe you multiply 6 times 1050. And some Jews will do that. Okay, they really will. They won't necessarily use 1050, they'll just use 1000. And they'll say 6000. And because their calendar is so screwed up, they think that the year 6000 hasn't occurred yet. Well, it's actually 6121 from Adam right now, as I talk. And on the autumnal equinox, it'll turn 6122. Per the Bible. Not per the stupid fakakta calendar of the Sidar Olam Rabbah. Okay? Which everybody's using, and Aish.com and all the Jews are using in order to improperly and incorrectly on any given day of any given year observe what they think are the high holidays. They never get it right. They're completely off. Always off. Always. Every year. Off. But that methodology is reminiscent of, or possibly a hint about, what this verse might mean. It might actually be telling you how old Adam was before he fell. It might tell you how long the restoration was. It's not telling you how old the earth is. It's telling you how old the restoration was. Because in between verse 1 and verse 2, you got the whole business with the angels. They're the ones who made it tohu wabohu. Okay? So I broached that subject before in How Old Earth in episode 3, and now I'm sort of coming back to it. But this time from a standpoint of exploring the commonalities of style between Psalm 90 and Genesis 1, because now I realize, oh, you know what? And he hit me with this when I first did it. Moses is probably writing the whole Bible in 1 year. All 5 books of the Bible he wrote in 1 year. When he was fully mature and just about to die. A year before he died, because this is him at age 119. That makes more sense. Much more sense. Now, maybe you don't agree with that, and if you come up with a different idea, please let me know. But that's all I can say for right now. All right, we're back again. And this time I'm going to go backwards. There are a couple of approaches to take. I don't know which one's right. But I'm going to show you the math. My cursor is on the 1050. And we're operating from the premise that this is full circle to the time Moses writes. That's a frequent style that I find in the meter. That the writer will start at the beginning of a passage and he'll dateline it here. But then just after that, he goes back into the past. Or maybe his meter actually started in the past, and then he comes full circle to his dateline, and then he goes back again, and then he comes full circle later on in the passage, like right here, for Moses. Moses did that in Psalm 90 by creating 2 time tracks. The first time track was just literal annual, 350 years from when I finished this time poem, Psalm 90. That's when the period of the Judges will end. Of course, since nobody knows this meter, they don't know how accurate they were in assessing the period of the Judges. Well, now the good scholars, there are always some good ones, can get extra support for their hard work, because every scholar should be paid $1 billion a year, even if he's a bad scholar. Okay? And get extra support. Oh, here's proof that the Judges really did last 350 years, because Moses wrote an annual time poem about them. And I did videos in Vimeo well, actually in YouTube, that are ported in Vimeo in the Psalm 90 section, showing how the book of Judges is actually written to talk back to Psalm 90. Not every single part of the book of Judges is referenced in Psalm 90, but a lot of the text is really pretty pithy at certain key junctures. Now, that style was one time track, but the main time track was he was using 570s, like I said before. And the first 4 verses were reserved for the millennial 1050, which is in the future. Okay, that's telling you the end from the beginning. Okay, that's why there was a beginning, so he listed it first in Psalm 90. He might be doing the same thing here, but I'm not sure yet. The point was after he finished verse 4 and finished his 2 date lines, he went backwards in time to Adam. And of course, that's what we're talking about here, is the creation of Adam. So the question is, at what point does he go backwards in time? That's what we're trying to establish. Does he wait again until after his dateline, and therefore year 1 begins right there? Or does it begin instead, as I'm going to cover in this video, does it maybe begin here? Because this is the 6th day. It's the 6th day that man is created. Okay? And there have been thousands of people who have understood the metaphorical value of this. I mean, you've got all kinds of books, all kinds of literature, all kinds of famous authors who didn't necessarily believe in the Bible at all, but they understood the idea of man on the 6th day. All kinds of references to it in every country's literature wherever the Bible was, ever used and popular. Okay? Whether the person who did the literature actually believes in the Bible or not, I don't know. That's not the point. The point is it became a popular idea. Okay, well, this is maybe the reason why. So that's what we're going to explore. How far back does this 1050 go to get to the point where when Moses hits the 1050 mark, he's full circle to his day of writing? Because remember, he's writing 1050 years after the flood, and then 350 years on the Psalm 90, 1050 after that is the arrival of Messiah. So you got the equidistant ellipsis of the 1050 coming after. Okay, because he's already said it before. This is very frequent in Bible. When you have an equidistant value in ellipsis, or stated, there's usually another one in ellipsis. And, the translators and the scholars miss that because they don't understand Psalm 90:15, give us as many good days as bad days. Now, Jews understand that, but I guess that nobody talks to the Jews. Okay, are the Jews wrong on a lot of things? Oh, yeah, very much so. Are Christians wrong on a lot of things? Oh, yeah, very much so. So how come we aren't talking to each other so that whatever we're getting wrong, we can maybe get right? Oh, because I'm not a Jew, I'm a Christian. Oh, I'm not a Christian, I'm a Jew. Hello, what is this, Hatfields and McCoys? Let's start talking to each other, okay? Yeah, we're all screwed up. We ain't gonna get any better if we don't start talking to each other. This is ridiculous. Anti-Semitism is the bane of Christian history. Just throw all the Catholics and throw all the Calvinists out. Of course, we don't want to not talk to them either. But no offense, but they had control of church history. It's time that their so-called power and influence and respectability be broken and regarded for what it is, sheer apostasy, sheer crap. Their theology is crap. And we're being disloyal to Bible. So it's not okay to call them crap, but it's okay to crap out on the Bible? I don't think so. And I'm not going to mince words about this. This is really important stuff. 1050 on this side and 1050 on this side. The same kind of construction is found in explicit text. This equidistance. When Paul's talking in Acts 13 about the 490, that I've been writing about for all this time? That's explicit text on it. And you got a 40 and a 40 on either side of it, 140 being an ellipsis. Okay? When it talks about David's reign as king of Israel for 40 years. Okay? What's not said, because it doesn't have to be to the Jew who knows it, is that he ended up ruling over all Israel for 40 years. Not merely 33, because he lived an extra 7 years, dummies. And if you read properly the text in 1 Kings 1 through 239, and then clued into fourth year of Solomon in 1 Kings 6:1, you'd recognize, oh wow, David would have been 80 years old. Yeah, he died at 77, dummy. So at the beginning of the fourth year after David died, when he would have been 80 years old, 480 years after the Exodus, Solomon started building. And why is that verse even there? Because Solomon was late. It's an equidistant lateness in starting to build and an equidistant lateness in 1 Kings 9 when he dedicates the temple. But you don't notice that it says that he was 3.5 years late in dedicating it. They don't have to. You already got the heads up with half, one of a pair, half the equidistance mentioned. You only need to mention it once. It's like Pharaoh's dream. Okay, Pharaoh's dream is 7 lean years and 7 fat years. Okay, but that's ensconced. That's ensconced in 2 40-year periods that are back to back with the 2 7 years in between. How come people don't know all this? How come a brain out knows it and the scholars don't? There's nothing good about me. I'm not better than them. They're better than me. So how come they don't know? There's only one reason why. I asked and they didn't. So let's start asking the Jews, let's start asking God, and let's start noticing when we don't have something that balances. Why? Okay, so we're going to start asking now here. 1050. There's a 1050 on either side of it. What does this 1050 over here mean? Okay? And what is this 1050 measured from? That it's full circle. Do we go all the way back to the beginning at verse 1, which isn't really part of the restoration? It isn't part of the timeline. That's the title of the chapter, the title of the book. Bereshit bara et Elohim et Hashemayim wet haaretz. That's the title of the book. But the titles are included in the meter, just like they were in Psalm 90. So I have to count the syllables. Okay, so do we start there? Because see, look, this is almost too obvious to state. 1050, that's 1050 syllables. So then we'd have to start at syllable 1. Bruh. So then that would mean that this is some kind of historical timeline that works backward to the flood. Moses is writing 1050 years after the flood, which is kind of cute when you think about what this text says, because the flood is like a restoration of the earth also. This is about the restoration of the earth and the creation of Adam. But at the same time, after the flood occurred and Noah and his family left the boat, it was a similar story. Okay, you got the Holy Spirit hovering over the waters. Okay, at the flood, you could argue that that's a parallel. It's a restoration of the earth the second time. So it's appropriate the first two would have the same kind of issue. The world was covered in darkness, tohu wabohu was all deep. Okay? the exact chronology of that year, and it is a year. It's not 375 days. The Hebrew text is wrong in certain places. Moses enters and leaves the boat 27 days after his birthday. 57 days after his birthday. Okay? So, if we start counting from 1, then we're supposed to somehow, as a dual entendre, read this text as year 1. Okay? And then we'd have to sort of change the meaning here, that because of the flood, the world was, chaos and wasteland. Tohu wabohu. Okay, and so that would be just a straightforward 1 syllable equals 1 year count from the flood to 1050. Now, if that's true, if that were true, then we ought to find some significant benchmarks, like Jacob left for Haran to go get a wife 490 years after the flood. So this should say 490, not 495. That was a really significant benchmark. So why is it 495? Okay. Now, if he's just doing the plain stick in the throat, syllable by syllable accounting, like Daniel will do, if that's precedent was set here in Genesis, then ha ko kavim, all right, so we have wet. This would be excluded. And the time would stop at halela, right here. That darkness for Jacob leaving. And then this will be allocated to some next event. That's how Daniel did it. That's how Isaiah 53 did it. And to a certain extent, that's how Psalm 90 does it. But it doesn't make sense to do it for such an important event as Jacob leaving in time to get a wife 490 years after the flood, because that was a time thing. Okay? Exactly why it was timed that way, I don't know, but the math tells you it was timed, because that's when he left, 490 years after the flood. Okay, so then why is it 495? I would have to account for that. Why these syllables are excluded, why Halela is so significant that it ties to Jacob leaving for Haran. What? Because he's going to, Haran was a place where most of the people were not, what you want to call it. They didn't believe in God too much. The kids did. I mean, like when Jacob married Rachel, okay, she must have been positive. Leah wasn't necessarily positive. Maybe she became positive later. But to call Haran darkness has some validity. But I mean, come on, you got all the rest of this text you're gonna have to justify. How does this whole verse fit in with? Okay? Because this is the 4th day. Light and dark, changing of the seasons, knowing what time it is, in that sense is pretty cute. But I would think that he marked that with a 490, if he means annual. And of course, even before you get to him, if we're talking about after the flood, what about Abraham? Abraham was born, I want to say 290 years after the flood. Okay, Abraham was born 1946 from Adam's fall. Okay? The flood ended in 1656. I'll just use that as it really started at the last quarter of 1655. But we'll say 1656. Okay? And then so now we got to subtract when, in the Adamic terms, Abraham was born. That's 1946. So Abraham was born 290 years after the flood. All right, so shouldn't we find a 290 here? We don't. We got 277 and 321, but not 290. Okay, and then he matured at age 100, so that's 390 years after the flood. Okay, so why aren't I finding that? Okay, I got 364. I got 378, but where's 390? And you think, okay, well, maybe, you know, I'm not breaking the syntax the way I should because, you know, I'm just going by verse. And maybe the syntax should break by clause like it does in the New Testament. Because, you know, Genesis is setting precedent. This isn't the only passage in Genesis which is metered, however. There are a bunch of them. I don't know if I'll live long enough to find them all. Okay, well, here we got Halela again. Okay. So if our boy is 390 years after the flood is maturing during the fourth day, so to speak, that's kind of cute. All right. Then what I need to find is something with 12. Okay. Wayomer Elohim Yihi Ma'orah Barakia. Okay, well, that's not. What is that? Wayomer Elohim Yihi. Let me start over. Wayomer Elohim Yihi Ma'or Ra Rot, because I'm kind of sitting too far from the machine. Okay, that's 11, but, okay, so this will be 12. And you could say, well, you know, maybe you lied something. All right. So, Wayomer Elohim Yihi Ma'orot. So if I lied the beginning wa, which I didn't do in the count, that would get me to, I'd have to lie too many syllables. I wouldn't be able to do that. So if somehow we're just going to stop here at 11, okay, and use the piggyback method. So 378 plus 11, okay, 378 plus 11, and then deem the 389th year at the end as a piggyback for 390, so it means the same thing. Okay, so then what would that text mean? The Wayomer Elohim Yihi Ma'orot. Okay, he's saying, let there be lights, stars, heavenly bodies, stamped, as it were, in the sky. Okay, Ha Shemayim, that's the sky. Okay, and it's going to separate between the day and the night. That's the purpose. In other words, man needs that. Vegetation doesn't need that right away. In fact, it doesn't need stars at night at all. Okay, it's sort of gratuitous. A lot of vegetation, as a lot of gardeners can tell you, there are a lot of different forms of light that plants will respond to. They don't necessarily need sun, moon, and stars. Okay, you can grow plants indoors. You can grow them with electricity. And don't forget, you got lightning. You got all sorts of light sources. Sun, moon, and stars is just one of them. You know, the people who say, well, he didn't create light until the fourth day. No, he created them first. But there are more forms of light than sun, moon, and stars. Okay, and what does he say the purpose of it is? The purpose of it is so you can tell the times and the seasons. Okay? For man to know. To give light to the earth. Yeah, I mean the people on it. Alright? So it's us who need it. We can't see if we don't have those lights. Plants and vegetables don't need to see. Alright, so is that what This would be, I mean, and God said, lights be stamped. It's really, we kind of need to include that. Or just we could say lights be, as distinct from back up here where it's light be. Okay, that's singular, but this ends up being plural. All right, that's kind of cute. When Abraham matures, then the lights, the sons of the light. That could be. You could argue that, but it's really kind of indirect. But then I saw that same kind of indirectness in Daniel when he was ticking off, when his meter, he's going king by king by king by king by year. And the only one who actually divided out evenly was David in the first 40 syllables. So maybe that's what Moses is doing here too. Only it's obviously retrospective to Abraham. Okay, if this is retrospective to Abraham, then what am I going to just take? Then I just take the text all the way to Halelah here for Jacob. 490 years after the flood. 390 years after the flood, you got Abraham going right to here. Okay? 490 years after the flood, 100 years later, you got Jacob going to Haran to get a wife. See, these are two benchmarks. If we're saying, okay, this 1050 is an annual count back from when Moses writes. If it's an annual count back, then he's starting with the flood, and he's drawing parallel of the initial recreation, okay, because of the angelic conflict, to the flood in all these terms. That's what he's doing with it. Okay? Then I should be finding benchmarks. So this would be, 63 years after the flood. This would be 119 years after the flood, playing on that time track. And why it would be benchmarked that way, I don't know. I mean, 63 years after the flood is what? 1656 from Adam plus 63. 1719 after the flood? What's that? 1719 Adamic was 63 years after the flood. Okay, so what does that mean? All right. One of these days I'm going to fix this. But I haven't edited it in so long. I don't want to shock people. Okay, so here's the flood, 1656. And what number are we looking at? 1719. Well, here's 1721. What's significant about that? Nothing. We got mission and conflict in 1719. What else is said about Shelah? Okay, the names tell you something about the history of that time period. They're named after the historical meaning. My pastor made a big stink about that when he was covering the begats. Each one of these names is really important because it tells you about the character of the time. Okay? Well, I don't know what 1719 represents. All right? But I do know that Abraham matured 390 years after the flood, and I guess we're going to have to maybe claim, as a hypothesis, that text refers to his maturation date. And it's kind of cute. And God said, let there be lights. And of course, then you have the rest of the text stamped in the heavens. Okay. And then here, we would have to say this applies to Jacob all the way to here. That this particular text, Halelah, is applying to him going back to Haran. Going to Haran to get a wife. The very last syllable of it, la, for Laban. Haha. That's cute. I don't know that that's true, okay? It could be. All right, now because I'm spending so much time on this, I want to come up with another. There are several different ways we can read the text. The second way we can read it is similar to what I just said. 1050, and it's a count back all the way here. But instead of each syllable meaning 1 year, each syllable could mean 5 years. Why do I say that? Because the allocation of time for man is 5 1050s. And if he's trying to tell an analogous story about, as it were, the trends, the macro trends of history, and he's going to use the restoration of the earth to show it, because this kind of stuff is done. He did do it in Psalm 90, so maybe he means to do it here in Genesis 1 also. If he's doing that, then each one of these syllables is standing for 5 years. So instead of that covering 16 years, it would be 16 times 5. So that this would stand for the first, something analogous in the first 80 years of history since Adam's fall. See, it's all still sixth day. But now he's making a comment about the development of man, the maturation of man toward God, and the maturation of man anti-God, because both trends are occurring. Okay, that's the common message of the Bible. The human race is basically polarizing over time. We're getting more and more positive toward God, and we're getting more and more negative. And it's sort of like sheep and goats, sheep and goats, sheep and goats. And the implication is that the biggest crop of pro-God people is at the end. And the biggest crop of anti-God people is at the end. That's the story the Bible's telling. It's really remarkable to me that, I haven't heard anybody pick up on it. I think my pastor said something in passing, but I can't be real sure I even heard him talk about it. In other words, man is polarizing over time. We're getting more and more anti-God as a group in terms of numbers. But the positiveness of those who believe is much stronger in later generations than it was in the beginning, which is kind of a lot to say when you got people like Moses and David and Paul, in the background. How is it possible that people can become more, I don't want to call it, developed in their positive volition? That's the implication. How true is what I'm saying? Well, talk to God about it. All right. If so, then these trends of this would be like your master plan of the trend of history, with each syllable like bruh standing for 5 years. At which point you're going to have a real broad brush treatment about what these words mean, because this would stand for the first 80 years of history after Adam's fall. What do you say about it? In the beginning, God created heaven and earth? What does that tell you about the first 80 years? Well, maybe you're not supposed to just read it as just that sentence by itself. Maybe you have to take them in whole paragraphs. So now let's say, okay, let's take them in whole paragraphs up to the 7 markers. What does that tell us? Again, this is a hypothesis. Hypothesis 1 was that each syllable stood for 1 year. Now we're on hypothesis 2, which is that each syllable stands for 5 years, because now we're looking at the idea that the 1050 here is really 1050 times 5, because that's the total allotment in Psalm 90. 4,200 years, then Christ comes, he dies, then the time for the Goyim occurs, this is the 50 years, Abraham's credit gets paid back, and then the millennium begins, and that's another 1050, total of 5,250 years. So that would mean that this 1050 is, as it were, standing for 5 of them. So then each syllable equals 5 years. Okay, if that's so, it's not going to be too meaningful to just consider one verse by itself. What are you getting out of that? Okay? On the other hand, what if we took, okay, I'll just leave this down here so you can see the whole text of the 63. I'm not sure 63 is going to be the right place to stop. We might have to be stopping on first day, second day, third day. In which case now, with our 5 meaning, then it would mean first 1050, second 1050. You know, the first day would stand for the first 1050. The second day would stand for the second 1050. Okay? Until we get finished with 5. And then 6 is some kind of summation. Alright? So let's take 63 then and multiply it by 5 instead of 7. And we get 315 years. So somehow we're pretending that the first 3 verses cover the first 315 years. I don't see how that's meaningful. So let's go farther. Let's go to the 119, multiply that times 5. And that ends up being the first 595 years. Well, what's the first 595 years? Okay. 595 years. That would take you past the first voting period. And when Jared is alive, but Jared is alive, son of Mahalel, but 595, he wasn't mature yet. What does that tell you? Okay? What was that in BC terms? 3511 BC. Well, it's Greeks, Mycenaean civilization, certain maturation of Egyptian stuff, Sumer, Akkad. Crete. I'm not even sure if that was the Bronze Age yet. Yeah, I don't see much of anything there. But that's the idea, is you would maybe take the whole paragraph and say, okay, that stands for the first 1050. Day 1, day is 1,000 years, shorthand for 1050. Okay, and the 119 is just where it breaks. And then you're supposed to multiply it by 5, but that's not covering 1050 years. Okay? And maybe it's not supposed to. Alright? But that is still, there's a sort of inconsistency in the math there. So that was the second interpretation. Now we got a third. Third hypothesis is, yeah, it's still the 1050. We're still full circle at this point, but the count starts here at 701, starting right here. Wayomer. See, this is 700. This is all 6th day, so then the idea is that these 350s, the 350s, counts for either just the 1050 solo or 1050 times 5, just like it does in Psalm 90. If it counts solo, then 1050 divided by 350, because that's how many syllables we got. Then each syllable starting right here at verse 24, the wa. Each syllable stands for 3 years in the count. Okay? If it's just 1050, and that's going back only to the flood. So we're supposed to then, if that were true, then we'd be reading this text as covering some kind of commentary on the past from the flood in 3-year increments. Okay? So the 37 then, 37 times 3, so verse 24 would be talking to the first 111 years after the flood. Some kind of commentary on that time. Alright, well that's kind of significant because you got Israel going into slavery after the flood. The flood was 1656, okay? And she goes into, okay, here's the flood, 1656, 2450 BC. Okay, so 2450 BC, and he enters in 1870. Jacob enters Egypt in 1870. Joseph is here. Jacob and family enter Egypt in 1870. All right, so then if we go 2450 converting to BC, okay, minus 1870. So 580 years after the flood, he enters Egypt. Okay, so if we divide that by 3, we got 193 count. So if I add that to 700, then I should see an 893, but I don't. I see 899, but not 893. Why wouldn't that be marked? Okay? Why wouldn't that be marked? And you can say, well, maybe you didn't parse the clause with the right count. Okay. But see, it'd be like that problem that we had with Halelah and Jacob. I would have to count backwards 6 syllables. All right. So it's probably right, starting right here. Wa, ra, do. Okay, that's 3. Ba, da, got. That's 6. All right. So these syllables wouldn't be counting for when he enters Egypt. Okay, so what? Etaeretz, wa, ki, va, shuha. Am I reading that right? I should sit closer to the screen. Yeah. What does that have to do with them entering Egypt? Doesn't mention the land, but he's leaving the land and going into Egypt. All right, what does that have to do with Egypt? It's not making a plan, Kush. All right. Maybe there's some wordplay. So let's call up the verse. Okay. 24. 24. Yeah, right here. 28. 28. I'll move this. Let's get you up. All right. I really don't like BibleWorks 9 as well as 5. But the text is easier to read. Okay. So now we want what? 28? Verse 28. Okay, so we got a semantic range of subdue, bondage. Ooh, that might work. That might actually work. That might actually be cute. See? And subdue the earth. Where it's a flip of it. Okay? The command is to be fruitful, multiply, and subdue the earth. Okay. If this is playing on
stopping here to reference him entering Egypt, Jacob and his family entering Egypt. Okay? 580 years after the flood. If it's doing that, then they're subduing themselves, leaving the earth, the land. See, because Ha'aretz is also for the promised land. They're leaving it and subduing themselves, going in, knowing that they're going to be going into slavery and staying there for 400 years. And of course, they're going to come out multiplied. They're going to come out subduing even Pharaoh. So that could really be cute. Okay, but one swallow doesn't make a summer. Just the same. All right, so we got some idea here that maybe we can use this 1050 going back here, starting at syllable 1, 701 really, counting each one as 3 years from the flood, in which case this would be a textual commentary on 37 times 3 years since the flood. Okay? And then you're going to have to find significant benchmarks leading up to the Exodus. But then the clauses ought to break differently. But then, you got a lot of, Hebrew is so flexible, you can break the clauses in a lot of places. So you might want to play with that. So that was the third hypothesis, okay, is that this 1050 is going back to the flood, all right, but the count starts here in the 6th day, okay? And that it's only going back to 1050 to the flood, recounting history from the flood, okay? Now, the problem with that idea is, if we say that, then how do we account? What do we say about the previous 700? If these are voting periods, then we're talking about 1050s prior. See, because these are only 5. All right? This fits as far as, Psalm 90 and the 5 1050s allocated to human history. Okay, blah, blah, blah. But what do we say about the 10 of them prior? If this is accurate as to what it means, then doesn't that have to mean that doesn't this have to mean that you got 1050, because the 70 is standing for each 1050, then doesn't that have to mean 10,500 years prior to? And then prior to plus, you got Adam and how long he was prior to his creation, and then you got how long prior to the flood, from the fall of the flood. Okay, so we know the fall of the flood. The fall of the flood was 1,656 years. So we'd be adding 10,500 to that minimum. All right, see, because this is going to be 700. So you got 1050 times 10. And then you're going to add the flood years, because we're starting our counting after the flood. Technically, I ought to do it just like that. So 12,000 years before the flood. So you could say the total of time from the restoration anyway, because remember, we're looking at verse 2 is a restoration, not initial creation. You really can't, there's a time gap that's not stated between here and here. We don't know how long that is. They do call that the gap theory in theology, and it is a gap, because this is an adversative wow. They call it vav today. I'm never going to adopt that. It's a stupid, ugly sound. It's a wow. Wah, wah. Very elegant. V is not elegant. V. I can't stand the modern pronunciation like that. Not using it. Sorry. Okay. So we got 12,000 years prior to the flood that would be from the Restoration forward. That could include Adam's time pre-fall. You could argue that. I'm not saying it's right. I don't know if it's right. I'm just showing the various math options that present themselves. Okay, then there's yet another one, which is to say that this 1050 is not just going back straight forward to the flood starting at 701, but like our hypothesis number 2, this hypothesis number 4 is assuming that the 1050 is really standing for all 5 1050s. Okay, so that would be times 5. And what is that divided by our allotment of 350 syllables, which is down here? Okay. Then each syllable from 701 forward is standing for 15 years. 15. Alright, so this 37 wouldn't just be 37 years after the flood. It would be 37 times 15 from the start of man at Adam's fall. The start of man at Adam's fall. So that would stand for 555 years. So then you'd be reading this verse as some kind of a double entendre commentary on the first 555 years of history after Adam's fall. Okay? And it kind of makes sense to do that, actually. Because this is about the creation of the flora and fauna. I mean, the fauna. Alright? Be fruitful and multiply and every creeping thing and blah, 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 blah. Okay? So you could, that's kind of cute because, you know, after Adam's fall, men started multiplying on the earth in their negativity and they became like animals. Okay? So that's kind of cute commentary. The satire is always rich in Bible. So this makes sense. Okay, but then again, if that's what we're looking at, we should find some significant benchmarks in these numbers to refer to real history that passed by the time Moses wrote and real prophecy that got fulfilled after Moses wrote. Can we do that? And the answer is I don't know. My voice is giving out, so I'm just going to stop right now. Let's continue on with this kind of analysis. We've got, basically, we're now working on hypotheses 3 and 4. And they both share something in common. Hypothesis number 3 posits that the count, since this is the 6th day in the creation of man, that we should be counting the 1050 as 1050, a single 1050. But we started at syllable 701, which means that 350 divided into 1050 goes 3 times. So each syllable counts for 3 years. Okay, so that's 37 syllables. And that would stand for 37 times 3 years. That verse. Starting from the flood. Because the flood it's dating back from the flood. So you'd be looking at 37 times 3 plus 1656, we'll say end of year for the flood. Alright, so that takes you to 1767 from Adam by the end of the verse, by the end of verse 24. Is there anything noteworthy about 1767 from Adam? Okay. And there might be, but I don't know what it is. 1767 is, you know, sometime between Eber and the word Hebrew comes from. It means to wander, travel. 1767. It was somewhere between these two dates. And if we convert that to BC by subtracting 4106, that's our standard procedure, you get 2339 BC,
And that's a pretty active period in history. That would be the time when the Greeks were kind of on the move. They were on the move at various times in history. Starting in about the year 3000, you got the rise of the early, the Old Kingdom. They have a lot of different scholarship now in Egyptology. At the rise of the Old Kingdom in Egypt, you got Sumer and Akkad, that kind of stuff. I don't know if they've even started yet. Okay, Abraham is born, I think, 2160 from Adam. When is Abraham born? Yeah, 2160 from Adam. So this is 200 years before Abraham. Now, what significance does that actually have? I'm not sure, but here's what I do know. If it's proper to account this 1050, starting here at syllable 701, with the result that each syllable stands for 3 years in the count. First of all, of course, the text is going to have to be probably satirical about that amount of time. But more importantly, is that there ought to be benchmarks. I mean, you're talking about a really significant period of history here. You're talking about the flood to the Exodus. So let's look for some benchmarks, okay? One of the benchmarks is going to have to be, because it's Bible makes us think about it, when Jacob went to Haran to go get a wife. He was 40 years old, same age as Esau. And I documented all that in brainoutfact.htm number 6a. You've seen it probably many times before by now. So how do we calculate when that was supposed to be? Well, it was 490 years after the flood. Okay, so if it's 490 years after the flood, and we're starting the flood right here at the first syllable, verse 24, then we have to divide 490 by 3. So he went to Haran, converted to base 3, 163 units after. Then we have to add that to 700 to get to the cumulative total we need. And that's 863. Okay, that he left for Haran. Well, we don't have a real even 863. We got 858 and 899. But if, as Daniel will do it, as Isaiah 53 does it, as Mary Magnificat does it, as Paul does it in Ephesians, they use syllable by year accounting, and it doesn't necessarily break. So 858. So we need 6 more syllables to get to this time when Jacob left for Haran, because that ought to be an important date that's benchmarked. Okay, so what do we got here? He left for Haran, Yibarek. Okay, and God blessed. And blessed. Okay, that's 4. Yibarek. Atam el Yibarek Atam Elohim. Okay, that's 9 syllables. So we only need 6. So we'd have to leave out Elohim. Alright, so Yibarek Atam. That's our 6 syllables. Well, yeah, except that it's only Jacob instead of both of them. But you could say, okay, well, Jacob was blessed when he left, including Rachel, even though he hadn't married her yet, just as the man and the woman were blessed before God actually made the woman. Because this is the principle of it. Okay. All right, well, that's got some bite. Let's keep going with that. All right, the next big benchmark is going to have to be when he enters Egypt. When does Jacob enter Egypt? I mean, because that's cornerstone to this whole thing here. to the date line and everything else. Jacob enters Egypt in 1870 BC. Okay, which minus the flood, which is 2450 BC, is 580 years. Okay, so now we take 580 years after the flood. We have to divide it by 3. We get 193. We have to add that to the 700. And so we're looking for 893. Here's 899. Okay, well, 893 means you're leaving out these 6 syllables. Okay, and you get this, subdue the land. That's kind of cute. Subdue the land. He's entering Egypt. He's subduing, the people are subduing themselves to the land of Egypt, not the promised land. They just left the promised land to go into Egypt knowing the prophecy that they're going to be enslaved there for 400 years. So they're subduing themselves. Okay? That's a big deal. Okay? So that has bite too. It had bite here at the beginning when he goes to Haran to get a wife. And it has bite here when he leaves with 2 wives and the kids, 70 in all, including the still surviving sons, but not including the count of the wives. Okay? So that's a big deal. And there's 70 of them, which is kind of important. 70 means voting. All right. So far we got a sort of, I don't know if I'd call it strong, really strong, but there's some evidence that there's bite, but it has to keep on continuing. See, in all the other Bible passages where this technique is used, okay, every single clause has bite. Every single one, especially in Paul, but Daniel too. And I covered Daniel in writing, syllable by year, showing the Bible verses he was essentially alluding to or quoting in Kings and Chronicles when he's saying his prayer. Okay, because he does a whole retrospective of Israel's kings from David at Hebron forward in his prayer. His meter does that. And therefore I could track what verses in Kings he was looking at, and the text is so satirical, it's awesome. That same technique is done by Mary in her Magnificat and done by Paul in Ephesians, and of course is also done by Isaiah in Isaiah 53, but I've not documented it in Isaiah yet. I've only documented Daniel, Magnificat, and Ephesians. So are they getting it from here? Now to know that, you're going to have to find all the important benchmarks. I only showed you the one entering Egypt, and that is satirical and biting and ironic and poignant and all at the same time. And then entering Haran, being blessed, of course, by God. That's why he's able to leave. And then in between would be, the time that he's serving Laban and in the land, coming back into Canaan. So you can play with that. Okay, well, also then, during this 1050, one of the big events, the biggest, because it's like central to the whole Old Testament, is going to be the Exodus itself. Well, the Exodus itself is 2666 minus the flood. Okay, that's 1010 divided by 3. Okay, now we add 700 to it. And that would have to be at 1036. 1036 takes you to here. Okay, it's the whole phrase, but I'm going to just highlight this in black. That's pretty significant too. Okay, and behold, good, vehemently, ma'od, they usually translate it as exceedingly or abundantly, but it really means vehemently. Well, yeah, good, vehement means with violence. Look it up in the Theological Workbook of the Old Testament. Yeah, and with violence, God delivers them out of Egypt. So this is the text that, in context, is covering the Exodus itself. Ma'od, with a mighty hand, God leads you. With violence. That's pretty clever. Okay, and then it's really even more clever that this text follows. In evening, morning, sixth day. Yeah, the sixth day is the first day for Israel to be out. That's pretty clever satire or irony, however you want to call it. Because they go out, remember, in haste at midnight. That's why you had to eat with your sandals on. That's why the Haggadah, the Passover Seder Haggadah, says, you have to be standing. I mean, if you're going to celebrate it the traditional, real way that the Bible says, okay, you have to be dressed as if you're going to walk out the door. Your staff in hand, you're all dressed in your travel clothes, you're all packed, okay, and you don't even have time for the bread to rise. You're eating in haste because you're just waiting for the knock on the door that says, get out of Egypt. You're waiting for Pharaoh to order you out of Egypt. That's the only holiday that I know of in the Bible that even remotely corresponds to an all-night vigil. It's Passover. I don't celebrate it that way, but you can, because that's how you were supposed to in the Mosaic Law days. So evening first, then comes morning. Yeah, you're already out the door. Sixth day. Yeah, end of the week. See, sixth day, that's Friday. Okay, that's Friday. They left on a Friday. And before sundown, they were a free people. And they celebrated their first rest that night. See, Passover Erev, Sabbath Erev. Well, there you go. Here's Erev. That's the word Erev. That's really biting. That's really clever. So if I were to, pick which of the four hypotheses is most valid, right now number 3 looks like it's worth exploring. Again, 3 syllables, 3 years per syllable, and then look for your benchmarks in history using genius.xls or whatever you choose to use. I like this because it's easy. Okay, maybe you made your own. I just like using this. Okay, link will be in the video description to download it if you don't have it already. Okay, that's hypothesis 3, and there's a lot to recommend it, especially because that's how Moses constructs Psalm 90s with 350 syllables. And that would mean starting at the 6th day, which is, the creation of the time period, the same time period as man. All right, that he would start his count there makes a lot of sense. But it's 3 years per syllable. Now there's one other possibility. Since the 1050 is likened or accounted in sabbatically in Psalm 90 with 350 syllables, each standing for the 70-year middle voting unit to stand for each full 1050, then what you would do is you would take 1050 multiplied by 5, because there are 5 1050s in Psalm 90. All right? Wait a minute. 1050 multiplied by 5. And then you divide that by the 350 so that each syllable stands for a 15-year period. Now what happens if we do that? Well, our first benchmark is 37. So verse 24 would be 15 times 37 years being covered. Okay? That's 555 years. But now we're talking about going back to Adam's fall. 555 years from Adam's fall. So we call up our trusty calendar. And 555 is right before the end of the first voting period. And probably stands for 560. Because how do you split a syllable? okay? Because look, 560 divided by 15 is 37. Okay, so it probably stands for 560. All right, well, that's pretty evocative. Okay, so verse 24 then is telling you something about the nature of the first 560 years of history. So now let's have a look at that. That's Genesis 1:24. I'm sorry that I'm using BW9. It's not there. See? So, the first 560 years of history, God said, let the earth bring forth living creatures after their kind. Okay, and it was so. This doesn't work real well. I don't really like BW9, so I'm going to get rid of it. We'll use BW5. It's a lot easier. It's not, the font is not as nice. Okay? Verse 24. Okay? Creating land life. Okay? But this is the closest thing you'll ever come to a decree of evolution in the Bible. Okay? Notice that the color is going with my own tooltip color rather than the dark blue that Adobe uses and BW9 uses. Okay? So, yeah, first 560 of history. That's sort of interesting, because it's saying like the first 560 of history, you can choose to be an animal or not. You can choose to live like an animal or not. This is post Adam's fall now. So this is the period that covers Cain and his brothers and sisters, one of his sisters, of course, he married. And they went their own way. You have the polarization of mankind beginning then. Okay? And man basically becomes more and more polarized as time passes. So that kind of works. It's not, I don't know if you how it's general, and that's one of the problems with using the passages this way, because almost everything in the Bible can add up to everything else in the Bible. So how do you know if it's being specific? So what you do is you keep on testing. So then the next one is a 28, but here you're going to have to accumulate them. All right. So you've got 37 plus 28, and then you multiply that times 15, and then you add that to 700, and you can say 1675, or you got 28 plus 37, you multiply it by 15, and you say, okay, 975 years after Adam's fall. So then you go here, well, what's 975 years? Well, you can call that 980. Oh, well, that's nearly the end of the first 1,000. Oh, well, the flood it doesn't occur yet. The flood occurs right down here. Okay? That's just how long Methuselah lived. He lived to the year of the flood. That's what his name means. When he dies, it happens. So that's a historical benchmark, but not necessarily any particular thing or event happening. Okay. So then maybe these are just like historical things. Okay, and then this is about, the beasts came out and the creeping things came out and the things on all fours, and God saw that it was good. Okay, see, and God saw that it was good. Well, that's sort of generalistic. We want something with a little more meat. Okay, so then the next clause is 40. So then you move it up here, 37 plus 28 plus 40.
105 times 15. And then you got 1,575 years after the flood. Well, now what are we talking about here? Because that should be past the Exodus. Okay? The flood was 1656. We're past the Exodus. Okay, well, that's a little unnerving then. Because when is the Exodus? The Exodus is 2666 minus the flood, which is 1656. Oh, no, not past the flood, past creation. I'm sorry. Let me start over. I'm getting my hypotheses mixed up. 28 plus 37. All right. Times 15. That's from Adam. 1575 from Adam. Okay, what happened then? Well, that's 10 years after the flood. Because the flood is 1656. See? And this is 1570. Oh, no, it's not quite. 1575. Aha. What do we got here? Noah. 1575. He got his maturation, his sons, in 1556, about 21 years prior. So now his sons, probably triplets, I can't prove it, but it looks like it, are 21 years old, age of manhood, as far as military service and age of accountability, that kind of thing. Okay, so his sons are now 21 years old. Why is that important? I don't know. Or not 21 quite. Yeah, well, no, they're 19. Okay, why is that important? 1556. Come on. Minus 1556. I'm so tired, I'm probably 19. Okay, why would that be important? Not particularly. Okay, so we got to find a benchmark. All right, what is a benchmark we should look for? Well, how about the Exodus, which I was calculating before? But let's do it right this time. The Exodus is 2666. If our multiplier is 15, then I divide that by 15. And then I add it to the 700 to find out where the Exodus is in this timeline. And the Exodus should be occurring at 877, which is 22 backwards from 899. Okay, 22 backwards. All right, so if it's 22 backwards, we got all of that. All right, and then 7 more. All right, which means that probably here. That's interesting. That's really interesting. Paru, revu, male. See if that works. Paru, revu, male. Okay, that's 9 syllables back. And I only needed to go 9 and 15 is 24. Okay, so it would just be urevu umalu. That's 6. Okay, 6 and 15 is 21. I need to go 22. But paru, the u here, that doesn't mean anything. So let's just go back that far. So we start with, we go here. Okay, well, God said to them, be fruitful, right? Varu. That's 28a. Oh, I can't get the mouse to work. 28a. Bring it right down here.
get rid of the stupid thing. Okay? Except I wanted to show you the lexicon. Paro. Am I in the right verse? No, I'm not. Yeah, I am. Where's the paro? Paro, 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 paro. And God said, there we go. See? I hate it when that happens. Be fruitful. Oh, it does have the doggish. Okay, I don't see the doggish in my copy of the text. Oh, there it is. I should sit closer to the screen. Okay, be fruitful. Okay? So that's where it ends. Be fruitful. Okay, and that would be the Exodus. Yeah, be fruitful, multiply, dominate the earth. Okay, right here. So notice that kind of interesting is that in the 15, one syllable standing for 15, we're ending in the same verse as when Jacob enters into Egypt. When Jacob entered into Egypt on the 3 years per syllable, this was the text. Now it's stopping sooner at 15 years per syllable with the Exodus itself instead, out of Egypt. Stopping there, be fruitful. That's got a lot of bite. He might be running it on 2 time tracks. He might be running it with 350 as, from the flood, kind of from the flood beginning here, with each syllable being 3 years. And he might also be running it with each syllable being 15 years, because that's a little too cute to stop it here. But you got other dates, because this one in particular is running from Adam. All right, well, what about the birth of Christ? Because it's supposed to be the whole 5250, right? In Moses' day, Christ was supposed to be born in 4106 from Adam. Okay, so 4106 from Adam would be, how do I do this? I would have to treat the 700 as a 15. I can't do it that way. How am I going to do this? 4106 divided by 15. 273.73 plus 700. So at 970, ooh, that's cute. 972. Because he would be born at the end of the year. And how do you split a syllable? Okay, so we got 972. So if we do 972 times 15, oops, 972 minus 700 times 15. 4080, well, that's not very close at all. Oh, how about we do this? 4106 minus 700. Okay, because that's what you're supposed to be born. Now we divide the differential by 15. 227 plus 700. 927. We're still not getting a real close hit, though. 927. The closest we got is 921. I need 6 more. Do I have 6 more in the next verse? Not that it's anything significant, except that he's talking. Wayomer Elohim. That's kind of cute. Because that makes it 927. And when he's born, he starts talking, Hebrews 10:5. And Isaiah 53 picks up on Hineh. Okay?
I mean, I have to have a lot more hits than just that one to really go with that. Okay? But if I keep getting hits that are cute enough, then maybe that stands, because that's how Isaiah 53 starts. Isaiah 53 starts in Isaiah 52:13 in the Hebrew. Hine yeskil avdi yarum. Where does it go? Hine yeskil avdi yarum. Nisa wagavach meod. Okay? Hine starts that passage. So when he's born, he's speaking. That's Hebrews 10:5. The minute he's born, my pastor made a big stink about that when he exegeted the verse. Hine, look, here I am. That could be cute. That could be cute. Okay, so if this is his birth, then everything after it is, of course, future to Moses, and will cover like the millennium, church, okay? I can't get the highlight to work right because it doesn't do right to left properly in Word. It just, no matter what it says, it never works right. I can't get it to work right, let's say that. Na, ta, ti. Okay. Hakem. Et, kal, asa. God saw all that he did and it was really good. Okay, yeah. All that he did, yeah. The day he's born, he talks. Behold, I've come in the scroll of a book, it's written about me, quoting Psalm 40, verse 6. In Hebrews 10:5, it's written. Okay? That's kind of cute. Alright, so then can we find something really extensively important about, because church isn't prophesied, but yet notice that there's history going on here. Okay? What might that be? Alright, and I don't know the answer to that. What I do know is that if this is marking Christ's birth right here, then that means all of your other benchmarks with David and the patriarchs and all the kings and the temple going down and all that's going to have to be documented and benchmarked here. It's pretty pithy. Can we really do that? And the answer is I don't know. But at least you know now how to test it. So I think I'll stop here because my voice is going again. Okay, so how stands the case? We have basically 4 hypotheses to work with. I don't know if I can argue that any one of them is particularly strong, but there's a certain cohesion. Hypothesis number 1 says that this 1050 is a full circle. Moses coming back to his own time and writing, and we can feel pretty strongly about that. That part would be a strong argument because of the way Psalm 90 works. It uses, hi, I'm writing in the 1050 for the beginning of the 1051st year after the flood, and after the 350 years of the judges ends that I'm chronicling, there's 1050 years remaining. Because he's writing them both Genesis 1 and Psalm 90 in the same year, the year before he dies, when he himself is age 119, and there have been 63 sevens of Israel's slavery, which I've documented before, so it's a kind of a convoluted thing. Since we know he's doing that, then there's a pretty strong argument about saying, all right, then this 1050 is current year of his writing. And he's using some kind of multiplier system to tell you what time it is and what time it was. And the question is, where do you start that time? The first hypothesis is, well, the obvious thing is, since this is 1050, started at syllable 1, and each syllable equals a year, and that this is going to be year 1 of the flood. And that instead of this being an initial creation
passage, which it really is. I'm not saying it isn't, but the paradigm, it's paradigmal of the recreation that took place as a result of the flood. That Moses is deliberately drawing parallel between the creation of the earth, then this hiatus between 1 and 2 of an undefined duration, the restoration of the earth, and specifically the restoration of the earth and the flood, because the earth ends up being restored twice. The first time, even the lights are out. The second time, all the people just get destroyed by the flood. All right, pretty much all the structures stay intact, which is why scholars and anthropologists can't figure out, that there even was a flood. They don't understand that something being waterlogged for a year is only going to make it seem much older in your carbon dating tests, because carbon leaches out of water. And if something's been underwater for a whole year, it's not going to show any geological evidence of its age, but the carbon's going to be gone. So it's going to seem like it's older, and you're not going to have any evidence of massive populations being destroyed, because the animals, when they were underwater, ate them, because there were still animals in the sea during the flood. And they ate, and people's bodies dissolved in the flood. So you're not going to have, skeletons. Salt water is very corrosive, and it leaches carbon. Okay? So much for the dummies who don't know how to understand what variables to evaluate. Okay, but if Moses is drawing parallel to the flood, starting at syllable 1, between the initial creation, the restoration, and the restoration of the earth after the flood, to tell the story about how this has to do with the restoration of man also, on 2 metaphorical levels. Okay, both of them literal, but also metaphorical. Well, then that makes sense as a doctrinal teaching device. I mean, we're talking about waters here. Okay? In the flood, it's 40 days, 40 nights rain, but most of the water's coming up from the bowels of the earth, which is, of course, what the Genesis tells you. All right? So the Holy Spirit has to restore, or God, whichever one it is, not necessarily the Holy Spirit, has to restore at the flood too. And you've got all those commands. We all have Genesis 7. We can read it. 7 and 8. Okay, so then what's the chronology? Okay, well, if it's 1 syllable per year, this is year 1. You'd interpret that as the year of the flood, the first 16 years after the flood. Okay, God is basically redoing it. Okay, and then here's the next 34 years after the flood, and there would still be a lot more to redo. Okay, and it's basically rebuilding just like in initial creation, or in initial restoration rather. Okay, it'd be the same kind of problems, same kind of issues. God says blesses the animals when they leave the boat, be fruitful and multiply, blah de blah. Okay, so that people can remember, oh gee, there's all this stuff involved in making the earth habitable for us. That's the whole point of this, is God's going to all this trouble. I can't imagine why he wants to. One day I'm going to learn to love the way he does, but I don't right yet. Okay? So doctrinally that makes sense. And then you'd have to say, okay, there's a whole lot of events that take place between 1050, when Moses is writing, and the 1050 of the flood. So you'd have to be looking for benchmarks. And one of them should have been 490 years after the flood, Jacob leaves for Haran to get a wife. Okay, well, but that's 495. And the problem is that we got Halela there as a marker for when Jacob leaves. Is that really appropriate? If it's not appropriate and you keep on striking out like that, then the possibility becomes a probability that no, Moses isn't accounting like that. You should get a lot of hits the text and the meter interaction ought to be really biting if you're on the right track. So hypothesis 1 doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Hypothesis 2 was, I mean, it makes a lot of sense, but it's not getting the hits. I can't see hits. Maybe you will. Okay, hypothesis 2 was that, yeah, it's still 1050, and it still goes all the way back to verse 1. Okay, but it's not the flood. It's restoration, the time of Adam's creation. In other words, it's 6 days still, but it's going all the way back to verse 1, in which case the 1050 is times 5. So instead of this just being 1050, you're going to have to multiply it by 5 because it's standing for 5 times as many years. All right, so then that would be 16 times 5, going back to creation. So that would be like the first, not creation, but Adam's fall. So this would be covering the first 80 years after Adam's fall, okay, which is kind of like, well, we don't know a whole lot about that time, so it's kind of hard to say much. But that would be 63, and so maybe what we ought to do is just go by the day benchmarks, okay, and then that would be 119 times 5. That'd be the first 595 years after the fall, which is just after the voting period. And, you know, what do you say about that? Okay, and what year is that in our BC terms? That'd be 3511 BC. So you can go look up the history on that to see if it's anything significant. An alternative underneath this hypothesis is that, well, the whole 1050 is represented as 1 day. But its character is going to be benchmarked by an event occurring somewhere in 595 from Adam's fall, which again would be equivalent to our 3511. That would characterize the time, that whatever God is saying about it in the text, he's paralleling the first day of recreation, restoration of the earth. He's paralleling that with 3511 or something related to 595 from Adam's fall. I don't know what that was. Okay, I didn't try to document any other history. I was just trying to get the begats to go. So you might want to look that up and tell me if you find anything significant. Okay? And then you'd have to have more than one event. It can't just be, you know, that and then that. It's going to have to keep being consistent and biting, and the text is going to have to work with it. And I don't have anything. That was hypothesis 2. I'm not saying it's not right. I'm not finding any bite. Maybe there is. Okay? Hypothesis number 3 had a different accounting base. It said, hi, instead of starting at the beginning of verse 1, we're going to start here. And 350 divided into 1050 stands for 3 years per syllable. And what we found out when we did that is that we took significant events like Israel entering Egypt would have occurred here, okay, and they're subduing themselves to enter the land knowing they're going to go into slavery, stuff like that, okay. You got a lot of benchmarks, a lot of really significant history that's taking place during this period, okay, if you're dating it from the flood. And you got the whole history of David. Well, no, David's coming afterwards. You got the whole history of the patriarchs. All right, you got the flood to the patriarchs. So, you know, there's a whole lot of history that you can benchmark there. And in particular, you got Abraham. Okay, Abraham matured 2046. Okay, so we divide that by 3, and that's 682. Okay, I'm not sure if this is going to be the best way to do it. Okay,
2046. Actually, I should probably subtract 700 from it first. Okay, then we divide the difference by 3. And we add that to 700. That's not going to work. That's not going to work. I'm doing it wrong. Okay, Abraham matured 2046. I know what I'm doing wrong. I have to subtract it from the flood. Okay, Abraham matured 390 years after the flood. Now we divide it by 3. That's 130. We add 700 to it. And the corresponding year would be 830. Okay, well, why is it 824? Why don't we have 830 as a benchmark year? Well, sometimes the text is more important than the benchmark. All right, so here we have Vayibra Elohim at ha'adama b'tzalmo. That's cute. That's cute. All right. 830. We only got 6 more syllables to go. So we got Vayibra Elohim. It's really 3 syllables. At. Okay. Just before you get to at. So Vayibra Elohim. So that's your 6 syllables right there. Okay? God created. Yeah, and what is Abraham once he's matured? He's the new Adam. Okay? You have a history of Adams, right? He's the new Adam. He's the new guy from whom Christ is going to come. I mean, he's not strictly speaking a new Adam, but it's similar in idea. Okay. And God created. Yeah, God created Abraham. That's what he did do. Okay, so that's kind of cute. So, I mean, you can play with the deadlines. You can play with the dates that you know in history and see if they match up now that you see the methodology using a 3. That was hypothesis 3. Hypothesis 4 is a variation of it that says, okay, but now we're going to take these years because they all cover the 6th day. Only we're going to treat this 1050 as times 5 because Psalm 90 treats the 5 1050s of history. So 5250 divided by 350 means that each syllable is accounting for 15 years. All right, and then you play the same game. Okay, well, all right, let's look for Abraham's maturation. Where in the text would that be? Abraham's maturation was 2046, but that's now from Adam. So now we have to divide it by 15. So that's 136. We now got to add the 700 to it to find out where it is in the scale. And that's at 836. This is 824, and again, I would expect it to be benchmarked individually, but often they're not. And so now we say, okay, we need 12 more syllables after 824 in verse 27. Okay. And notice we're at the same place. Now we're at 836. That's kind of cute, isn't it? Look at this. Now we got 12 syllables instead of only 6. Okay. Wa, yi, ba, ra, Elohim ad ha-adam ba. Okay, well, you can leave out the ba, because that would give you 12 syllables. Okay, you can leave out the ba, because God created Adam. It's still saying the same thing about Abraham. In the same place. Only now you get 12 syllables. That's a little cute, isn't it? Now, maybe my math is wrong, but I didn't really expect that result. Okay? That's really cute. Okay, well, but you got other dates. You got the birth of Isaac. which is the same thing. You got the birth of Jacob, you got Jacob going to Haran, you got Jacob coming back to Haran, you got Jacob entering Egypt. What about the Exodus? Where would the Exodus fit in this? I think I showed you that already. Okay, Exodus is 2666 from Adam. Now we divide it by 15. That's 177. We add 700 to it to find out where it is on the scale. That's 877. Yeah, I did show it to you. 877 stopped us here at Paru. Be fruitful. The Exodus now. That's the Exodus. Be fruitful. You're leaving Egypt. Yeah, they sure were fruitful. They got 400 years back wages. They had so many converts that it was basically, two persons out of every three were Egyptians who were not, racially Jewish. Okay. That's why there were like roughly 6 million people. All right, leaving. I mean, those are estimates. Might not have been that many, but that's the most common estimate. That's assuming that there were 2 million adults with, 2 kids each. But it was a lot of people, and it was a lot more people than 70 would produce even in 400 years. There were a lot of converts. Okay? And it was 430 years to the day. People who can't read Exodus 6:20, I'm sorry for them, but they don't understand. Yes, it was the 4th generation. Okay? But I digress. The point is that there's some cuteness here. Okay? There's some real cuteness there. All right? And Exodus, be fruitful. That's pretty cute. So, that's hypothesis number 4, is that each syllable stands for 15 years. Now, which one is really going to work? Well, technically what you'd have to do, you'd have to go start up at the first verse. You'd have to work through all of the dates. I would suggest dealing only with the gold. If you're going to go back to verse 1, deal only with the gold ones. See if you got any real significant benchmarks. But you might end up having it be, like I said, text significance rather than benchmark clauses. And you could also try the clauses in the middle here, or invent your own clauses. I mean, there's nothing. I broke the clauses down, but you could break the clauses down into more subsections than I did. You don't have to just use these. Okay? And then see where you get the most bite, where most text matching the event that should be matched. See what happens. That's all I can say about it for now. Oh, I spoke too soon. There is something more to say, and it's really pretty significant. Depending on which of the 4 hypotheses you use. In hypothesis 1, it's still 1050, but you're going back to verse 1, counting 1 syllable per year. In hypothesis 2, you're doing the same thing, but you're counting 5 years per syllable. If you're going to do that, then there is no statement whatsoever that you can use to say how old Adam was before his fall, or when the restoration took place here in verse 2, or how old Earth is. There's nothing that you can hang a hat on if you're going to do that. Now, that might be the way you ought to do it. That might be what Moses intended. I really don't know. Until I crunch all these numbers for significant dates, I don't know. And every single one of these benchmarks is going to have to be significant somewhere. Now, it might not be significant at this point, okay, but it might be very significant if I, parsed it by clause in the middle, or if I just go text significant. Text significant is very important to do. If it's text significant, it's got to remain text significant. If you do that, you got no leg to stand on about how old the Earth is. I don't think it's even important, but some people think it is. The only way you can start to even begin to talk about how old Earth is, or how long Adam
was in the garden or created pre-fall is if you restrict your count back to the 6th day. Because if you're restricting your count back to the 6th day, as in hypothesis 3 and 4, and we found a lot of bite there, so there's a lot of plausibility for it. If you do that, then you have to answer the question, well, what does it mean the years before? Okay, because remember, in hypothesis number 3, we were saying, okay, our start point here is the flood. And so, because it's 350 syllables, each syllable equals 3 years. And then you do text significant search, and we got some pretty important text significant searches just on a couple of random hits. That doesn't make it right, but it does mean it's worth doing testing. But if that test proves out and you get significance all across the way, okay, and I mean, you got a lot of dates to test here, so you have to decide whether you're going to just do it per clause. Are you going to break the clauses differently than I have? Are you going to use these benchmarks or not? Okay, once you've done all that testing, it'll take you several weeks to do. If you establish that that's what Moses meant to do, is use 3 years per syllable, starting here to get to the 1050, this being the start of the flood. Syllable 701 is the flood, and now he's coming full circle to his own time. If you do that, then you got the justification to ask, well, wait a minute. If this is how this works with this 1050, then is it not reasonable to say that the accounting system is the same prior? In which case, do you multiply this 700 by 3? Or by what number? Or does the 700 stand for 10 voting periods, and therefore 10 1050s? And then what do you call that? The number of years since the restoration of the earth? The number of years since Adam was created? Okay? No matter what you do, you're going to be coming up with the world pre-existing, at least the creation of Adam, as the Ice Age, the last Ice Age. So to me, it's like not even interesting whether you do that or not. But some people are very interested in this, so I'm just showing you the idea. If, by contrast, you come up with a lot more hits by saying, okay, this 1050 refers to all the 1050s in history, and there are 5 of them that were allotted pre-church, and therefore this count is each syllable equals 15 years, because 5250 divided by 350 is 15, and each syllable therefore equals 15 years. And this is going back to Adam's fall. And again, just like in the first hypothesis, you can't say squat about when the earth was created, you can't say squat about when Adam was created, and you can't say squat about when the earth began its restoration. It was literal 6 days when it got restored. There's no way you can trace that. If God did it in 6 days, there's no way to know. You take his word for it or you don't. And a whole lot of people are not comfortable taking God's word for it. And I feel sorry for them. You won't feel uncomfortable if you talk to God. Ask the ceiling, God, is this true? Are you real? Once you know he's real, you'll have no trouble accepting his word is real. And I submit to you that you ought to ask him. Why should you spend time studying the Bible if you don't know it's his word? And who's going to tell you that it's his word if not him? And why should you trust anybody else, including me, to tell you? God says on the voice of 2 or more witnesses. Okay, but there are a lot of people witnessing to falsehood. How do you know I'm not one of them? Well, you go to God. And besides, why would you care about what I say? Shouldn't you care what God says? Does God say listen to pray now? Then listen. If God doesn't say it, don't listen to me. Or don't listen to the word, or don't study the word. You get the point. Okay, so what if this is 1050 times 5? And the counting goes back to Adam's fall here. Then again, this 700 before is kind of a question mark.
You have to account for how come it's there. If we're only accounting for time here, then what is this? You have to account for it. And again, what you might be able to say, but how are you going to prove it, is that, well, this stands for 10-10-50s because Moses is using the 70 to stand for 1050, which he does do. Okay, last ice age then. Be done with it. Okay, again, if this is 15 times 37, then what's the doctrinal significance? And of course, here it would be more generic, 560 years, the voting period. And we already saw the 560 years, so we know that that's intended. Okay, then you got the 28, and that comes to mean 980, and that's two contiguous 490s as a qualifying period, because the 490s are contiguous. We saw that with Noah and Abraham. See, look. Abraham gets his 490 in the year that Noah's runs out. That happens more than once. The 1050s have to be contiguous. The 1000s have to be contiguous. The 490s have to be contiguous. Someone has to win that. Super maturing to win it. Okay? What scares me so utterly about talking about this is that since I know it, then I'm supposed to super mature myself. And that frightens me so much I'll just cry if I think about it. So I just have to keep talking about it. Forget about me. Okay? That might be why you're getting it too. I mean, it's God's will for everybody's life that we super mature. Okay, so this is a 560. This is 980. Two contiguous 490s. Somebody carrying the baton. I.e., you know, Abraham picking it up from Noah. Except that's not what this period stands for. Because if it were going back to Adam, then 37 plus 28 times 15, okay, is 975, but you round that off to 980, okay, because 980 divided by 15 is 65. Same thing. You can't split a syllable, so it's going to have to round off. All right, so 980 was the end of the second contiguous 490, which means that it's encompassing all this history and all these people and the begats. And it could be saying a whole lot more. I'm just not covering all that. All right? So then you have to interrelate the text with the times. Okay? And that would basically be 980 minus 4106, 3126 BC. You know, thereabouts. Okay? And, you know, then you keep on going all the way down. And you look for your benchmarks. And now you've got a whole span of time that included Christ. And what we saw when we did that was that his birth would be depicted here. Okay? And then you got all this time after that to finish off. See, this is Christ's birth right here because of the 15 multiplier. Okay, so now can you match up all those significant events that go from Adam to Christ's birth, like the kings, the Exodus, the tear down of the temple, David becoming king, all that stuff? Is there text relevant to the syllable count that you have to get when you play with the numbers? And the answer is, I don't know. It's very plausible because these latter two hypotheses make the most sense. And in both cases, the answer is, okay, fine. Let's pretend that either or both of these hypotheses is true and that we're only accounting the history to get full circle back to when Moses writes to here. Okay, but then how do we account this 700? Is that like time before creation of Adam's fall? Is that time before Adam's fall? Was the world around 70 times, 10 times 1050? And when I say the world was around, does it mean around since its restoration? Because this is a restoration. There is a gap in time. We don't know how long that is between verse 1 and verse 2. Okay? Because this is an adversative wow. Because the earth became something it wasn't. This is telling you that it became. Tohu wabohu. It wasn't that way at initial creation. That is confirmed in Scripture in Isaiah 45, verses 18 and 19. So there's a definite gap here that's confirmed in explicit text of Scripture just cited in Isaiah. And all those people who don't understand that, I feel sorry for them. Because it's like ABCs. It's real obvious. Okay, if so, though, then what is the 700 tag? What is it referring to? How much time measured between what two events? And the answer is I don't know. But you're going to have to account for that, because until you can account for that, then this accounting, no matter which system you come up with in hypotheses 3 or 4, you can't be sure. You have to be able to count all the way to the beginning. Why is that 700 there? What are all these prior days? See, because this is basically the 5th day. The prior 5 days, what do they refer to? Because there are 1070s here. Why? What do they mean? So I'll leave you to ponder that question, because I got to ponder it too. Peace out.
All right, here's another idea about how to do the timeline. And in many ways, it's the most potent in theme, okay, where Moses is setting up a tripartite parallel between the initial restoration of the earth here, there being a gap in time in creation, and that's the title of the book anyhow. And then the whole thing of the picture of it, because the restoration is the Holy Spirit over the waters. Now, what does Moses writing time, this phrase that you see highlighted in black, and hello, the flood, all have in common? Waters. The parting of the waters. See, day 2, we're going to part the waters from the waters. Okay? We're going to part the waters from the waters. What happened at the Red Sea? Of course, he's writing 40 years after that event, but it's a good way to remind them of the analogy. You got 3 water events. Okay? You got the restoration of the earth, literal, that he's writing about in Genesis 1. Literal 6 days. All the events are literal. Yes, they're miracles. Get used to it. Okay? If he's God. How do you get proof that he's God if he doesn't do a miracle? And then the miracle is something somebody else witnessed and you didn't, but you're believing them because you can tell that they're telling you the truth, because God's witnessing to you that they're telling you the truth. Hello, God does miracles every single day. He's doing miracles. He's talking. I don't mean with an audible voice. I mean with thoughts that hit your head that you know you're not smart enough to have. Hello. Okay. Parallel, waters, hamayim, waters. The Holy Spirit, Bible doctrine, is water for your soul. You see the point? It's really trenchant, appropriate, cute. So now what if, and this is the more traditional way dateline meters work, and all meters work, especially, in Revelation, for example, John says, okay, his first meter, whether it's 7 or not, I'm writing you, let's pretend it was the same meter, 16 years after X, which is 50 years after Y, which is 63 years after Z. And then he comes full circle to his own time by the time he hits the second dateline, and sometimes by the time he hits the first one. So now I'm writing you 119 years after AA. That's John's style. And that style started in the book of Romans. in the New Testament. Okay, where does it start in the Old Testament? They didn't pull it out of a hat. Maybe it starts here. That's appropriate. So maybe when our boy Moses is full circle here, his full circle is, hi, I'm writing you 1050 years after the flood. That's the date line that he's using in Psalm 90. He's writing this in the same year. This is the first time they're getting scripture in writing. He's establishing the style. So let's make it blatant. If this is I'm writing you 1050 years after the flood, as I said, like in hypothesis 1, then maybe you go back here and this is year 1 of the flood. Okay, but at the same time, you could take a different approach. So I guess we'll call this hypothesis 5, because this is the more traditional way the meter works in the Bible. And say, hi, I'm writing you 16 years after X. In other words, I'm writing you in 1400 BC, which is 1050 after the flood. But 16 years prior to when I wrote is an event that they knew, but we don't. 50 years prior to when Moses is writing is an event they knew, but we don't. Or maybe it's, 19 years plus 16, which is 35. Okay, sort of embedded date line. And then you got another 15 after that. And then you got another 13 after that. And then 15 and 13, and Moses does this a lot in Psalm 90. 15 and 13 are 28. He loves to embed sevens, repeating 7 combinations. I call it palindromes. They're not really palindromes, but they're cute, like palindromes are, where they add back and they add forward, and they're meaningful either way. Okay? For example, let me show you what I mean by palindromes. Palindromes. Ah, come on. Would you just come up, please? How come it's taking so long? See? I'm sorry about my handwriting, but I at that time I didn't know how to create stuff on Word. Okay? See, you got a 17 and a 17 there. All right. So it adds up 17 backwards and forwards. It's not exactly a palindrome because the numbers aren't always the same. But then you got 21 and 21 here. Okay. He uses a lot of 19s and 18s and 12s. And I parse the clauses. Of course, this is more poetic than Genesis 1. Genesis 1, strictly speaking, isn't poetic. This is a poem. But see, he pairs a lot. He does 24s. Okay. And then he had something add up to 63 in either direction. All right. You can download this Psalm 90 palindrome PDF. Just Google on it and you can download it. Okay. So it stands to reason he might have done that here, but I'm not checking for it right now. All right. What I am checking for is the theme. What theme do I use for my count? You have to establish the theme first, or you don't know if you got the right count. See, everything is mutually auditing and mutually, what do you want to call it? The Bible is sort of self-auditing. And you just have to know the methodology. And the methodology is basically talking to God and asking him what proofing you do and what auditing you do. And this is what came up. Okay, what if we use the traditional meter pattern, which is, hi, I'm writing you 16 years after X, which is 50 years after Y, and 63 years after Z, and 89 years after AA. That's a style that I've already documented in the Bible now for about, 5 years. All right? So I don't know what 16 is. I don't know what 50 is. I do know what 63 is. And 63 is really cute. It's another like palindrome, equidistance. Because see, 63 is 63 sevens times 7. It's not 63 years, or if it is 63 years from what? If he's writing 40 years after the Exodus. There's 441 years is the total, but they're not contiguous. Because here's what Moses is writing. Moses is writing 1400. Jacob and family entered Egypt in 1870. Okay? So he's literally writing 470 years after Jacob and family entered Egypt. Okay, but their slavery didn't start right away when they entered Egypt. Okay? Their slavery started 390 years before Moses and the Jews left. Okay, well that's 40 years more. So 390 years at the time they left, at the time of the Exodus. They had been enslaved for 390 years as a group. Okay, he's leaving, he's writing now 40 years later. So he's writing 430 years after the slavery of all of Israel began. Well, if you look up in Exodus 12, verses 40 through 41, at the time they left at the Exodus itself, they had been in Egypt for 430 years. Now that doesn't count Joseph. Of the 430 years, 390 were spent in slavery. And now, you see, they had 40 good years. Yeah, because Joseph was vizier. They're entering in the last 40 years. And it looks like there was a couple of years overage after that, too. Okay, but Joseph was there for 10 years as a slave. His first 10 years in Egypt, he was a slave. So Moses is tacking that onto the 390 to get the 400. And then he's adding the 40 that they've been in the wilderness when he writes to get 440. And then he's writing in the beginning of the 441st year in order to make it 7. Because 63 times 7 is 441. He's right at the beginning of the year. You see how cute that is? So that's where he's getting the 63 sevens from. And then he himself is 119 years old when he writes. Okay, so then we have a lot to support the idea of, okay, well then I should be reading these meters as years back from the current writing year, which is 1400. Because I have to read it this way for the date, and I have to read it this way to know that's his age. So what if I read it that way all the way down? Then that means that by the time you get to 1050, that's the year of the flood being paralleled with the 6-day creation of man, which in a sense it is, because Noah and family are in the boat on that first day of the flood. And that's a kind of recreation of man in a state of tohu wabohu. And Moses and company have just come through the waters of what we call the Red Sea. Bible calls it the Reed Sea, Yam Suf. But the Greeks called it the Red Sea, and that name stuck. Okay, Erythraean. Just look up Erythraean. It means red. It's a Greek term. Okay, so hello. That's a cute triple parallel to the 6th day when man was created. He comes through a flood, so to speak. And of course, the third set of waters that is Moses and the people he's writing to. So that has a lot of literary relevance. And of all the 3 styles, I picked that one the most because it's the most documentable. Okay, so if that's true, then our significant benchmark events are going to be in years from when he's writing just straight without the multiple multiplier of 7 that I did in prior videos. We'd just be looking for straight years, like what event is 560 years before when Moses writes? What is 651 prior when Moses writes? What is 700 prior versus when Moses writes? That's a lot more straightforward calculation. And it should reveal some really important stuff. So in the next increment, I'll come back and we'll see what we find. I really don't know. I played a little bit with the numbers. I played with all the 7s. Just straight years counting back from 1400 BC. Using this. So I didn't, this doesn't have all the dates in it. It has some. And I'm looking for biblical significance, not just any old date. And when doing that, I didn't get really any particularly important hits. You have to start here. Okay, Moses is writing in the year before he dies. So you more or less have to start it pretty much here. And then of course his own birth is right here. See, he's writing in 1400, the year, probably at the beginning of the year. So he's got a year left. Because he's going to die at age 120. So the 63 works and the 119 works as date lines. But when I get past that, like with 210, I don't come up with anything. See, 210 plus 1400 when Moses writes. Whoops. Start over. That's 1610. Okay, that's not resonating. 1610 is what? It doesn't mean it doesn't mean anything. It might have meant something only to the local audience. Or it might mean something that I don't know about. Okay? The point is that it's prior to Amos. It could be something important in Egyptian history that relates to how Israel got developed, because she got enslaved under the 12th dynasty. Okay, it was given another 120 years after they started to treat Israel badly, and then down it goes. That's historical, way things go. 4th generation curse. Okay, but I don't know what 1610 stands for. Okay, it isn't just that. It isn't just 1610. If we go to the next 7, we do 364 plus 1400. I get 1764, which of course is farther back in time. And 1764 is what? That's still during the chaos period. That might have some other meaning, but I don't know what it is. Alright? Then we take 14 more years prior to that. Okay? That's 1778. That is still during the 12th dynasty chaos period. What else it might mean in history, I don't know. This is all BC now. Okay? So, after 119, I'm not coming up with anything significant. I'm not testing the in-betweens. I'm just looking at the 7s, because the 7s are supposed to be historically significant if they're supposed to be used as date lines. If he's really doing this tabulation. Okay? I still have to explain why they're 7. I have to explain what that number means, why it's 7. Well, this is a year. This is 7 months. It's got metaphorical significance, but it should have more significance than that since it's the book of Genesis. Okay, when we get here, however, I got a lot of significance going on. Now, that doesn't mean that this is the right way to do it. It just keeps the idea in the ballpark. Because now we're talking about going all the way back to Joseph. Let me pull it down a little.
Okay, it's going to be a little bit difficult because I want you to see the text. Okay, Jacob goes to Haran, 1960 BC. Okay, if I take, it's going to be really hard to, there, I suppose I could do that. I mean, you know what the text is, right? Vayihi erev, vayihi boker, yom revi, okay? Fourth day. Okay, now fourth day is really pretty significant because that's when time and dates and times and seasons and all that stuff get introduced by use of planets and stars to tell us what time it is. It's all about time. And 560 is the metaphor of voting. So it's a pretty significant number here. Okay? Our next stop is going to be 1050 effectively, broken into two subunits of 350 and 140. But, 560 plus 490 is 1050. So this one really ought to be significant. Well, it turns out that it is. Because if I take 1400 and I add 560 to it, then I get 1960, which is the very year that Jacob left Haran in order to marry Rachel, in order to find a wife. Okay, well, that particular year is 490 years after the flood. So we have a convergence. Moses is writing a story about the world being chaos and wasteland, the reconstruction of the earth after the angelic conflict. He's drawing a parallel between that and the flood that he's writing 1050 years after the flood. And he's writing a parallel on the third level between, the fact that 40 years ago, they came through the waters themselves. So the doctrinal analogy is, this is important to history, this buys time, this is part of the angelic conflict, this is part of we're the reason why creation was there in the first place. Okay, and all that ties to Psalm 90, and all that ties to the Song of Moses in Deuteronomy 32, especially verse 8, where it says, the number of the sons is based on the sons of Israel. Or you could say based on the messengers if you want to, be more politically correct, but less biblically correct. It's based on the Jews. History is based on the Jews. Like it, lump it, whatever you want. And anybody could have become a Jew simply by believing in Messiah. You didn't have to be a racial Jew, but the promise was that there would be racial Jews. Also, to who? To Abraham. And so 490 years after the flood, see right here, 490 years after the flood, see if I add 490 to it, that's the flood year in BC terms, which is 1656, in year from Adam. So 560 is when Jacob voted to leave Haran. Of course, he voted for the wrong reason and he voted in the wrong way, but he voted. He left, okay? That's then. So that's evening, morning, one day. Fourth day. Yeah. And when is this? This is in 2046, which is, see, 2046. Where are we on the schedule here? Here's 2100. All right, this is kind of cute. 2100. See, the voting period for unbelievers ended here. He's born 2106 from Adam. He's born 6 years after the 2100 closed. So by the time he's 40, he votes. Okay? This is really important because the Christ birth is based on his own, Jacob's own birthday. This is Jacob's birthday. Jacob's birthday. Because this is when Isaac has Jacob and Esau. 2106 from Adam. Alright? So that's his birthday. So when he's 40 years old, he leaves. Okay? See, his birth is 2000 BC. What we would call 2000 BC. Alright, that's 2106 from Adam. The two timelines almost converge here. They come real close. Okay, so that being the case, then you have to ask yourself if it's not deliberate. If this isn't the what we're supposed to use. Okay? Because now we're looking at Jacob. Alright, Jacob votes, he flees. Okay, 1960. That's what the 560 dates back to. Now watch. It gets more pointed. Alright, prior to that is 546 right here. So if we take 1400 plus 546, we get 1946, which is 14 years later. See, because we're going backwards in time. These numbers are going backwards in time. So the smaller number is later in time. So 14 years after Jacob left to get a wife, what happened? Well, the first 7 years he worked for, Rachel, and Laban tricked him and he got Leah instead. So he had to work what? Another 7 years. So 14 years after he left, which is 14 plus 490. See, he's using 14 here. It's kind of a dead giveaway, actually, because he's using 14 here. 14 years after he left to get a wife, he finally gets the wife he wanted. He had to work an extra 7 years for Rachel. He worked the first 7 years for her, but Laban tricked him, and so he got Rachel right away as a wife, but he still had to work an extra 7 years. So in 1946, he's completed that labor. And guess what? Joseph. That's the year Joseph is born. Joseph becomes enslaved. Okay, so then we have to play with that. All right, so see, 546 is really important because that translates, as you can see right here on screen, into when Joseph is born, into when the 14 years of working for the second wife, who was supposed to be the first wife, Rachel, got finished. Rachel means ewe lamb. Okay? Isn't that cute? That's a little too pointed for words. Just bam, bam, bam. Okay, but it gets better. Because now we're going to take 516 and we're going to add that to the same 1400, which is when Moses is writing, and we get 1916. Well, what's that? Oh, yeah, see, look down here, lower window, where I'm clicking. Joseph is 30 years old at that point, and he becomes vizier. And that's when the 40-year grace period that ends with the 7 fat years starts. That's a little too cute, don't you think? Now, it suddenly doesn't quite work that way afterwards. This is what makes, because you have to have a tie going all the way back. If I take now 495, okay, and I add 1400 to it, I get 1895. Okay, well, Sesostris started ruling probably with his dad. 1895 might have been when Sesostris' dad, Eminem had, or no, yeah, Eminem had. No, where's Eminem had? That's Eminem had the second. Where's Sesostris the first? I didn't stick him in there. Sesostris the first might have been dying. So you could say, well, 1985, 2 years later, okay, ruling solo. But why would that be exactly important? I don't know. See, so it doesn't have the punch that 560, 546, and 516 had. Alright, so 495 plus 1400 is 1895, and the closest thing that, goes with that is 2 years after Sesostris II began ruling. And that 2 years after might mean that his dad died and he's ruling alone, and that's why it's brought up. Okay? But his dad, his dad was an Amenemhet the First. See? There we go. Now we got a tie. Look. 1895. I knew there was something. Okay, so the Pharaoh of the Dream died in 1895. Okay, so that's got a little more punch than I thought, because he's the Pharaoh of the Dream. So it's still related to Jacob, still related to Joseph, still related to the Exodus, still related to the flood. You get that, don't you? You see all those connections? Because what the Bible's trying to do is show God orchestrates time, therefore you have to find the continuous timeline in the convergence. If you don't find that, then you might be mismetering or misreading the passage or miscounting the syllables or something. You got to get that kind of fit. All right, well then if we keep on going backwards in time. 1846. Okay. 1846 versus 1895. Why am I getting that? Oh, because yeah. The lower the number, the later it is in time. 1846. This gets kind of confusing. I'm sorry. That's significant because that's Amenemhet III, and he's the guy who put them into slavery. Okay? And 1846, I believe, is when Joseph dies, or Jacob dies. Jacob dies. Okay, Joseph dies in 1836, and Joseph dies in 1853. Okay, Amenemhet III, who's the guy who started the eminent domain thing, starts ruling in 1842. That's 4 years prior to when he started ruling. I could have sworn I saw something important about that. I'm going to give that the benefit of the doubt because that's 30 years after the 40 years with the fat years ends. But I saw something real significant to 1846 that I can't remember now. So I'll just pretend for the sake of argument it's got weight. Alright, so now we got to go back again. 423 plus 1400. That's 1823. And now it's even harder to say. 1823. 1823. That's later in time. 1823. That's 20 years after Amenemhet. Now we don't have anything. Now I've lost the trail. Now that's kind of bad because if I'm only getting a few hits in a timeline, unless I don't know what they are and the hits are actually valid, then you have to ask yourself, just because these three are significant, and you can even argue this and possibly this are significant, he's not going to do the whole timeline just for these. Okay? And more importantly, I still have to explain why it's 7 to 210. Why is it 7 to 364? Why at 378? These meters have doctrinal meaning, but they also have to have some kind of historical tie if what I'm saying about the 1050 and the date back that I'm using is true on any of the 4 or 5 hypotheses now. I have to be able to still explain why 210, why 364, why 378, 560 looks like it's pretty obvious, but why 651, why 700, 1050, I know. 1141, I know. But if I can't explain the other ones, then I don't maybe know any of them. That's why I have to stop right now. All right, let's do a little review because I got 5 hypotheses and I can't really justify any one of them. So maybe there's something I'm missing. Let's do a little review. Genesis is supposed to set the tone, the pattern, the precedent for how meter is done in the Bible. What you're seeing in front of you is somehow, this is a part that I know for sure, the plan of time. Okay? And your dead giveaway is this at the 1050. The 1050 and the 560. The difference between them, of course, is 490. And then you have subcomponents like 182, 49, 91, which as you go through the Bible, you find out what these components mean. They have doctrinal value. They are supposed to have doctrinal value. They're numbers, but they're metaphorical concepts that are doctrines that run throughout the Bible. So that when you see the numbers in the text, like 490 in Daniel 9, you're supposed to understand a lot about why those numbers are those numbers. But the precedent for defining them has to be in Genesis. Specifically in Genesis 1, at least some of the numbers are going to be defined. That's what we're trying to do, is find out what definition we are given by the meter interacting with the text and the relationships between the numbers. Because math is a language like anything else. So what is that language telling us? Okay? 63, I find out elsewhere in the Bible, is vote short. 56 is vote in jeopardy, but not quite yet short. 63 pretty much means, hi, it isn't going to finish. Okay? The missing 7 is not going to play. All right? So for Moses to dateline this 63, yeah, he's using the years since slavery, but he could have used a different number. He could have phrased it a different way. He could have done a lot of different things and gotten to the same number, same result. Just like you can use a sentence and reword it and it'll still say the same thing. So why did he pick 63? What does that tell us? Especially in the context of let there be light. Vote short. God says let there be light. Well, it's not God's vote that's short. That means hi. Somebody's vote is short. And of course, we already know who. The angels were voting against. That's why God has to say, let there be light. Because the angels, whose bodies are made out of light, had a great big civil war, and they put the lights out on planet Earth, which is apparently where they were headquartered. At least Satan and company. So that's why this is 63. God is saying, let there be light, because now we got to go to the next stage in the trial, humans. All right? And then 63 is the years of slavery, dateline also. 119, that's how old Moses is when he writes. Now we got 56 as of the end of the first day. The sum of the two is also 119. Now, therefore, you have to get involved in, well, what are the components? Well, you're kind of told. 63 vote short and 56 vote in jeopardy. Adds up to 119. But there are other components that play in the Bible of this number. Okay, it's 56 plus 7. Okay, 56 is the most prominent meter in the Bible, vote short, vote in jeopardy. Okay, it's all over, it's the main number that is used by Moses in Psalm 90. By Isaiah. Daniel plays on it by using 258s instead of 56. Mary plays on it. Paul plays on it. All the writers in the New Testament play on it. 56, 56, and 7, which tells you high rebellion, and tribulation. 56 is basically saying there's a bucking going on. Okay? Just like you do in your own human life. And in a very real way, these numbers are patterned after psychological stages of man. Okay? When you hit your 20s, you're all gung-ho and
You're, fresh off the farm, sort of rude. By the time you're 30, you're starting to question things. By the time you're 40, you're kind of fed up and you're sort of settled in your life. Your kids are grown, and now you want to start to, think for yourself and have your own life. And by the time you're in your 50s, you're very well settled, and you're starting to realize that, hey, you wasted your life. That can usually happen in the 40s. And by the time you're 60, you're starting to get bitter. By the time you're 70, you're very bitter. By the time you're 80, you're dead. That's pretty much what Psalm 90 tells you. Okay, written in the same year. All right, so the rebelling part is when you're still in your prime. Between 40 and 60, you're still in your prime. Starting in 60, and I'm beginning to find that out as a fact, starting in 60, you start to decline. Your body starts to really get wacko. Okay? So that's what that is. That makes sense. Day one. Yeah, rebelling against God since day one of this restoration. Okay? The actual creation is up here. That's the title. Okay? Verse 2 is restoration. A gap of time is between verse 1 and verse 2, and no one knows how long it is. And your keyword to tell you that is Haita and Tohu Wabohu. Because Isaiah 45, verses 18 and 19, Christ says, and through the mouth of Isaiah, I didn't make it that way. So this verse wasn't Tohu Wabohu. It's something that changed. Haita. It became chaos and wasteland. And all those idiots who think that this is one continuous creation story, well, they hate God. They don't even bother to learn how to read His Word, okay? Because you can't tell that in the English. Of course, if you hate God, you don't bother to learn the actual words He wrote. You want to just have a translation and then call yourself holy, hypocrite. Okay? I have no respect whatsoever for people who only read Bible in translation. Do you need a translation? Yes. Is it okay to use one? Yes. But if that's all you stick with and you try to, justify not using the original languages or learning them, piss on you. I'm sorry. I'm not going to be nice about this anymore. The hypocrisy and the bad scholarship that's gone on for centuries has got to stop. And I'm not going to stop it. God will stop it. I'm just exposing it when I have to. And I stay away from it whenever possible. I try to, once I find out a person is not really, all they want to do is like learn Bible and translation, I try to find ways to avoid that person from that point forward. Because they're just an accident waiting to happen. Okay? If you're going to be slipshod in your scholarship about Bible, you can just kiss your spiritual life goodbye. Okay? Now, maybe you can't study it yet. Ask God for the money and the time, and He'll give it to you. He gave it to me, He'll give it to you. Okay, tirade over, back to verse 2. This is the restoration. Due to what? Rebellion. Rebellion caused what? Tohu wabohu. And therefore earth became something it was not. It became chaos and wasteland. Due to rebellion. That's why that's a 63. That's why this is a 56. That's why that is 119, besides the fact that that's Moses' age when he writes. And he writes just before he's going to die, a year before he's going to die, 40 years after they've, been wandering in the wilderness. And this is like his goodbye swan song. He's writing scripture. That's very common. That scripture gets reduced to writing just before the major prophet who was teaching it all of his life dies, to leave it behind. Okay? So that's what Moses is doing. So he's spending his last year, it might be a year and a half, it might be 6 months, I don't know how long it took him. Okay, but he's obviously spiritually mature enough to write Bible. And he's writing it. After 119, we start to have problems as to what these numbers mean. Day 1, rebellion. The whole recreation, as it were, a restoration of the earth is due to what? Rebellion. due to the earth being trashed up by the angelic conflict, as we find out in later chapters. Okay? So day 1, don't have a problem now with the number being what it is. Now I know. This is explainable. Rebellion. Okay? But when we get to day 2, the doctrinal topic there isn't light B anymore. It's let's separate the waters from the waters. Okay? Well, water is in the Bible is a synonym for two different things. It's a synonym, it's a metaphor of something that you need to survive, water of the word. And it's also a synonym or metaphor of people congregating, which comes to mean politics, comes to mean political entity. Okay, the sea of people. All right. So you got heavenly waters, water of the word, and earthly waters. Okay, like politics, people congregating, human viewpoint, all that. So to separate divine from human viewpoint, the word from people's ideas, that makes sense that would be step 2, because if you got light is going to separate from darkness. And waters are dark or they're light. One of the two. The light of God's water or the darkness of human water. All right? Very interesting. Okay, so now that's day 2. Due to rebellion, you're going to have a separation. All right? But here's what I don't understand, and I'm going to try and explain what I think might be the answer. This is a 210. 210 is 3 70s. We got 170 up here, which is 70 plus 49. So you got 91 plus 28 up here at 119. You got 70 plus 49. You got, 91 plus 28, 84 plus 35. 84 plus 35, yeah. 84 plus 35. You can see what the factors all are. All right, but we're told what the factors are right here. Okay? And then 63 is 56 plus 7. So that tells you its metaphorical meaning. But here, you got 210. And the difference between the rebellion first day and the separation second day is a 91, which means that God's will, the completed, what do you want to call it? God wills something be, and then it's all played out. It finishes. Up to the final 7, if you want to carry it to the 98, which is millennium. Okay? All right, but that's 210. That's 370s. Why is it 370s? Okay? I don't understand that. The implication is, what are we saying? Trinity has voted now for it. Trinity obviously voted like B, and the Holy Spirit actually did it. And then Trinity votes for the separation, and all we're showing is the vote. Is that the way it's supposed to go? Because I can't tie 210 to anything particularly significant in history. So why is that? I don't have the answer. Doctrinally, it's 370s. Okay, which could stand for 31050s, even though this is the second day. What do we make of that? I don't know. But the 91 is a positive thing. It's got a positive meaning of 84 plus 7, or you could say it's 91, and then the actual final completion, including the millennium, is the extra 7, because that's the way it's used by the time you get to Revelation. All right. Which is in view here, I don't know. Then we have the third day, and this is even more interesting because we have the 364 here. And the weirdest thing about that is that that's in the context of flowering trees and shrubs and, bearing fruit. Okay, vegetation. Okay, the third day is the appearance of dry land. the separation from the sea, and vegetation. And what does that come to mean metaphorically? Well, sea is sea of people gathering, freedom, movement, congregating. Dry land is a separation from that. So when you're traveling, and this is what they did a lot in the ancient world, they were constantly on the move in order to be protected from predators and other humans. Ancient populations were small, not large. They were constantly moving, so a stupid archaeologist who isn't paying attention to the fact that they were constantly moving is going to say, oh, we had a whole, Earth's population was a lot larger, and it couldn't have gotten to the size it did in the amount of time that the Bible says. Yes, it could, because it wasn't large. Okay? Chaco Canyon is a good example. The year-round population in Chaco Canyon, according to these same sociological archaeologists, was about 100 people. Have you ever gone to Chaco Canyon? It's huge. And if you saw all the way the dwellings are made and how they lived like in caves and had all kinds of different constructions that they made out of stuff, you would think that thousands of people live there. Well, on occasion, thousands of people congregated there. But they didn't live there. It was 80 to 100 people year round. Okay, well, there you go. People would travel and they'd build and then they'd leave. They travel, they build, and they'd leave. Well, the artifacts left over then are going to look like it's a much bigger population. Populations were not large. They couldn't afford to be large. That would attract too much attention. They had to constantly be on the move. Just look at the Indians. Okay? They're not large populations. Okay? But they were constantly on the move. Duh. Okay. 364 therefore is your ability to be free. You can go on the sea and, separate yourself from human threat there, or you can go on land and separate yourself from the sea threat there. Which way do you want to move? Do you want to be sedentary on the land, or do you want to keep moving on the sea, or do you want to keep moving on the land? So it comes to mean freedom. And then vegetation, of course, gives you something to eat. Got to provide the food first before you provide the life. Okay, and that's really kind of what God's doing here. Light is food. Okay, separation, divine versus human viewpoint, food, because your soul lives on words. Okay, and then you have a body. Okay, so what's the provision for their body? Well, the first provision for the body is going to have to be freedom. Freedom to congregate with other humans, or freedom to be alone. Freedom to vote with your feet. Freedom to take your Bible with you when the stupid post-Constantine apostasy takes hold. Stuff like that. All right? So yeah, there you go. You got a cycle. And it's 364. Why he puts that here, though, I don't know. And then you got an extra 14 here. Which, at this point, you're talking 570s. That's 350. Plus 14, and then 570s plus 28. Why? By the third day? Why? I don't know. I'm just telling you what the metaphorical meanings are. I do not know why those meanings are placed where they are. 560 is a no-brainer. That's 490 plus 70. And the time distance between the 378 and 560 in a passage that's saying the fourth day is about times and dates and appointments and seasons, which is really apt that he'd use 560 here. Why is that difference 182? I don't know. It's significant. I just don't know what the significance is. And then we got a sort of positive idea here with 91, and it goes all the way to 651. Okay, with God seeing that it's good, okay, that birds can fly. This is sea and air life. Yeah, sea and air life. And right here where it says God says it's good, that's a 91 with 651. I don't know what 651 means. This one's throwing me all together. This one makes me think I've got the meter wrong. Okay, because I have no idea. I've never seen this meter before. I don't know what to think of it. Okay, so maybe my meter count is, too high or too low here, here, or here. I got to revisit that. Meanwhile, on the 5th day, we got 700, and that's deliberate. We've gone from 8 sevens right here, 8 70s, to 10 70s here. Why? Why is the 5th day characterized with 10 70s? I don't know. What I do know is that the next 5 70s are right here, and what I've been proposing in hypotheses 3 and 4 is that the actual timeline that Moses is going to follow starts right here at syllable 701. Okay? Whether it's a timeline for all 5 1050s or just the one going back to the flood, I don't know yet. But the fact that this is 10 and this is now 15, which is the full complement of 1050, and that 350 syllables is the syllable count he uses in Psalm 90, which spans 5 1050s, argues the most for hypothesis 4. So what I need to do is test all these benchmarks in the text for important dates, because this would be the whole of human history then. The syllable 701, the W, would begin Adam's fall. And then 1050 would be the millennium, just like Psalm 90 is organized. It would have to have the same organization. Okay, that's my most likely hypothesis, which means that Christ in this, okay, is right. Where is it? Right here. That would be Christ's birth. If that's Christ's birth, then everything else is prophetic after his birth, and would somehow, would be a mystery to the Jews, but would be including church in God's mind. And then I'm sitting here thinking, okay, was Paul then talking back to this part of Genesis 1 in his own meter in Ephesians 1, 3-14? I don't know. Okay? But that would have to mean that I'm going to find a lot of real important ties here, because you got so much history by the time Christ comes. There's so many important dates to benchmark. Are they? And this would set the style and explain why Isaiah does it this way, why Daniel does it this way, etc. Okay, Mary too. Okay, because they're all doing annual chronologies. Okay, so are we looking at every syllable here would be 15 years rather than just one? But it would still constitute an annual chronology because each syllable would be 15 years and they're all consecutive. Okay, but why do it that way? And what's the significance of doing it that way? I don't know yet. But hypothesis 4 is the most likely so far. Okay, then after that, this is aftermath. And obviously now, since time has gone way past 5250, then we're talking about church here, not being necessarily called church or told or explained as church, but it's like to the Jews it would be, well, Moses, why do you have more text after 1050? What does all this mean? And Moses would just sort of vaguely tell them that it's the angelic conflict being wrapped up, but they wouldn't know why. They would know that there's extra time being allotted, but they wouldn't understand why, because it would be potential as far as they're concerned. All right? And it could have been. This could have been the end of the millennium. This could have been eternity. And this could have some other meaning, because it's only 91 syllables more. Okay? So what is this? Okay, but even post-church, I got to explain what it is. It's setting precedent for the whole Bible, this meter pattern. So what is it? Well, I've just reviewed what the doctrinal meanings are in brief. Okay, vote short, vote in jeopardy. God's plan is being realized, except the last 7 hasn't played. This is time in breach that has to be made up. I don't know what 154 is. 182 roughly corresponds to 6 months. Half the plan is completed, which is really surprising considering where this is on the 4th day. Okay, sort of, I guess, not so surprising since it is the 4th day. 700 is 1070s, but I really don't know what that means. 49 means diaspora due to apostasy. 91 we're seeing again and again and again here. 350 stands for 5 1050s, which is actually 570s. And then we got our 91 here again. The 91 is real common. It's a common thread throughout, whereas 56 is more common elsewhere. And this 91 really baffled me when I went to parse Ephesians 1, 3 through 14. I didn't know where the 91 came from. I didn't know what it was. So when you see those videos, I say, you know, I don't know what this is or why this is what it is. Until I realized it was a quarter. It's analogous to a season. A quarter. Okay, but I didn't know where he got it from. I thought he got it from Mary. But it turns out he gets it from Genesis 1. And he definitely gets it from Noah in the boat. Okay, but what does the 91 mean here? Why is it placed where it's placed? This is always my question to God. You have words in text. Okay, and my question to God is, okay, why did you word it this way and why did you put it here? Well, why is the sequence of the words what it is? And why is this sequence occurring here instead of like further on down? Because especially with Hebrew and Greek, it doesn't really matter the word order. Okay, so why did you word what you worded the way you worded it? And my question is the same on the meter. Why are your meters what they are, where they are? And I don't have the answers. But at least you got another, sort of like a overview on what these are. Okay? And when I figure out better, if I figure out better, I'll come back. Peace out. I redid a lot of the internal meters. Primarily because if I keep on getting answers that I don't understand, or the answers don't match, I presume, usually correctly, that I screwed up somewhere. And I did. I had to spend a lot of time redoing it, so the videos you've already seen are not going to be reflected here because I've changed the numbers. The date lines are still the same. The count's a little different. Not by much. Okay? I changed the way I display the numbers because it turned out that I wasn't reading the syllable counts correctly when I was doing the tally here. So I thought, well, let's make it more readable. I'm not sure that that's a goal accomplished, but I tried. When you see a shaded box with a pink number, that means that if you were to add that meter to the previous one, here 16, it would be a 70. Okay? I wanted to make the box orange, but that doesn't work with pink text. So I had to use gray. There aren't a lot of them, but there are some. And there might be more that I missed. Okay, like this is 14 all by itself. You could argue, well, right now you should box that. But it doesn't cause a 7ing in the verse. Okay? It doesn't cause it. This would cause it. If you were to add 19 and 16, you'd get 35. So if I parsed it by clause rather than by verse, and this stood on its own line, the cumulative total would be 35. Okay, that might be significant. Right now I can't see it. Okay, the 63 remains the same, 63 sevens of Israel's slavery. It's really 430 years. Moses is actually writing 400 He's running 40 years after the Exodus, but the Exodus was 430 years after Jacob came into the land. So what Moses does very cleverly is he uses the fact that Israel jointly was in slavery for 390 years. He tags on the 10-year piece for Joseph to get 400, because God said 400. He didn't say it would be contiguous. Okay, but that left 40 years left over. And at the same time, he can play on the 430 years Israel was actually in the land. So he's actually writing 430 years net of the Joseph 10 piece. So he's playing on 40 years plus 400, and playing on 430 all at the same time by using 63. Some fancy accounting there. Very clever. Okay, it's really a pity we don't know about this meter. You get so much more out of it, and you get such a dimension to the Bible, but now you know. Okay, 119, Moses' age. He writes the year before he's going to die, or the year that he dies. 56, that's not changed. The 210 still drives me crazy. It's not changed. Okay, I've made some extra, show here about, what the 1 syllables are. And here I started making some corrections. We still got 364 here, and we still got 378 here. But in the interim, we got some corrections going on. Okay. And here it really starts to change. The totals remain the same. The 7 amounts by the end of the day, are the same. But we got some new ones in the middle. Okay. Because what happened was I was counting the syllables wrong. So I went back all the way from the beginning, and I just did redid all the counts, okay, to check them. So you really need to re-download this if you haven't already. This is a newer one, a newer version. Okay, this and this remain the same, and I still don't know why. This is 378 versus 364. Okay. But now I got a new piece, and this is something I was looking for, is it turns out that the difference between 448 and 378 is 70. And the 70, of course, is the fundamental voting unit, which leads to the 560, so it's very clever. Why he's placing it here, though, I don't know. Okay? This is in the 4th day, which is about times and seasons and appointments, and 70 really belongs in here, and 98 really belongs in here also. But why it's placed exactly where it is, I don't know. Why is this 7th, and why is this 7th? I don't know. Okay? God placed the stars in the heavens, and there you go. He said so, and there it was. Okay, but stars in the heavens, is he making a play on the angels being stars? That's a nickname for the angels. It's also a nickname for humans at the end of time. Is that why he's doing that? And then 98, this means this is a millennial number. So why is the millennial number showing up here? Okay? Between light and darkness? Why is that here? Why isn't it at the end? Why is this 546? I don't know. But it's nice to see that these accounting pieces that you find elsewhere in the Bible are showing up here in Genesis. Because Genesis is supposed to be the seminal appearance of them. Okay. I still don't know why they are connected to the text they're connected to. But at least they show up. Okay. I can define them using other passages in the Bible. But why they're here with this text, I still don't know. Okay, the 14 shows up. The 91, of course, is common. Now we're finally seeing the 35. Of course, we could have first seen it here. 16 plus the embedded 19. But now we're seeing it as paragraphs. Okay, 35 means God's vote. And obviously God is voting. All right. But what's kind of weird is that they're chained now. 91, 35, 14, 35. They're chained. For the fifth day. I didn't expect that. The fifth day? The fifth day is sea and air life. Right after the fourth day. I would have expected the chaining to be on the fourth day, which is about times and seasons and dates. Okay? 70 is nice and expected. Okay? 98 is a surprise, but it's the outcome. But I would have expected the 35s to be in the fourth day. I don't expect them to be in the fifth day. So I don't really know why they're here. And we got 91 and 35. That's 126. That is the sum of, if you took 364 and 126, you'd get 490. What story is he telling by chaining them like this? I don't know. I really don't. I don't understand this. I still don't understand the 700 days. But what's kind of interesting now is this used to be 350 in my prior videos. Okay, and the difference still is 350 versus 700. Day to day, it's a 350 difference. But now we're seeing accounting pieces of the 35 replicated on either side of the fifth day. Okay, God's vote. 35 always means God's vote. Then it waits for man to agree to the vote. And that would make it a 70. And we already saw the 70 up here as part of the appointed times, which is kind of nice. And 560 here, of course, is 70 plus 490. So it's nicely evocative as numbers. I just don't know why it matches the text it does. But here we're seeing something else that's later on in Genesis that's really important in the New Testament, except I don't understand all of what it means. Is it 700 versus 1050, still 350. But now we got a subdivision, 35, right off the bat. And God said, okay, so, totse, haaretz, okay, bring forth, it's from Yatzah, bring forth, give birth to, everything having life, of every kind, all right, of beasts. Here it starts out with beasts. Now that's kind of evocative and metaphorical because if the human does not orient to God, the human basically descends into a mentality of bestiality. All that emphasis on sex, all that emphasis on drugs, all that emphasis on body and feel good. That's all herd-bound. The herd-bound mentality, okay, which is predominant. It's always been predominant in the human race. Okay, belly living, living like an animal. And man is very much bestial. It's really kind of pathetic. Okay, bestial, slow, very much like a cow. If I were to pick a beast, man is very much like a cow. Very, just like you can talk to him all day and he doesn't understand a thing. And he'll just go right on doing what he's doing. Really, people are just, I really like avoiding people. The more I understand how people really are, the more I want to stay away from them. Which is kind of pathetic because, some of the most enjoyable moments in life are with people too. And some of the worst. So, God's voting that every kind of beast exists. That's got a sort of satirical connotation that if man wants to become a beast also, then God's decreeing that he should have his way. You get what you want from God. Okay? So, all right, that works. Now, what's so important about it is that down here now, this becomes 315 rather than 350. That becomes real important when you get to Genesis 7 and 8. Because what happens is Noah goes into the boat for 364 days. All right, you can't tell that if all you're using is the Hebrew text or the translation, because the Hebrew text is partly wrong. You have to use a combination of the Greek text and the Hebrew text to see the actual account. Because if you're only using the Hebrew text or you're only using the Greek text, your numbers don't balance. Okay, it's just like using the begats. If you use the Greek text only for the begats, the numbers don't balance. Some ding-dong was trying to make the Greek text align with the Babylonian kings. He tired out halfway through, and the numbers just don't balance. Okay, so when it comes to the begats in Genesis 5, use only the Hebrew text. The Greek text is not reliable. But when it comes to Genesis 7 and 8, you need to use a mixture of the Greek text, because the Hebrew text is not 100% reliable. Okay, but God provided one of them to always be reliable. There will always be one Bible verse amongst the entire collection that will get it right. At least one verse will get it right. Okay, now why that matters is that Noah enters the boat 57 days after his birthday, which is the sum of Passover plus Pentecost. All right. Now, if you strip out just the Passover week, all right, then all you've got left is the 50 days of Pentecost, because the way you're supposed to count the Omer, because the Jews have it wrong again, and the Christians do, of course, you start the count of the Omer piggybacked on the last day of Passover, not, repeat, not the first day. So you got totally incompetent people in Christianity and Judaism who cannot read the plain text of Numbers 28:26, which flat says you begin first fruits after the last day of Passover. Okay? That count is precedented in Noah, and everybody knows the count is precedented in Noah. They don't know why, but they know it is. And there's a guy named Jack P. Lewis. I did a link to his book. It's in the video description for the Noah Flood channel. Okay. He did his dissertation on this topic, doing a survey of Christian and Jewish literature on the precedence of Noah and the flood for the calendar. He didn't come to any conclusions at all. He just does a survey and keeps on using the German word Sitzenleben. Okay, as if that made him smarter, I guess. I'm not very happy with his dissertation, especially because it was expensive and it kind of didn't do anything. But at least you know somebody wrote a dissertation enough so that there's a survey of literature and it's recognized that, yeah, Noah creates a precedence. Question is, what kind of precedence? All right. Well, 315 is 365 minus 50. Hopefully you saw that. 365 minus 50. Okay. Noah was actually in the boat 364 days, but at sundown it becomes day 365. All right, 364 is divisible by 7. So when you're looking for a solar year reference in the meter, it'll always say 364 rather than 365, because that's 52 weeks, okay? So to see this 315 here now singled out is talking very specifically, see, there's 50 more days to 365. And this is a 1050. See the 50 year and the 50 day in ellipsis, as you always find, if one of them's mentioned, the other one's in ellipsis as a pair. This is very common in the meter. All right, it's common in the text too. All right, David was king over all Israel for 40 years because in his retirement he lived another 7 years. And so the Rye text in 1 Kings 2 doesn't mention the fact that he lived another 7 years. Because, of course, the writer knew that, and so did everybody else. By the time you get to 1 Kings 6:1, it's real blatant. Pity the scholars don't notice that. And I'm sorry to be so critical, but you know what? I got a job. I shouldn't have to be doing this. If scholars were doing their job, I wouldn't have to be doing this. So I'm kind of ticked off at how much time I have to spend explaining this, because the scholars aren't doing their job. I would rather they got paid $1 billion a year and they did their job so I could go back and do mine. It's not that I don't love scripture, but to have to go public and explain it and be real nasty and all that, I'd rather be doing something else. So I'm kind of ticked off at the amount of time I got to spend explaining this. 50 and 50 in abeyance is a parallel. 50 days, 50 years. Pentecost and Jubilee. Okay? And if you were to look in genius.xls, okay, if you were to look there in cell A1 right here, where it says click here for 10 ways this timeline differs, okay, that's a doc that explains the 50 and the 70 and how they're mathematically equating. Okay, the calendar was structured in the Mosaic Law to make the 70 and the 50 interact. You know, the sabbatical years. Okay, the 70 sabbatical years pay for that 50 at the end, mathematically. And so that little thing in cell A1, you can download the link and read it yourself. Okay, and of course I've got all my notes and all these little red, barely visible little red diagonals are notes. Okay, you can just say view comments, and then all the comments are going to show up. I wouldn't do that, but you can. All right. And then turn it off like that. That's in Excel 2002. But hopefully the other ones will work the same way. 50 in abeyance, 50 shown. That's the way the meter works. That's the way ellipsis and equidistance works. That's what it's for. Okay, so the most important thing about this is that you're getting your sort of like foretaste of the days of the flood. Because the flood days, everybody wonders, me included, why did God go to so much trouble to tell you, okay, it rained for 40 days and 40 nights, and then the whole world was like a bathtub, you know, Pangea with the geologists for 150 days. And then it slowly drained, and by the time the year was over, you know, the ark made of gopher wood, aka cypress wood, was just sort of parked on top of Mount Ararat. And all these dippy people have been wasting billions of dollars ever since trying to find an ark they'll never find, because they broke up the wood and took it down the mountain with them, because cypress wood was really valuable for making boats and they wouldn't leave it stuck up there. Can't believe people go looking for the ark. They go looking for the Ark of the Covenant, and they go looking for the ark that's the boat, wasting billions of dollars of investors. Honey, if you invested in the search for the ark, you're dumber than a stump. You're not going to find it. Noah's not going to leave all that valuable wood that he spent 120 years building, and he spent that long building it because that way he could be, you know, giving a message to people. Because people could have been in the ark instead of animals. Okay? Don't you think God would have, if people all wanted to go in the ark, if they listened to Noah and people were in there instead, then it'd be 40 days, 40 nights rain. And then he'd just make everything nice again. And they could live off the land, you know, vegetation. And then he could just redo the animals like he does here in Genesis in the 5th day. Okay? And the 6th day. He'd just say, bing, okay, now the animals are back. Plus you had sea life, so you could eat off the sea and off the vegetation easily for a year. All right, you wouldn't need to have animals in a boat. You could have just went bing, and here are all the animals back. Or he could have rescued them or done something else. Those could have been people in the boat. So this 3:15 is foreshadowing the flood, which it should do, because Moses is writing 1050 years after the flood. So he's tying to the flood here. And that's really cute. He's tying to the flood, and of course the parting of the Red Sea was a kind of flood also. All right. So you got three things about water being paralleled. Okay, that's why this business about the second day and the separation of the waters is so important. And why the Holy Spirit is brooding over the waters, why that's so important, evocative, and biting, satirical, biting in its own way. So you got three parallels going on. Real, literal restoration of the earth in literal 7 days. That's what the text is talking about. You got the backdrop of the flood, and you know you've got that backdrop in view because Moses is writing, paralleled by Psalm 90, 1050 years after the flood. And then, of course, Israel just went through what they called the Reed Sea, dry shod, and of course it drowned Pharaoh and his troops. That's all over the Psalms. David keeps talking about it. So there you go. That's why water is so prominent. Water of the Word versus water of the world. Take your pick. If you take the water of the world, it will drown you. So it's very, very evocative. Very, special. All right, now. So the ending is the same, but I now have to account for not just the 651 that I still don't know the answer to, but 686, 700, 735. I also have to account for 448, 546, which I didn't have to account for before because I did the syllable counts wrong. See, when you get the syllable counts right, this kind of patterning shows up. But at least I see more of the pattern. All right, and the 70 is now appearing. The 98 is now appearing. Okay, the 35 is now appearing much more prominently because it's really prominent in Psalm 90. And the 3:15 for the flood is now showing up. And that matters a great deal, especially where it shows up right here. Since Moses is writing 1050 years after the flood. And the 50 that's missing from the year Noah was in the boat is a parallel to the 50 that's showing up here. Now, that tells you that the meter is probably right. I mean, I'm not going to bet my life on it yet, but it's better than it was because I'm getting the parallels, I'm getting the bite, I'm getting the obvious intent of the writer showing up. That's the goal of hermeneutics, determine the exact intent of the writer. You're trying to make sure you're looking at the original words that the writer wrote. Well, this is one real good way to find out. Look for the meter. When the more right the meter, the more obvious the intent of the writer is. Okay, I'm not 100% sure what that intent is yet, but it's more obvious now that there is intent. You see why? That's all I can say about this for now. Peace out. All right, made some more changes here. Once you start to see a pattern, you start to know what the meter is supposed to be. And then you look for something in the text that grammatically or, phonetically would allow you to elide. And that's what I did here. I also split verse 16 into 2 parts and therefore made the text bigger. This should be, I don't know why that's, that should be 18. Okay. Yeah, it should be 18. I made the text bigger. And you'll notice now, and this is where it belongs, this is the way it should have been, but I couldn't figure out how. I mean, I knew that this whole day was supposed to be 1/7 after the next. Okay, with an exception, of course, for this and this, which I'll explain in a minute. each one of these is supposed to be 7ing because it's talking about appointed times. Okay? Le Moedim. Okay? That's in Hebrew, it means a unity of time and place and space. And what it comes to mean is the appointed time to be a temple. All right? And the idea is that everything has an appointed time. Your life has an appointed death time. Your birth has an appointed time. God has an appointment for your life. And the goal is, of course, to find out what God's appointment for your life is. And God's idea of what your life ought to be and your own are rather different. The real shocking thing about the spiritual life, and I'm not living it the way I'm supposed to, I just know what it is that his plan for your life is a hell of a lot bigger than whatever you could figure out. Anything you got planned for your life, his idea is bigger. Abraham wanted one son, God wanted a universe of sons. That gives you the paradigm, okay? And it's really hard to live with knowing the will of God. It's hard when you don't know and you're in ignorance and you wonder even if God exists. But honey, once you get that information and you're absolutely sure all the time, it's harder, not easier. There are a lot of times where I just want to escape this knowledge. And David even wrote about that. He says, where am I going to run away from you? Am I going to go down to the grave? Well, you're there too. Okay, you want to run away. They think, oh, it makes your life easier and you'd be faithful and la 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 if you only had proof. No, the minute you get proof, you want to run away. I want to run away from God all day long. But where am I going to go? And I have no other motive to live now, just Him. And every single day I'm screaming inside my head. I want to cry all the time, every day. But life without Him, I can't even comprehend it. That's when you're on time with God, is when you're halfway between screaming out of joy and screaming out of sheer horror and frustration. It's called Bahal. And Moses uses it in Psalm 90, I want to say either verse 4 or verse 7. Okay? Being on time with God is the whole point of day 4. All right, so it's fitting that each one of the clauses be a 7. Okay, I was looking for that, but I couldn't figure out how he intended to do it. Now I know. Now here are the meters. You got a 14 here ending day 3. That's equidistance. That's also ellipsis in a sense that this 14 belongs to day 3 and this 14 belongs to day 4. But you'll notice that it's fronting and ending. That's a feature of all Bible meter. You look for this. If you don't find it, then you probably got the meter wrong. And I didn't find it. I'm beginning to find it now. So I'm more confident about the meter I'm giving you. Okay? 70, cornerstone. This whole thing is about 70s. We got a 70 here. That's a 70 and a 50. We got 3 70s here. We got 5 70s plus 14. We got 5 70s plus 28. Now we got another 70. Okay? Added. So 28 and 70 is 98. All right? Which is, of course, where we're going to get to. Because when we get here. Okay, 560 minus 378 is 182. All right, that's 291s. Minus 98 is 84. Okay, so look. You got 14 and 70 here. That's an 84. You got 70 and 49 here. That's 126, used very prominently in Daniel 9. You got a 21 here. That's the number of years Jacob will end up going to Haran. See, all the themes of Genesis are set up in Genesis 1. Okay, 28 and 21 is 49. So then that's a palindrome. You got 49 here and then 49 here. Okay, 49 and 14 is 63. Okay? This is exactly the way it should be going. Okay? And then, this is a sort of embedded 7. The unit is 490, but it's 7 more than that. And yet in abeyance, being late, being in diaspora. Then you have the days of a month, 30. Then you have the hours in a day, 24. Then you have the days in a lunar month, 29. Okay? And 17, I forget what it is, but it's a very common meter, but it has something to do with, the cycle of the whatever the thing is. 17 is an important cycle number in astronomy. Okay? Then you have 19, which is a Sothic cycle. Okay? And 14, of course, is 2 weeks. 21, of course, is 3 weeks. And this is going to, again, be, Jacob working 14 years to get both of his wives. Then he stays another 7 years. And this is going to be precedent for the Exodus. You see, all of these numbers are now evocative of time. Every single one of them. That now I feel real good about the meter because I was trying to figure out, where are my time numbers? I should have time numbers in the 4th day because the whole point of the text is the sun, the moon, and the stars to tell you what time it is. Okay, well then all my numbers should have timings to them. Okay, the fact that I broke this as a 9 and a 19, I didn't have to do that. Okay. But it would be 28. Which is also evocative, and this all by itself is 19 as its own clause. Okay? 49 when taken together, 30 and 19 when broken apart. And these are very common meter numbers in Psalm 90, so I felt real comfortable doing that. Alright? So, you might dispute some of it, but you see the point. It's really kind of pointed. It's really kind of obvious. David designed 24 priestly courses. All right. So all the ways these numbers interrelate in the Bible from this point forward will be shown in the various meter passages. And they will all be in their own way talking back to this because they're telling you what time it is. Okay. So that's really important. So at this point, I feel better now. I still don't know how to explain 210. 364 is kind of a no-brainer, but I don't understand why it's where it is. And then why is this 14 years over now, by the end of the 3rd day? I don't know. Okay? As far as the 4th day goes, I'm not really sure why the specific meter numbers are what they are. But the paragraphs are totally sensible. And at least the metaphorical meaning is clear. The paradigmal metaphorical meaning about how God has divided the time. What I don't understand is why. Why is the year 364 days? And everybody says, well, that's how long it takes the Earth to orbit the sun. Yeah, I know, but God could have changed the amount of time that orbit takes. Why did God design it to be a 365-day year as opposed to some longer or shorter year? Because other planets in the solar system have longer and shorter years. Why that length? Okay? And from the very get-go, he's got rotations. My pastor and others speculated that rotation didn't begin until after the flood. That can't be, because you have evening, morning, 1st day. Rotation started up. He started it up. Part of the restoration was to start up the planet's rotation. Otherwise, you couldn't have day and night. Wouldn't exist. Day and night requires rotation. Even without the sun, it requires rotation. Because once you have a general light, not all the planet is going to be facing that general light at the same time. Okay? So he had to have started rotation in order for there to be day and night on Earth in the same time. Part of the planet is facing away from the light, and part of the planet is facing toward it. Now, if the light is far enough away, then the whole planet, everybody can see at the same time that light source, and they will on the day of the 2nd Advent. It's an optical quality of light. Light does not travel the heat property and the mass property of light travels. But the optical quality of light is visible immediately in real time, which is why everybody can see the Lord coming on the day that he comes. Sometime maybe science will catch up with the Bible. I don't know. Science has always been behind the Bible. It's always a dollar late and a day short science. I mean, I want to respect science, but they're so backwards in their understanding of things that I just have to, wait. Okay? So now, you got the days and the orders of the times. All right? Notice how they're piling up. I can see why they're piling up for the fourth day, because that's all about appointed times. He's just, bomb, 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 bomb roster. Then you got these lining up here for the sixth day, and that makes sense, because this is a time of man. What I still don't know is, how do we read this as this is God's plan of time? Somehow he's doing the same thing in Genesis 1 that Paul does in Ephesians 1, 3 through 14, that Isaiah did in Isaiah 53, that Moses, of course, does in Psalm 90, and that Daniel did in Daniel 9, and Mary did in her Magnificat. This is some kind of calendar of human history. All right? And the really astonishing thing about it is here, this would be like the last part of history on the time track of human history. All right. This would be the last part. And notice that the last time you have a subdivision is, at the beginning of the sixth day. And then there's no subdivision, which means that positive volition to God is very low. Okay? Either it's low in quality, or it's low in quantity, or it's high but it doesn't finish. I don't know. But Paul did that same thing in Ephesians 1 through 13 and 14. He basically said that post-Constantine, nobody's going to mature. Almost nobody matures. Okay. God still brings everything to fruition, but there's no noticeable growth in church. And that's true. That's been historically true. The two main denominations, Catholicism and Calvinism, have taken over, and their theology is like in the playpen. They're still arguing over whether God is one or three, and how do you get saved? And they're still arguing with each other. The Calvinists and the Catholics are all stuck back at the Reformation. They have never progressed beyond it, and the Reformation was completely retarded and childish in all of its forms. Okay, that was when one Christian was killing another Christian, okay, just like Constantine's sons were doing, over what denomination you were, and then everybody was destroying everybody else's Bibles, and you had people like Tyndale getting executed at the stake for doing a translation. That's how sick everybody was. Calvin was completely sick mentally. So was Luther. Erasmus sometimes was sick and sometimes wasn't. They were all sick, those people. They killed each other over their beliefs. Hello? So what? We're like the Muslims? We're as stupid as the Muslims are? The Muslims at least have some excuse. They don't have the real God. They have a real demon who called himself Gabriel. We have a real God. How come we're not listening to him? So we have 1,400 years of fighting with each other, and the Catholics and the Calvinists are still at each other's throats. So just ignore them both. They wouldn't know theology proper if it bit them. All right. So here's what's biting us, is that the last period of history has almost no growth. That's one time track. If I read this as a total plan of history, and here's its end. The other thing which I talked about in the first 5 hypotheses were, okay, Moses is coming full circle to his own day by the time he hits this point. He started out here, these are his date lines, blah, blah, blah. I covered that before. And by the time he gets to 1050, he's full circle to his own time. So do I read this from verse 1 and treat it as 1:10:50? Do I read it from verse 1 and treat it as 5:10:50s? Do I read it from 700 and treat it as 1:10:50? Do I read it from 700 and treat it as 5:10:50s? And the answer is still I don't know. But I got more to work with now. Much more than even in the last increment. Because now day 4 is beginning to look the way it's supposed to. That's all I can say for now. Peace out. We're going to focus a little more on this 4th day with the time doctrines, because they're all kind of bunched up here, and there are a lot of little things that I just want to journal entry, talk about. Eventually, I'm going to reduce all this stuff to writing if I live that long, but since I'm 62 and don't know, I'm just orally recording it now, and later we'll reduce it to writing if I stay alive. I have no reason to think I'm going to die. It's just a precaution. Okay, notice again, I started to say I was going to talk about it later. The 46 is used to set up the 24. Okay, he wants you to see the 70. All right, so he deliberately kind of places this text so that he can make the next verse be 24, as in 24 hours per day. Okay, the 46, I don't really know what it means, but I've seen it before, and I don't remember what the context is. Now, since this first clause is so long, at 29, I couldn't figure out when I was trying to figure out, well, okay, where do you parse this? The way the syntax is structured, I didn't feel comfortable parsing it until after Halela here. All right, at the wa is usually where I parse. Because the wa usually introduces a new clause. Okay, not always, but here it does. And so I thought, well, gee, I don't know where else to break it. Now, maybe if you break it, you'll have more insight as to why this total is 46. But I see it often enough that I don't really know what it means. Is it like supposed to be 48 and it's truncated too because there's something God's trying to say about the truncation? I don't know. But for sure he did it so that he could play with 24. Because what he also wanted to do is have the 24 show as a clause and have 70. Remember, the Jews memorized this text orally. They would memorize it by batches. And the easiest way to memorize anything, as any guy who recites poetry will tell you, is per clause. Okay? So the text is broken up into clauses, just like any legal document is also broken up into clauses. And since that's what I do for a living, it's kind of easy for me to just use the clause approach. That's where you see the meter. That's where it shows up. And all I can assume is that the 300-year-old debate about meter that's been going on among scholars about whether Bible Hebrew has meter, they don't know to do this. Or it doesn't occur to them to break it up by clause and then look for sevens, because 7 is the number of promise. 7, promise, 7th day, which is all precedented right here in Genesis 1. They don't think about that. So I guess that's why they keep applying Western standards of poetry to the Bible, and then when they don't find those Western standards met, they say, oh, well, the Bible doesn't have meter. Now, I'm sorry to be so critical, but this is not what I do for a living. I'm a little miffed that I'm the one who has to parse this. Why don't the scholars do that? That's their job. They're not doing their job. So now I have to stop doing my job and do this. So if you hear irritation, that's the kind of irritation it is. I love the scripture. That's the beauty of it, is at least I get to spend my time on scripture. But I'm a little miffed that these guys are not paying attention. doing their job. Now, if they start doing their job, then I can stop doing this. I won't, because they won't. But this is how you do it. You break it into clauses. Did I do it right? Not necessarily. I trust myself as far as I can throw myself, which is about, 6 inches. If I try real hard, I can throw my body 6 inches. Whoop-de-doo. And I can throw nobody else's body at all. All right, 70 is all about voting to do your job. Okay? It's not about whether your vote is right. It's about whether you vote at all. Because guess what? I can't do my job. They didn't do their job. I can't do my job. If this works, I didn't make it work. Because God's doing the job. See, the tirade had a purpose. Time has a purpose. The purpose is voting. The purpose was to play with the text and play with the syntax and break the clauses the way he did, so that you could get to 24 and get to 70. Because Moses did his job. Because God enabled Moses to do his job. And Moses did his job because God did the job in Moses. So if this is right, it's because God's doing the job anywhere he feels like it. And right now he might feel like doing it in a brain out. Okay? So what was his job? What's the job here? Well, look. Wayomer Elohim Yihi Ma'orot Birkia. That's the way the seminary pronunciation wants you to say it. Hashmayim La Havdil. Okay? It's deal or dol? Deal. Ben Hayom Uben Halela. In my bad American, my American accent in Hebrew. All right? As far as I can tell, that's 29 syllables. Well, golly gee willikers. That's a lunation cycle. A lunar month is 29.5 days. And a passage that's talking about what? Light. Ma'orot. Morot. Mahorot. That's cute. And then you got 17, and I forget what 17 means in, physics. It's really physics, not so much astronomy. There's something about a factor of 17 and, cycles, time cycles. But I don't remember what it is. Okay? Well, yihi, what does it say? Le'otot u le'moedim. Here we go. Le'moedim. Le'moedim. Times, appointments. That's the whole topic. Okay? Le'miyim. Wa shanim. Seasons and years. So that's what the 17 relates to. You should be able to look that up in Google. I didn't do it yet. Okay. The next one is a whole lot more obvious. 24 hours in a day. Okay. So notice how he takes the 46 and the 24 together to make 70. So that he can show you the 24 and the 70. And the 24 is a standalone verse on its own. V'chayu na'ma'orot birkia chashmayim laha'or ha'ir al ha'eretz. Okay. Wayihi ken. And it was so. Okay. So now the light's on the earth. Yeah. And it's on the earth for what? A 24-hour day. Isn't that cute? Okay, and then he gets more specific. Okay, we got the greater day, the greater light to rule the day, and the lesser light and the stars to rule the night. Now notice how that works. Ruling the day, 30 days in a month. Again, I broke the clause just by, the what. I wasn't trying to be fancy. I didn't know this was going to be the result. And then with the moon and the stars, 19 Sothic cycles. Hi. The Egyptians were real big on Sothic cycles, so it's kind of fitting that Moses would do that. Break it, put the wa there like that. Bear in mind, he could have said it differently. He did not have to use these words in this order and to communicate the same information. So the order is deliberate, the syllables are deliberate, the count is deliberate. And you'll see that it's matching times and seasons too. Okay? The only one I'm not so sure I can understand is this one with the 21. Okay? Wayitin otam lochim birkya hashmayim lachaor ir al haaretz. And God gave, the light, stamped light, to shine on the earth. Okay. Why 21? 21 is, age of manhood. 21 is number of years that Jacob served for Laban, as we'll find out later in Genesis. At 21, God tells Jacob to leave Haran and go to the land where, the same land promised to Abraham. So this has got some kind of graduation connotation, 21. Okay? I don't know why that's here. Graduation and light on the earth are linked. Why? I don't know. I mean, it sort of makes some sense immediately, but it doesn't, it's 3 weeks. This number occurs a lot, and it ends up meaning growth. So maybe, somebody in horticulture or agriculture can tell you something about 3 weeks in growth. Maybe 3 weeks is a key factor in agricultural growth or growth of an infant once it's born or something. I don't know. But it's got some kind of germinal, replicating, propagating value here. That's all I can tell you about it. I don't know enough about biology and, astronomy or whatever, physics, to explain the role of 21 in those sciences. But I bet it has something to do with that because it's a standalone. Okay? And then here, of course, is kind of a no-brainer. I just parsed this 9 here because I was getting tired of these long clauses. Okay? I'm not sure that you can really argue that I should have parsed it here. Okay? Shol Bayom U Balela U La Dil. I'm just showing you how I came up with these, parsings. Ben Haor Wa Ben HaHoshek Wa Ya Re Lohim Kitov. All right? So that you heard, I tried to pronounce it the way I parsed it, so you know why I got 9 here and why I got 19 here. All right. 19, Sothic cycle. 9? Well, 9 has a lot of different uses in physics and calculus. Of course, it's a trinity number. What else can you say about it? I don't know, but the total 28 is really prominent in the Bible meters. Really prominent. It's half of 56. It's basically saying, hi, you're making good on the 21. It's implying that there's a 7 of tribulation, troubled growth, or growth despite trouble between 21 and 28. All right. Other than that, 28, that's not really a lunar month. Okay. So that's a little bit of a puzzle like 21 is. So maybe he's not talking about days of, solar days or solar years or solar anything, lapse of time. Maybe he's talking about growth during that same time. That could be. And then, of course, we have our pregnant 14. This 14 is a rampant theme throughout the Bible from the very beginning. I'm thinking that its first origin is in Jacob, because he worked an extra 14 years for Laban. Now, why do I keep mentioning Jacob? Because, honey, when you go to count back, 448 from the time Moses writes, 497 from the time Moses writes, 518, 546, and 560, all of these numbers tie back to Jacob or Joseph. Every single one of them. Different events and times, like when Joseph was enslaved, or Joseph becomes vizier, or Jacob goes to Haran, or Jacob comes back to the land, or Joseph's birthday. All these dates tie back. And so you can just take genius.xls, okay? I don't want to do that here because I got other things I want to cover. But you can take genius.xls and just go look through, starting right here with Jacob. And just take all these dates here. And notice how when you add them as BC dates, you add 1400 BC to each of these numbers. That takes you back in time to something significant in either Jacob or Joseph's life per Bible. So that tells you, yes, they are the precedent for these numbers. Moses is forecasting in advance because, of course, it's the first chapter of Genesis. He's going to be talking about Jacob and Joseph pretty soon because that's the origin of why the Exodus occurred. So now you're going to get some real good sense that, yes, these numbers are based on Jacob and Joseph too. Not just how many days in a year, how many hours in a day, how many days in a month, how many years in a Sothic cycle, etc. It ties to the people he's going to talk about. See, a good first chapter of a book will have all the seed versions of the entire themes of going to be in the book. I wish I could write like that. Okay? A good book will do that. It will seed all of the themes that are going to be in the book at the beginning, in the first chapter, so that when you go back to read the book a second, third, fourth, fifth time, you see how those seeded themes at the beginning were like telegraphed to you. And you get more meaning out of the first chapter that way, and the second and the third and the fourth chapter, etc. I think Stephen King writes that way. But other than God, I've never seen anybody else write that way. And I'm not 100% sure you could say Stephen King really writes that way. But he writes really well. Okay? I can't, James Michener writes like that too. Hawaii, the book Hawaii and Space. Those two books copy this sort of style. I don't know if I could say Shakespeare writes like that. Okay? A good storyteller will do that. He'll put the seed themes in the first chapter of his book. Okay? Now, there's something else I wanted to show you. And basically, it's this thing right here. 497. I was expecting the clause to break at 490 here. Okay, I didn't expect it to be 497, and when I did the videos prior, I had like 490, 496, 495, and I knew it wasn't right, but I couldn't figure out what was right until right now. Why is he doing it at 497 instead of 490? Because when you go to look at this clause, it really doesn't break. Okay, you can argue, okay, well, you got Khalila wet hakokavim. Night and stars. Okay, but to break the text there, because see, it's 490 if all you count is this much. To leave this out doesn't, it's not syntactically viable, because this is the verb to govern. Okay, see, and the light, okay, lesser, meaning the moon, okay, and the lesser light, moon, so you could say and the moon, to govern. That's where the text would leave off. Okay, to govern what? Well, here's the object, the night, and then he also made the stars. I mean, the fact that he made the stars, that verb is in ellipsis here, because he's piggybacking on to govern. In other words, the moon and the stars govern the light for the night. All right, and that's why this is a 19. So that makes him run over by 7. The 490 cycle by 7. Now, what's really important about this is that since he's tagging the actual time with these totals, are tagging actual events in Jacob and Joseph specifically, what he's telling you is that the origin of this extra 7 goes back that far. And, you know, it kind of does, because the first 7 years, Jacob was supposed to serve for Rachel. And he got tricked by Laban, given Leah instead. And so Rachel was not able to bear kids until the other 7 years, the second 7 years was completed. So it was 7 years longer than it should have been for Joseph to be born. Now, it should have been versus what schedule? See, this is what's confusing me. Basically, what God is saying is that by the time Jacob, finishes paying for Rachel, Rachel means ewe lamb. By the time he finishes doing that, it's 7 years later, which we know. But she was supposed to have gotten pregnant 7 years earlier. Why? I don't know. See, he's already saying the time is already running late by 7 years at this point. Okay? And it's like, well, what is this point? Well, we take our little calculator and we go 497 plus 1400. Whoops. 1400 plus 497. 1897. 1897? What was that? Okay, well, 1897. Amenemhet the second, the Pharaoh of the dream. Okay? But Joseph was already vizier during that time. So what's 1897? It's sometime during the time when Joseph was vizier. Okay, see, 1897. Amenemhet the second dies 2 years, that's 2 years prior to his death. Joseph became vizier in 1916. All right, so if we take minus 1916, Joseph had been vizier already by 19 years. Ha, ha, ha. Why? See, that's an equidistance play. You got that, right? See, 19 years. Joseph had already been vizier for 19 years at the time this is occurring. In other words, at the beginning of the verse, he had just become vizier. Hello, hello? At the beginning of this clause, he had just become vizier. And when he became vizier, he was 30 years old. I hope you're beginning to see that this text is quite deliberate on applying to Joseph. It's picking the age he became vizier, and now playing on the fact that that's also the number of days in a month. And then it ends in his 19th year of being vizier, that you can prove if you added up all your Bible numbers according to just the Bible alone, not dear Dr. So-and-so or tradition. You see how deliberate that is. So now he's saying the extra 7, it was 7 years late by that point. Why is it 7 years late by that point? Okay, Joseph was enslaved for 10 years, and then he was in jail for 3. That's 13 years, not 7. So why is it 7 years behind some kind of schedule that should have been met 7 years prior? Is that only referring to the extra 7 years that Jacob had to work and for Joseph to be born? Should Joseph have been born maybe 7 years prior? If so, why? I don't know. But what I do know, and hopefully you now see also, is this is quite specifically deliberate to Joseph's life. And the 490 for the Exodus is based on 490 years after Joseph was enslaved. That's when the Exodus occurs. Why did the 490 shift to Joseph? I don't know that either. I only know that the math proves that it did. See, look, okay. Joseph is enslaved in Egypt, 1930 BC. That's 2176 from Adam, okay. 2666 is 490 years later. So was Joseph that mature at age 17? Could have been. But see, it's very pointedly about Joseph. You get that. So this is very pointed about Jacob and Joseph. Over and over. Okay? So something in the balancing mechanism, and I tried to cover this in my mirroring.htm in the section called Seed Maker Sprouts. Okay, you can Google on that and get the webpage that way. I don't think that my accounting is good enough. I never do, but there's something here. So maybe God will give it to you to correct where I screwed it up. Or get the rest of the answer that I still don't know. If so, will you let me know? Because this has been bothering me for 10 years now. I'm just now, the point I'm trying to make here is you see very pointed evidence of Jacob and Joseph in the numbers, which are totally apt that Moses would do that. If he's talking about calendar and being late or early, and like right up here, appointed times, somehow the appointed time is running late, starting at Joseph or Jacob. And I'm just guessing at what kind of lateness it is, but I still don't understand. Late for what? Jacob goes to the land 490 years after the flood. Okay, so that doesn't sound like he's late. Sounds like he's on time. He works for 7 years, and then he works another 7 years to get Rachel. So is he married 7 years too? Is he getting a kid from Rachel 7 years too late? Why? Or is it Joseph's own life because he was enslaved and then he was imprisoned? And how is that a net of 7 years late when the total is 13? See, 13 can be 14, really. Depends on what fiscal year you're using. Okay? I don't know the answers to these questions, but what I can see and what I'm trying to show you is it's very definitely tied to Jacob and Joseph here. And that would be very appropriate for Moses to talk about it here, because the whole Exodus is based on Jacob and Joseph. Okay, the timing, everything about it. All right. So what is it? Maybe all these numbers, the 49 for diaspora, 21, 28, 14, are all based on those two people. Due to what? And right now, I don't know the answer. Maybe he'll tell me later or he'll tell you. Ask God. All right, so that's all I can say about this right now. But hopefully you can see this is rather pointed and specific. And the good news about it means that the meter counts are probably right. When you see this much connection, convergence, and connection are your keys to telling whether or not you parsed the meter correctly. All right, I think I found something of significance about this whole story of the 14. because it's a running theme throughout Scripture, and it keeps on bothering me about the accounting. I started trying to account for it back in May 2004, I think it was, in mirroring.htm. And so if you've been reading my stuff that long, you'll find out that I contradict myself a lot, or at least say different things about what this 14 represents. Part of the reason why I say different things is because the character of this 14 overage keeps on changing. In other words, it had a certain start, which is really related to Abraham, which I have explained, and that is true. But it's like you got the 54-year credit with Abraham, which is of two parts, 40 and 14. The question is that 54 belongs to the Gentiles, has to keep on remaining a credit so that it can be paid to the Gentiles after Jewish time ends. That was the story. Because, and here's where I'm going to get into it now. See, Noah's 490 ran out in 2046 from Adam. Abraham turned 100 that same year and matured, so that he picked up the time baton and the new 490 started with him. Okay, that's fine. That is 54 years before the second 1050 from Adam ended. All right? Now, because that's true, then the Bible starts tracking whether or not the 54-year credit is being eaten into by delays. In other words, if Israel is off time, if she's not keeping her appointments, see, here's the word appointments. If she's not keeping her appointments, then the schedule of time is going to cut into that 54-year credit. And then it's like, how do you make up for that? Because this is the origin of the tribulation. Essentially what happened was Israel was late for her appointments. Le moedim. Okay? That's why the sun, the moon, and the stars, Joseph is the sun, the moon, and the stars, and all the sun, the moon, and the stars are bound to him, because all history is based upon the Jews, because all the Jews are based upon Israel, and Israel is really Jacob. You see that precedence. You see why that stuff is here. You see why Moses is tagging. And of course, Deuteronomy 32:8, all history is based on Israel. And then Acts 17:26 updates that, because church is now carrying the time baton back to the time owed Israel. And the question is, where does the time credit problem originate? Now, 378, prior to when Moses writes, is like 1778 BC. That doesn't tell me anything. But I think by the time you get to 560, he's plotting out the origin of where the 14 problem started. The 14 problem started, okay, right here, 960. And how do I know that's the right answer? Because, let's see if I can get this all to move over, okay. Right, here's our calculator. Keep in mind you got 960 there, okay. Now look at 560 in the lower left-hand corner, orange. 560 plus, oops, dang, 560 plus 1400 when Moses writes is 1960. 1960 right here is when Jacob at age what? 40 goes back to Haran to get a wife. Okay? 1960. So what Moses is apparently saying here, and I have to keep on vetting it, is that the 14 of the 54 credit for Abraham gets used up when it shouldn't have been due to the delay with Jacob going back to Haran. And he was supposed to only be there for the 7 years.
He ends up being there 21. The difference is 14. So 14 of the 54 credit is used. So now future generations are going to have to be somehow like 14 years fast to make up for the 14-year delay with Jacob. Okay? And I kind of got that idea long ago when I wrote up mirroring.htm and I put in the section on SeedMaker sprouts. But I didn't explain it well because I didn't understand it well. And I still don't understand it well. But I know essentially what I'm telling you is true. That's the first origin of the 14. So the Bible tracks, okay, the 14 is made up or not made up. I'll have to come back in a minute. So the Bible tracks the origin. In other words, the origin is because our dear boy Jacob stayed 14 years too long. He was 14 years, he was a total of 21 years out of the land. Somehow there was a schedule for him to be 7 years out. And he comes back 21 years later instead of 7 years later. And he comes back with Joseph only age 7. All right? Because the whole time shift is going to be to Joseph right here, from the time he's enslaved at age 17. Now, the implication then is that Jacob's actual birth, because see, he's 40 here. He comes back when he's 60. Okay? The implication is that Jacob's birth, which is 2106, see? 2106 from Adam. He's born 6 years after the close of the 2100. So it's like he's born 7 years late. I don't know why that should be called late. All right? But the implication is that it's late because it's 6 years after. The same thing was true for Noah. Noah was born 6 years after the 1050 closed. The first 1050. He was born Lamech had Noah. Noah's birth is right here. Okay? So it's like the years between. We got 2106 birth for Jacob minus 1056 from Noah. There's a 1050 between them. So that's an on time, not late. You notice that? Okay? So God's keeping track of a separate 1050 from Noah to Jacob. Why? And why does the 54 credit get impacted by the fact that he's coming back 21 years later? He becomes renamed Prince of God 20 years later, in the 21st year, really. The beginning of it. Or, enough so that it's not 6 months. Okay, why? I don't know the answer to that. What I do know is this is what the Bible story is telling you, that somehow it's treating that extra 14 years as being over budget, starting at when he goes back at age 40. Or it's saying, hi, he's age 40 now. He's born 1050 from Noah's birth. And his age 40 is somehow like he's got to finish something with 14 years left on the clock. And it didn't get finished on time. So by the time you get back to the time of Moses, or the origin of the, Amos the first, or actually just the decline of the 12th dynasty that enslaved the Jews, that 14 was still needed to be made up. He's saying it begins here when Jacob goes to Haran. The problem. Or this was the allotment left over. And it's here. So it's either saying he's got 14 left as a credit, or he's 14 years short, and that has to be made up. I'm not sure which. That's the only way I can explain why this 378 is here, because see, this is a calendar year. This is a full cycle. This is implying that the cycle's running over time.
So it implies that they're 14 years over, they're 14 years short, and Israel's history is going to have to make up that 14. Otherwise, the time is out of sync by 14 already. Okay, and then the 14 is tracked, and you got another 14 with David, 7-year civil war, him living 7 more years. Okay, and then you got another 7 with Solomon waiting 3.5 years before he starts construction of the temple, and then after the temple construction is completed 7 years later, there's another 3.5 years he waits to dedicate it. That implies that there was actually a credit. So it's like, how do you play with these different accounting pieces? The character of the 14 keeps on changing. It's like it got made up, and then it became a problem again. It got made up and became a problem again. I'm not sure. So if I sound like I'm contradictory or I'm talking across purposes or inconsistent, yeah, probably. And if you can figure out how to fix it for me, I'd appreciate it. So that's kind of all I wanted to say right now about this. I'll have to come back later. So in light of this business with the 14 that you see on the left-hand side of the screen, now bracketing the 700, on the basis of what we just saw with Jacob and Joseph, now we're going back farther in time to Noah and Abraham. And you'll notice that now, if you added 700 to when Moses writes, you get 2100. That's 2100 BC. That's when Abraham was 60. Abraham. He doesn't get his covenant with God. He doesn't super mature until he's 100. So this is 40 years prior to that. Why is that an issue? And why is the 14 being, as it were, tied to or tagging the 700? Okay, 2100 is, I'm using BC here. All right, so 2100 in terms of the middle yellow column, actual years from Adam, subtract 4106, and you get 2006. All right, 2006 is right here. Well, actually, see, it gets really confusing in the middle. 2006 would have been when our boy, that would have been when he was 60, right? Well, no, 2160 is when he was born. Maybe I got math error here. That's going to be significant. Let's have a look. 2160 is when, in BC terms, is when Abram was born. Okay? So he should have been 60 years old in 2100 BC. He was born in 1946 from Adam, because the BC conversion is separate from that. This is just a raw Bible number, and then I use BC conversion. So let's just use a raw Bible number first. He was born 1946 plus 60 in 2006 from Adam. From Adam, he was 60 years old. That would be 2100 BC. Okay? That's interesting, the kind of convergence that it is. That's really interesting. It's a 54-year difference between our BC and the Bible's years from Adam. I didn't notice that before. $94-year difference at that point. I don't understand. Okay, but then our BC dates are, that's a whole other story right there. But the point here is that 700 plus 1400 BC is 2100 BC. All right, 2100 BC, when our boy is 60 years old. All right, the fact that we've got this other switchover convergence is just a coincidence. Okay, so what does that mean? 14 is that it looks like a 14 credit, but is it, or is it 14 over? Okay, and then you got before it 686, 651, and 735. I'm trying to understand what's the relationship between those numbers if they're benchmarked with sevens. Okay, I didn't get anywhere when I did this. 2051. Okay, 2051 BC. Well, that would be when our boy Abraham was 109 years old. Why would that matter? That would be when Isaac was 9 years old. Why would that matter? Well, Ishmael was 13 years older, so you could say 9 and 13 and round it, and he was 21, so he was now a man on his own of age. Why would that be an issue? I don't know. I mean, there's nothing sticking out to justify it. 686 plus 1400 is 2086 BC, which minus the age of Abraham would be when Abraham was 74 years old. Now that matters because, and you know, round it back or forward a year. All right, because, you know, you don't know the actual birthday. He left Ur of the Chaldees when he was 75. God told him to get out of there. And the Gudites or Gudarians, or I forget the name of the invading people, but it begins with the GU sound. They came into Ur just after Abraham left so that he wasn't destroyed by them. So that's kind of interesting. I remember my pastor making a big stink about that. You know, why did God have him leave at age 75? And then he started talking about this other people that began with the GU. And I don't remember their name. So that's kind of significant. If we're trying to sleuth out why these numbers are being benchmarked, it could be that Genesis 1 is only benchmarking certain numbers and not really trying to meter all of it. 2086 minus 2160. Our boys really call that 75 years old. That's when he leaves Ur of the Chaldees. Okay? In other words, he's in his 75th year. He might not have actually turned age 75 yet. So that accounts for 686 and then 700 plus 14. Damn. 700 plus 1400 is 2100. All right. So that's when Abraham is 60 years old. Okay. In other words, it's going back in time. What was the importance of him being 60 years old? I'm not so sure it's because he's 60. So much as these Bible is balancing some kind of credit. Okay? And then we got 735, which is the next number, even earlier in time, plus 1400. And that's 2135. So that's when Abraham is even younger, 25 years old. So what's the story with this? Okay? And the answer is I don't know, except, and I've been trying to figure this out for 15 years also. See this? It takes 130 years for Adam to super mature. He gets a birth of Seth in order to show that. It's not just any old son. Seth means appointed, remember? Appointments, 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 right here. There's different concept. This is appointment of what time you're supposed to do a thing versus appointed as in heir. Appointed as in, yeah, heir, really. Seth is going to carry the name. Seth means to set, to put, to appoint. That's where we get the English set from. Set up. I've always been asking God about this, and I'm sure he's getting ready to tell me the answer, or, it's like I have to go through this process before he'll give me the answer, because he wants me to figure it out instead of just tell me. But the 130 is like I said to him years ago, shouldn't there be some kind of credit debit system? Because, okay, fine, 490 years is allotted for maturation, and you got Adam, Seth, Enosh, Kenan, and Mahalalel all maturing, because that's what the Genesis 5 roster is. All of these guys maturing during that window of time. And the way that 490 works, it's the latest maturation that extends the protection of time deadline so that God doesn't destroy the earth. Now, why 490 is the number, I don't know yet. I know it's composed of 364 and 126. That's all I know right now. I've been trying to figure out what's its origin. What does it mean? It looks like it means that it's the amount of time that man goes through, as it were, a psychological cycle where he realizes he needs God. And it's in that last part of the 490 that the harvest of believers is greatest. And we're in our own 490 right now. And our harvest period either ends in 2100 AD or 2130 AD or 2030 AD, depending on how you want to account it. Okay? 2030 is the earliest of those three dates. 2100 I get from the way Paul does his accounting in Ephesians. And 2130 is literally 2100 years after the Lord died. I'm not sure which accounting base God's using. Okay, but whichever one he's using, there is one. Okay, what's the accounting base here? There is a loss of 130 years waiting for Adam to mature. Is God going to keep track of that loss? Or is he counting it differently? This is 490 allotted. Because remember, when he did it with Abraham, we got a clear 54-year credit. All the Bible numbers balance to that credit. All of them. So Bible is deeming that a credit. He matures 54 years before the deadline. Okay, well, if we apply that same idea back all the way to Adam, then what we have is the following. Okay, 490 minus 130 would be a credit of 360. In other words, the actual deadline was 490 for somebody to mature. But not only was there Adam, but there was everybody else. But Adam becomes the most important because he's first. Okay? So the next thing to notice is that you got this guy Jared, who gives birth to Enoch, and we know Enoch made it, but Jared super matures 622 from Adam's fall. Okay, 622 minus 130 is 492, and it'll end up being a 2 because if Adam's birthday, which will mean his date of his fall, is, way at the beginning of the year, and Jared's birthday is way at the end of the following year, then you're going to have a 2 difference, even though it's not quite equal to 2. It'll round at 2. Okay, we have the same problem with the flood. Okay, our Arpachshad is born really a year after the flood, but he's born just after the year ended and at the beginning of the second year, which people who calculate the Genesis 11 dates, they don't look at the Hebrew, so they don't know that it's measuring from the beginning of the year. So they make all kinds of miscalculations. I've had people write me emails saying, well, how can you get that? He was born 2 years after the flood. No, that's not what the Hebrew says. The Hebrew says that he was born in the second year after the inundation. Well, the inundation is the beginning of your count. Okay? So you got to check the language. All right, well, checking the language here. We got a 492 difference, which we'll call 490. The implication is that this is a deadline. Why? And it's 622. Okay? So it's 490 after he matured, irrespective of the historical. And clearly the historical goal was met because you got a whole bunch of people maturing now. Okay? The deadline for somebody to pick up the time baton from Adam was Jared. Okay, but all these other people, they got 490s also, didn't they? If this is what it means for Adam, it's got to mean the same thing for everybody else. But I can't prove that. And maybe what the Bible means to do is just trace one of them. In other words, yeah, these guys might have met it, but their sons didn't. And so he's only tracing the ones whose sons also met the 490. That could be. See, I don't fully understand the criteria for the 490. I'm just working off the numbers that I find. If the criteria really is, well, not only does the guy have to meet the 490, okay, but his son has to meet it too, then Jared would be the next guy if none of these guys, that son, Enosh's son, Kenan's son, Mahalal's son, if none of their sons made it. Of course, Mahalal's sons did make it because his son is Jared. Jared obviously made it. I mean, it's a little bit concerning because, see, Seth has Enosh. Enosh is a son. Kenan is a son. Mahalel is a son. So then you can argue, well, but they all made it then. So then why is this important? I'm sorry I'm bringing up more questions than answers, but I'm supposed to throw stones at what I come up with. Do I have answers for the accounting problems? No. But at least you know what they are, or at least you know I'm admitting that they're there. Okay, so where does this 700 and 735 fit in? 735 plus 1400 is 2135. Okay, going back to what? Abraham was born 2160. So that's when Abraham was 25 years old. And that's relevant because, okay, so then we go back to Abraham again. His father is Terah. His father sired Abraham when Terah was 70 years old. Terah went with Abraham when Abraham left at age 75. And he doesn't die until 2025 BC. What's that have to do with anything? The answer is, I don't know. Could it have something important? Sure. But I don't know what it is. Now, it's possible that some of these numbers were relevant to the people at the time. And for us, they're no longer relevant. I kind of doubt that. In other words, some of these 7 numbers we might not know because for us it's not relevant anymore. Because the Bible had to write for all audiences. But I kind of doubt that it's not relevant now. I just don't know what the relevance is. Let's leave it at that. In any event, we're still stuck with the point that, like I said before, this is a play on Noah in the boat, which is cute because the whole story is about water. Okay? The initial restoration waters, the waters of the flood, which is this 315 is tagging the flood, and the 1050 is tagging the flood, and the waters Israel came through 40 years prior to when Moses writes. He's establishing an analogous connection between all three of them. Okay? That the world is getting saved because Israel came through the water, as it were, just as the world got saved because Noah got delivered in the boat, and the world got saved again, just as he's telling the story in Genesis 1, being restored from Tohu Wabohu. Okay? So it's a definite thematic tie. It's definitely on purpose. What these numbers mean. It's not as clear as it was up here. Here it's clear what they mean. Okay? And they clearly are metaphorical and they're historical tags. But when I apply that same stylistic criterion backwards to 378, 364, and 210, I'm not coming up with anything that I understand. When I apply it forwards to 651, 686, 700, 735, I also don't understand it. The next time I understand it is right here. So my accounting is incomplete. And that's disturbing. Because whenever you have an incomplete accounting, and this is where science always fails when it tries to, justify evolution. When your accounting is incomplete, and you try to say that what you've said so far is the only answer, and then you shut your eyes to other possibilities, then what you've basically done is you become unscientific and you start to become religious. Okay, until you can completely account for a pattern, you don't know if what you're saying about that pattern is at all true, because there might be another answer that accounts for the same pattern all the way. And they call that theory. A theory that explains everything that is testable is a theory that's true. Until you have that theory, you don't have certainty. And I don't have certainty here. Plausibility, yes. Explorability, yes. Testability, yes. Provability, partial. But until I can prove what this is, I don't have an answer. This is as far as I know to go. If you come up with anything, let me know. Okay, I feel really stupid now. Remember I said 700? We got this 14. Is it a credit or a debit? 700. Added it to when Moses wrote. And you get 2100 BC. And I was saying, well, he was 60 years old. Why is that important? Why does that matter? Well, it wasn't about him. 2100 BC. That's when our boy Noah died. Now, I've long known, just from the math, that God grants time based on certain, as it were, either events or measured based on your birth or death. And that's a pattern you see throughout Scripture. For example, when we get to David, David is where it's most obvious. When we get to David, Christ has to be born 1,000 years after David's united kingship. Okay? David gets time grants, though, based also on his death. He died, if scholars ever figured it out properly by reading 1 Kings properly, especially 1 Kings 6:1. David died in 963 BC. 1,000 years after his death was the deadline for Christ to be born. So what we're seeing here in Genesis is a similar idea, which I didn't know before. That's why I'm making this video now. The death of Noah was 2100 BC. It's being used as some kind of deadline. Okay? And somehow the 14 is either credit where Israel is now versus his death in 2100 BC, or it's a debit. I don't know which.
Okay? Moses is making us think out of high, relative to where we are now, 700 prior, our boy Noah died. In other words, the implication is that Noah got a 1,000. He died 700 years before I'm writing. We got 300 years left to accomplish some goal by the time that 1,000 ends. Okay? And what he ends up look like he's saying is, we're already 14 years late, probably due to Jacob. Okay? See, because in order of sequence, this Joseph-Jacob stuff is presented first, and the 14 is presented first. This is earlier in time, or, later in time relative to them. See, it's going backwards. 63 years, 119 years, now we're at 364 years in back of when, before Moses was writing. Okay? Now we're coming to 560 before Moses is writing. Now we're going back even further, and here we're going back to Noah's death. So he's keeping track of le moeds, the appointments. Okay? That's what he's really doing here. It's a time balance sheet. I knew it was a plan of time. I knew it was a balance sheet. I knew it was a progress report, because that's how Paul does it in Ephesians 1:3-14. What I didn't know was how Moses was measuring it. Now I'm beginning to see. He's saying, hi, this is where we are now. We're short of 7. We're also short 14. The implication is that it's a sum of 21. Or it's a 7 on one accounting track and a 14 on another accounting track. Because if you talk to any accountant, you're accounting based on one kind of track versus another kind of track versus another kind of track. Okay, accounting works like that. It's called debits and credits. All right? So on one set of books, we got a 7 shortage. On another set of books, we got a 14 shortage. And then the actual text in a relation is drawing analogy between the shortage that at the time he's writing to the initial shortage, which prompted the restoration of the earth and the Holy Spirit or God, really, Father is saying that here, light be. And then the Holy Spirit's the one who actually does it. Okay? Now, on a different accounting track, we got a 14. Or maybe it's the sum of them. I'm not really sure. All right? Somehow, once you get back to 210 years prior to Moses writing, somehow the implication is that the shortage was made up and it's re-emerged. Because 210 is an even number. Okay? The number becomes 231 by the time Daniel 9:24-27 is written. God uses that meter and he's playing on this here. And I'm not really sure the connection between Genesis 1 and Daniel 9:24-27, but there must be one. And this is a recurring play. PN Bible. Okay? 364, the implication, as with 210, is that everybody's on time. 378 implication is that it wasn't on time. So here was the 14. They were either ahead or behind. That ahead or behind began with Jacob going to Haran. Got somehow made up, and now we're short. It's a progress report. But he's going back farther than that. Now he's going all the way back to Noah. And he's saying, okay, relative to when I'm writing you, Noah died 700 years before. 700 years before. So somehow the implication is that they got 300 years left to do something. There's some goal they got to meet within the next 300 years. Or, and this is where the 350 comes in, it's really 350 that the time grant to Noah wasn't simply 1,000, but a 1050. Now, in my genius.xls, because I didn't understand all this at the time I started it, I've been assuming that the time grant is 1,000. The time grant can actually be a 1050. There is a 1,000 limit because Christ has to be born 1,000 years after David. Okay, after David crowned. David is crowned 1050 years after the maturation of Abraham. But Christ ends up having to be born 1,000 years after David crowned. Now, it might really be a total of 1050, but there's like a subdivision goal. Okay, a subdivision goal. Now, that could be said here, too, because of the 350 years we allot to the judges, 700 minus 1050, of that 350 years, 50 belongs to Joshua, and the other 300 are the remaining judges. So we might actually be seeing proof of another use of the 1,000 limitation based on Noah's death. Now, I knew that Noah got a 1,000. See, I block it right here. I knew he got one. But I'm measuring it from the grant of his kids. I'm not measuring it from his death. So there's another 1,000-year unit or 1050 unit that Moses is plotting here. Okay? So when I say his personal 1,000 ends here, that's based on when he got the covenant. That's not based on his death. If we go by his death, then you got, where is it? Where's Noah? Then the 1,000 would end at 3,100. I mean, at 1,100 BC. I don't know why this is important, but the numbers are indicating that he's using it more than one time grant for Noah. Now, I know he did 6 different time grants for David, so it's not far-fetched to say that he did more than one time grant for Noah, Abraham. Okay? See, this is Moses' personal 1,000. But now we're looking at 1100 BC. What's so important about 1100 BC? I don't know. (1166), but that's just benchmarking the deadlines. That's not any particular event. So I don't know, but bear that in mind, because Paul does this also with the Lord's time grants. Okay? He's basing the 490 on Christ's birth rather than on his death. I'm basing the 490 on his death. I have some entries that show it based on his birth. This one is definitely some kind of trigger based on Noah's death, because 300 years from Noah's death, total 350, the 1050 occurs. So it means that the time grants are measured based on believer deaths too, across the board, not just for the few that I use, which is basically David, the Lord. Okay? So, this worksheet has got a lot of entries, more entries needed in it that I don't have. So you're just going to have to add them. Okay? 2100 is when Noah died. The implication is that the 1,000 is measuring from his death instead of or in addition to the 1,000 measuring from when he got his covenant and the sons are born. So that's a possible major revision in the worksheet I'm going to have to do. But I need more proof of it as to whether or not it replaces, whether it's the 1050 replacement instead. Because the 1050 from Abraham's maturation is when David becomes king. So maybe it's both. Maybe it's when Noah matured, during the voting period, because he matured in 1556. See? Here's the voting period. Okay, he matures in 1556. That's when his sons are born. Okay, so it's logical to start the 1000 there because that's how it's done for Abraham. It's not based on Abraham's death, or at least not that one. It's based on when Abraham matured. David has to be crowned king 1050 years after that, which he is. 3096 minus 2046 is 1050. So a maturation criterion to say that the 1000 would begin here makes sense, but it looks like it also has to do with when the person dies. It's like a legacy 1000 time grant. All right? Because it's being benchmarked here. So now I know what the 700 is. That's good. Okay? So I made headway then. I'm not 100% sure about what to say about this, but I am sure that all these numbers track to Joseph and Jacob. Okay? And now I know what the 700 is, because that's been my conundrum from the beginning of these Genesis meter videos. Why 700? Because it's tracking back to Noah's death. And then the 1050 is tracking from Noah's death. Okay? I mean, it's related to that benchmark. All right? Because this is going to be, on the one hand, is 1050 from the flood. On the other hand, he's relating it to Noah's death. See, he's actually writing 700 years after Noah died. He's writing 1050 years after the flood. But he's bracketing key dates in Noah's life to talk about the sixth day. Because he's tying the waters together. The waters of the initial restoration, the waters of Noah being in the boat, the waters of them passing through the Reed Sea. Okay? That's real important. That helps us interpret how do you use Genesis, which I hope you're beginning to notice is very different from the way people use Genesis now. They use Genesis now to say, oh, can God count? Is evolution true? Who gives a flip? Seriously. Do you want to know why the Bible wrote the text? Or do you want to debate with some atheist who can't read the text and neither can you? All the King James onlyists, the young earthers, all these people were debating about how old is Earth and saying that this was the story of initial creation. They wouldn't know the Bible if it bit them, so don't argue with them. Find out what the Bible really says first, and then argue with God, right? Isn't that more productive? Okay, well, the story the Bible is telling is very different here. 700 years after Noah died, Moses writes. And he makes us think about connecting it to the 1050 because he's also writing 1050 years after the flood, and Noah is, as it were, everybody's father. That's kind of a significant difference, don't you think? Tying the waters to the waters to the waters. So the emphasis in the story and the lesson that the Bible is giving you is not like all those stupid debates and intelligent design and non-intelligent design and random or non-evolution and we don't know, or evolution and we don't know, or who gives a flip? Okay? See, this is Satan's home. This is what Satan does. He gets us focused on he gets us to twist what the Bible is saying, so we get focused on what it is not saying, and then we don't know what it does say. Okay, well, what it does say is pretty important, don't you think? And very different story. All right? 735, therefore, is my next conundrum. 686 and 651, and I don't know the answers to those, but now I have a big clue about 700 and its relationship to 1050. And I now know of a time grant of 1,000 years based on Noah's death, because our boy is measuring for that. He's saying Israel's got 350 years left to meet a goal, to enter the land. Her entering the land deadline is based on the 1,000th year after the death of. Not entering the land, but getting a king is based on after. All right, because look, 1400 minus the 350 that's being ensconced between 700 and 1050 is 1050. 1050 BC, what happened? Saul. 1050 BC, Israel rejects God as king. Right here. Moses is warning about that. So there was a deadline. We call it Abraham's personal 1000, but really the personal 1000, what I should do is insert an entry here, but it's going to be a long time before I change this worksheet. 1050 BC is the deadline from Noah dying. See? Here we go. So that tells you why the period of the Judges was a deadline, and why Moses was writing about it, and why the book of Judges is written. Okay, because look, if Noah died 2100 BC, and he did, then we got a 1050 clock separate for it. And the deadline for Israel to mature enough so that she can have a king is 1050. But it takes place in a rather weird way. She rejects God as her king. Okay, David is born 10 years after that. So now we got a 10-year accounting piece that's kind of like hanging there. I don't know how to account for it yet. I've always noticed this, but I don't know what to say about it. You see the point? This is being tracked from Noah's death. Some kind of deadline from Noah's death that Israel had to have a king. But it wasn't supposed to be via rejection. But this does explain why God appointed a king when Israel rejected him. And then he didn't work out, so you got David. David did work out. So now you got the last David. And 1,000 years after the last David's death, which is 763, not 970, that's when he retired. 1,000 years after his death, that was the outer limit of time in Daniel 9:26 for Messiah to be born and die. 37 AD was that outer limit. And because scholars don't account it rightly using solar years, they don't notice that it's 7 extra years. And that Christ died 7 years early. And they don't know also, because they don't read 1 Kings properly, that David lived till he was 77, not 70. So they missed this tie. Okay? But at least now we know what the 700 is. So maybe in the next increments I'll be able to now figure out more about 686 and 735. Peace out. So how stands the case? Well, one of the things that we're beginning to figure out or see now is that, we're trying to refine what is the style of accounting, especially in light of the fact that Genesis 1 is going to set the style, the precedent for the style, Pan Bible. Now, when you're setting a precedent, it does not mean that there can't be any variation on the style after you come up with the first one. But what it does mean is that whenever somebody's following the same style, they're doing it from a precedent. Now, what are we seeing here? 63 sevens, 119 years, not sevens. So there's a mix in the accounting style. This is times 7, this is not. Therefore, 210, which is one of the numbers I can't account for, or I'm saying I can't account for, could be as 210 times 7 plus 1400, 2870 BC, aka,
That's not working real well. 1236 from Adam. So we go back to 2870 BC. See if we find anything in particular there. And Kenan died then. Why is that relevant? Don't know. Okay. And there it is, converted to the Adamic year. Okay. So even if we come up with something, it's like, well, why are we coming up with that? But we see already that we can either multiply the 210 times 7 or just use it by itself. Then the other thing that we've seen so far is that you can take a 7 and add it, because there's definitely a 7 in ellipsis here. Okay? That's intended. And we know that because Moses makes a play with 70s. So if he's using 63, then you're supposed to understand that the 7 is an ellipsis. And it's going to be beginning and ending ellipsis. So now we're looking at 217. If we multiply that by 7, we get 1519. If we add 1400 to it, we get 2919 BC. Then we go back to gene years or any place you want to look. Okay, we're looking for 2919 BC. Okay, well, there's nothing particular that sticks out. All right. It doesn't mean there's nothing there. You could, try to look up, well, what was the significance of 2919 BC, in history. But at the moment, I'm not coming up with anything really, spectacular. Some of the variations of what I ought to be coming up with, however, have been elucidated now, that I didn't know when I first started doing these videos. For example, the fact that maybe what we're looking at is a 1050 deadline, because when we got to 700, that was playing on the 1050 deadline from Noah's death. So is there a 1050 deadline that this plays on? The answer is I don't know. I don't see one. Doesn't mean there isn't one. So that your variables are historical events, 1050, 490, or other deadlines, whether you're multiplying the number by 7 or not, whether you're adding in the ellipsis or not. Those are all stylistic. Those are all style precedents that we're seeing established here in Genesis 1. Because that's my primary purpose for this, is to show methodology because of the style. It's a rhetorical style to use meter like this. This is not, Bible codes or any of that other lying, stupid nonsense. Bible codes is just about numbers. This is about how the numbers interact with the text to tell you a doctrinal message. And we have a very clear doctrinal message here. It's about the waters. Ho, everyone who thirsts, come to the waters. Okay, that's Isaiah 55. See, the waters. It's all about the waters. You got 3 parallel events with water. Okay, the first one is right here, the restoration of the earth. After what? Being trashed up by those negative to God then, who were angels. We find that out also in Isaiah 45. Okay, the waters, the water of the word versus the waters of politics, versus human waters or divine waters. Water comes to mean thought circulation. Okay? And you have to believe in it to drink it. See, all these metaphors are very rich metaphors, very rich literary metaphors. And throughout history, people sort of figured that out. I mean, even the dumbest apostate people have used these metaphors that I'm talking about now. But they don't necessarily know, in fact, probably don't recognize the actual tie that Genesis is deliberately using. Because they get sidetracked by, how old is the earth? That has nothing to do with it. How was the earth restored? How are you restored? How is your thought pattern restored from its trashed up tohu wabohu thinking? By the water of the word, done by who? the Holy Spirit. How's that occur? Why does it occur? How do you know God wants it? Well, here you go. So you got the initial waters covering the earth due to negative volition, and God fixes it. Here, God, the Holy Spirit. And he does it in a certain sequence. First, you got to be enlightened. Okay, the second set of waters, of course, is Noah. And we know that Noah's being tagged because he's writing 1050 years after the flood. And this is Noah in the boat minus 50 days, which, of course, it was Moses who set up the Mosaic Law. And the 50 days stands for Jubilee, and it stands for Pentecost, harvesting the Gentiles. And the 50-year period in 1050 is mass evangelism or mass response voting by the Gentiles in the last 50 years of the 1050, which overlaps the last 50 years of 490, which is the difference between 560, which tags Jacob, and 1050, the last 50 years of a 490. So we're seeing the relationship between 490, 70, and 490, and 1000 plus 10 plus 50, all here in Genesis. Now, I still don't understand why those numbers, but that it is those numbers is now being validated. And frankly, this is really kind of thrilling for me because I've been working with this material now for 15 years, and this is the first time in Genesis where I see it so bluntly corroborated. Okay? Otherwise, it's been like indirectly corroborated. Here, it's really direct. Okay? So as far as the style goes, that's the accounting. He's accounting for time. This is an accounting for time. This is an accounting the progress of the restoration of the world again through Noah, of the world again through Israel. Because Israel went through the Red Sea. Now you know why there was a Red Sea, which is called the Reed Sea. It was the Greeks who named it the Red Sea. And they named it the Red Sea because Pharaoh and his army drowned there, which would have been a very well-known event at the time. I mean, if you have a whole army drowning in a sea, then you're going to have all kinds of artifacts of that event happening. And since if it's drowning there in that sea, then the artifacts are going to be floating around, stinking up, traveling south and, southeast and northwest. They're going to be people that for years would have been, scavenging in the beach to try and pick up whatever gold or silver they could get that was either in the pockets of the soldiers or the pharaoh, or the gold medal of their uniforms or their chariots. Okay, they would be there scavenging for horse meat. Okay, there are a whole bunch of things that a whole bunch of people would have been fed and housed and clothed and a whole bunch of stuff. That Israel left it behind, because Israel just kept on walking. But the people left behind, they would have been scavenging for that stuff. It would have been real well known to the Greeks. That's why it got the name. Okay, so these are historical events that demand an answer. Why did Israel come out? And I'll come back to that in a minute. So as I was saying before I was rudely interrupted by yet another telemarketing call, Moses has to explain why Israel was called out. Why did such a horrific thing occur with Egypt, who at the time it happened was like the number one power in the region? Okay? This was a terrific shame to her. And that's why Egyptian history isn't going to say anything to corroborate this. They're famous for, whitewashing their own history. Okay? So you have to turn elsewhere, like to the Greeks who renamed it the Red Sea. Moses has to explain that. So in order to do that, and here's the point that I was trying to get at, he's got to give you something that's relatively easy to memorize and follow. So what he does is he sets up analogy to the initial restoration of the earth. An analogy to it is really important. Everybody knew this story already. This is not news. Him writing this story out in Genesis 1 is not news. He's using a well-known story to set up an analogy to Israel coming through the water. You got that? I mean, it's called isagogics. You're supposed to learn this in seminary. All right? You have to interpret the Bible at the time that it was written. Well, why would Moses be writing this story at all? Because Israel is called out as a nation and she just defeated the #1 power in the region. And how does she come out? Through a parting of the Red Sea. And what happened at that party? Pharaoh and his army went through trying to get at her and drowned. Everybody found out about that. That was front page news. That was news. Not this. How the world got started. There are 16,222 initial stories about the world being created underwater. There's 16,222 initial stories otherwise outside of Israel about a flood. The Epic of Gilgamesh comes to mind. I mean, every culture has a flood story. Okay, but Israel's story is the opposite of that. She goes through a sea dry shot, and the troops attacking her are flooded. So Moses is setting up a parallel to the initial restoration of the earth to show that Israel's role in history is to play the same kind of role set by God, even as God physically restored the earth back at the initial story when there was rebellion against him. See, Egypt rebelled against God by not letting the people go. Satan and company rebelled against God, tohu wabohu, and trashed up the earth. God therefore restores the earth. God can restore you. God restored Israel and protected her despite Pharaoh's attack and negative volition, so God can restore anybody who believes like Israel did. You see the parallel? God restored the world through Noah. Everybody knew that story. So you got the tale of, instead of 2 cities, you got the tale of 3 floods. 3 floods. This is the first one. Second one is the flood of Noah. The third one is the flood of Israel coming out, despite the flood of troops after her, which got flooded themselves. This kind of wordplay is pan-Bible. Here's where it's introduced. So we see him use a mix of accounting styles. Hi, I'm writing you 63 sevens after Israel was enslaved. This is why Israel is called out, and that's why she walked through the water dry-shod, and everybody else drowned. Just like Noah is delivered in the boat, and everybody else drowned. Only this time it's a whole nation. So they're going to be going to their promised land. And if you want to believe in the same God that delivered Israel, you're going to have a place where you can vote with your feet. Okay? And I'm 119 years old when I write. Okay? And then this is 210 years from X, I don't know what it is. Or 217 years from X, I don't know what it is. Or 217 years times 7 from X, I don't know what it is. Or 210 years times 7 from X, and I don't know what it is. I have to account for it, but I don't know. Whatever this is, everybody at the time knew. That's why Moses is using it. And I know that its metaphorical meaning is a separation of divine water, divine thinking, divine viewpoint from human water, human thinking, human circulation, human viewpoint, and it's the divine water that will deliver you and the human water that will drown you. I know that's the meaning of the 210, but what event is he referencing? Or is he not referencing an event? See, because one of the other styles in the Bible is just to have this stand for a metaphorical number. But every metaphorical number has an origin in an event. So what's the event here? There's got to be one. It could be used as a metaphor, but there's some event that gave birth to its metaphorical meaning, because that's true for everything else. Like 364 is metaphor of a year, metaphor of a full cycle, metaphor of the time that Noah was in the boat. This is how long Noah was in the boat. Total. He enters 57 days after his birthday, and he leaves 57 days after his birthday. So that's the metaphorical meaning. And that's the event it references. But that event was not 364 years ago. Okay? So maybe the 210 is referencing some event that was 210 long, but wasn't 210 years ago, wasn't 210 times 7 years ago, wasn't 217 years ago, wasn't 217 times 7 years ago. But metaphorically, it had a time period that was 210. That could be, because that's definitely what 364 is. Is that only what 364 and 210 are? No. Maybe. I don't know. I'm not finding a historical event, but metaphorically I know what 364 is, because he'll be covering it later in chapters 7 through 11, which was also a story long known by everybody. See, he's telling them stuff they know. He's using a time-honored technique of using something you know analogously to tell you something you don't know. What you don't know is why Israel. What you do know is, oh, God saved the world. Oh, yeah, God saved the world through Noah. So now God's saving the world through Israel. Okay? Third time. Okay? Now he's also telling you something about time. Like, time is short. Time is short. Seems like this means on time, but it could still be short by 7 years. This seems like it's on time, although you could argue it's short by 1 day. What does that mean? I'm not sure you could say that it's short. Here we're overtime. By the third day, something is 14 years overtime. What that seems to be suggesting, and this goes all the way back to hypothesis 1, is that Moses means you to account year 1. Except maybe year 1 is beginning here, and the year 1 here is when he writes. Because this is 63 times 7 years ago from when he writes. This is 119 years from when he writes, his own birthday. That's pretty much a no-brainer. And then all these other dates, especially these, are years backwards of when he writes. So then this is 1 year before he writes. And by the time you get down to 1050, years before he writes was the flood. And he's chopping 50 years. He's got 50 years in ellipsis on that one. So now notice he's mixing the ellipses too. It's not just one ellipsis of 7 and maybe 14 here and maybe 7 here. And he's keeping some kind of balance sheet about whether man's development is on time or late or early. I still maintain that's what he's doing, because we can tie to specific events and we see specific latenesses and early by these events. Okay, but I still don't know exactly how he's doing it, but he could be mixing his styles. He could be operating on more than one time track, because all the other Bible writers do.
Okay, Moses himself operates on 2 time tracks in Psalm 90. So I still haven't found the time tracks. But is he using a time track? You bet. Because this number, this number, this number, this number, and this number all tie to Joseph and Jacob specifically. Is he only doing it in certain sections? Tying historically and the rest of it is just text? That's possible too. Okay, because you have metered sections in the Bible and then it stops being metered. Dateline meter you'll always find at the beginning of a book, or maybe even the beginning of a chapter. After that, when it meters, it's saying something else. It's either tagging some other part of the Bible, but this is the first book of the Bible, so it's only tagging itself. Or tagging an event everybody knew, because he's telling a story everybody already knew, in order to give them new information that is analogous to what they already knew. So I feel pretty comfortable with saying all that. But where I start becoming uncomfortable until I get to 700, which I also didn't know how to explain, is I don't know what he's tagging when he's doing these numbers. But 700, oh yeah, 1050 from the death of Noah. So he's making 2 time tracks there alone. The death of Noah, 1050 from the death of Noah in 2100. 2100 BC. When Noah died. 1050 from that is 1050 BC, which is exactly where Psalm 90 leaves off. And 1050 BC is the rise of Saul, God being rejected as king. So that's definitely intended. So that ends up being prophetical. That's a prophetical ellipsis of equidistance. So that's the third kind of ellipsis, because we got a 50 in ellipsis, we got a 1050 in ellipsis, and we got a 7 in ellipsis, and a 14 in ellipsis. So he's operating on multiple levels here. So exactly how I'm supposed to read these other numbers, I don't know yet. But there is a reading to be had. So now what we've seen is there's a mix of styles. This tends to support hypothesis number 1, but sort of in reverse order, where the first syllable, bre, is a year prior to when he writes. It's not being benchmarked, but it's being used as accounting. And the accounting base is high. I'm counting backwards syllable by year from when I'm writing you. That seems obvious. Otherwise, these numbers wouldn't be what they are. This 700 wouldn't be what it is. See, it's all consistent with that style of accounting base. Is that the only accounting base and the only time track he's using? No. And a big hint about that is that this is prophetic if measured from Noah's death. So there's another time track here, probably 2 or 3. Do I know what they are yet? No. Do you see how plausible it is to say that there are time tracks? At least 2? Yeah. So I'm going to leave it there for now, because hopefully, you can do this sleuthing so much before it just gets mind-bogglingly boring. I wanted you to see the variables and how you play games with the variables in order to try to forensically back into what the numbers are telling you. And yes, they interact with the text. And when you find the right meaning, it's pretty biting. It's satirical, it's biting, it's relevant now, it was relevant in the past, it's relevant in parallelism, and you got a triple parallelism going on here. So that suggests 3 time tracks. Time track back to Adam, time track back to the flood, time track back to when Exodus occurred 40 years prior. Is that true? I don't know. But you see why I'm arguing it? So have at it. The next time I go to do this, hopefully I'll be able to be more definitive. All right, I think I understand the connection with what we're supposed to look for as the numbers in these gray shaded sections which end each day. For Echad 1, okay, Sheni 2, Shalosh 3, and then
4, which I've already covered 4. And that's how come I think I understand what I'm supposed to do now. And 5 I've already covered. Again, it's got the same theme. There's a commonality of theme. So let's go back to what I've already said in the previous videos. 1050 is where you want to start to really get a handle on what's the theme of the meter and therefore how to read the text of Genesis 1. He's writing them based on the flood. Hi, I'm writing 1050 years from the flood. The flood happened all over the world. Everybody knows that. He's explaining why Israel, in the context of the flood. It's real important to understand that. The flood was a universal event. Everybody's got a story about it. Even to this day, every culture has a story about it. Okay, that's why Moses is writing Genesis. So since he's writing based on the flood as his raison d'etre, why Israel, in light of the flood, he's going to start with the first flood, which was the recreation or the restoration of the earth after it got trashed by Satan and company, which you find out in Isaiah 45 verses 18 and 19. Because he's setting up a parallel. Hi, God, this is the same story I'm going to tell you. You already kind of know how it starts. It started with the initial restoration of the earth when Satan and company trashed it up. So that was the first flood before mankind. The second flood is I'm writing from the 1050th anniversary of it. And I'm leaving out 50 from the time Noah was in the boat because Israel is going to have a similar role to Noah in the boat. Now this really matters because Paul picks up this same theme to establish the year of church analogous to Noah in the boat in Ephesians 1:3 through 14, and I did the videos on that. I knew that's what he was doing. And he was picking it from Daniel, whose meter was also on Noah in the boat. But I didn't know why Daniel's meter and Paul's meter played on Noah in the boat. Now, for the first time, doing this Genesis 1 meter, I see it. That's what Moses picked as his theme. This is the theme that you're supposed to, this tells you how to read Genesis 1. It's not at all like the way we use Genesis 1. He's saying, hi, we're the third flood, Israel. And that's why Daniel 9 talks about Israel being destroyed by a flood of troops. The word troops is not in the verse, but the word flood in the verse. In Daniel 9:26, the word for flood there means a flood of troops. That's the kind of, when troops flood over an area, that's the kind of flood it is in the Hebrew. It's a very specific word for flooding of troops. Okay? So they're all playing back to Genesis 1 analogy, a tripartite analogy. You had a flood of troops following Israel into the Red Sea, and they got flooded out. I want to show you there's a consistency of theme that runs pan-Bible. And if you do not understand that that's the theme that Moses is setting in Genesis 1, then you're going to misread Genesis 1, and of course we have for centuries. It's pathetic. All right, so if that is the case, then each day, which sevens, is going to tie to that theme, and it does. And we know that it does because we've already seen 3 instances where it has. Here, baldly, 1050 years from the flood. Then we subtract 50 years from the time Noah was in the boat during the flood, because that's the last 50 years of history and analogy, and part of the Mosaic law that Moses is going to be writing out is Jubilee and also Pentecost, harvesting the Gentiles, which of course Noah being in the boat was basically harvesting the human race. See, this is very pithy, these metaphors. All right, I'm speaking really fast, and you'll have to talk it over with God, because if I don't say it fast, I'll be here writing and talking forever. All right. So there's our first big hint. Oh, that's how I should look for. I should look for a 1050 years from kind of thing, or a 490 years from. Yeah, because our next big clue here was 700 years from 2100, which is, okay, 2100 goes all the way back to Noah. He died 2100. And since the next number after 700 is 1050, then Moses is also writing, okay, to play on a 1050 that must have been a time grant based on Noah's death. Well, that time grant based on Noah's death, 2100 BC, 2100 BC minus, look at the lower right-hand corner, minus 1050, that time grant takes you to 1050 BC, which is the same endpoint as Psalm 90. 1050 BC, after the time of the judges ends, that's when Israel will start to have kings. But the idea is, why does she start to have kings? And of course, the sad reason is because she rejects God as her king. But that is when it starts. Saul is the first one, and then 40 years after Saul, because he failed, David is matured and he becomes king instead, starting at Hebron in 1010 BC. All right, so that's the story. It's all very much interconnected, and here it ends up becoming prophetic, based on the 1050th anniversary of, look at the lower middle now, Noah's death. Noah's death, which we learn from the 700, that's what that's talking to. That's the benchmark. Okay, so now we have two benchmarks, one 1050 from the flood, another one that's evocative of a 1050 from Noah's death. Okay, and then our third one, which we've already seen, is based on Jacob. Look in the lower right-hand corner again. 560 plus 1400 equals 1960, and in 1960 BC, 1960, that's when Jacob went to Haran. Look at the lower middle screen now. Jacob went to Haran to get a wife. Went to Haran. It's going to be real important to this video that you notice that. Jacob went to Haran to get a wife. The family seat is in Haran. All right. Abraham left Haran. He gave birth to Isaac finally, and Jacob goes back to Haran to get a wife. This video is going to be concerned about Haran, the start of it, because that's how we know what the 210 is. Let's see, the 560 ties perfectly. It's 560 again. This is evocative. You got 1050, 490, 490 and 70 is 560. He leaves 490 years after the flood. See, 1960 plus 490 is 2450, which is the year of the flood. Okay, that's the flood. Okay, that's when it started. Okay, and then our Parkside is born actually at the very beginning of the year, like maybe the next day, next couple of days, certainly within the first month after the first anniversary of the flood. That begins the second year. It's not 2 years after, it's in the second year after, which is always almost always a beginning of year number. Okay? Go look at the Hebrew text, because it's the second year after the inundation, which means he's measuring from beginning of year to the second beginning of year, which means only 1 year is between the two dates. Okay, so there's the flood. 2450 minus 490 is 1960, when Jacob
goes to Haran to get a wife. Why did he go to Haran? And why did Abraham leave Haran? Okay, well, we first got to talk about how Haran occurred in the first place. So we've covered that. I'm going to skip over this right now because I don't know what it is, but I do know what this is, and that's going to be the rest of the video. It's explaining Haran. Jacob goes to Haran. Well, how come Haran? What was in Haran? And for that, we have to go all the way back to the father of Abraham. The father. See, here's Abraham. Okay, he was born 1946 from Adam. And his father was Terah. Terah means seeker. Okay? Terah means seeker. Here's the Bible verse on it. These are the records of the generations of Terah. Terah became the father of Abram, Nahor, and Haran. Haran became the father of Lot. Okay? Haran died in the presence of his father Terah in the land of his birth, Ur of the Chaldees. Abraham and Nahor took wives, blah, blah, blah. Now here's the key verse. Terah took Abram, Lot, Haran, son of grandson, and Sarah his daughter-in-law, and they went out and they went as far as Haran and settled there. Terah died in Haran. So the family seat from his, oh, I hate it when that happens. The family seat is Haran. So now we're going to focus on Terah, because that's what this verse is representing. The 210 is represented, is referencing Terah. Terah was born 2230. Okay, so now we take the 210, multiply, I'm not sure if it's 210 or 217. So we're going to play with this a little bit until I get the right number. Okay, so 210 times 7 is 1470. That equals 3 490s. So there's something really significant about this. All right? Now we're going to add when Moses is writing the book of Genesis, 1400 BC, and you get, wait a minute, 2870. Oh, I'm supposed to be getting 2233. Oh, maybe I'm doing it the wrong way. 1400 plus 210. No, because that's 1610. I'll come back. I forget how I got the calculation, but it's still about Terah. I'll figure out what it was and I'll come back. Okay, sorry, I have to start at the beginning. I forgot. This 119 here, Moses is indeed writing when he's 119 years old. But there's another usage that he's making of the number. 119 times 7. You've seen me do this before. Okay? That's 833. So he's saying, hi, I'm writing you 833 years after X. So the question is, what is X? So we're going to add 1400 as usual. And that's 2233 BC. Now there's a little bit of a rounding issue here because it depends on what time of year he was born versus what time of year Moses is writing. And I'm really not expecting a 22, a 3-year variance, 2-year variance, yes, 3-year variance, no. But, 3 years really isn't that far off, okay? He's definitely talking about it, though, because of the Bible verse here. See, these are the generations of Terah, okay? Terah. Terah means seeker. Hopefully I'll be able to pull that up. Terah. No. Figures. Let's see. Let's use BDB. Hallett usually has it better.
a lot of lexicons, they don't even bother to tell you the origin of the names, and the names really matter. Okay. Does BDB tell you that it means seeker? No. Okay, so then let's look at halot. Okay, I didn't get the meaning seeker from either of these lexicons, and I don't know where I got it from. He's saying ibex is the meaning, possible meaning. They're not sure. Okay, I don't know where I got seeker from. Okay, but the point is that this is about Terra. All right, and that makes sense that he would bookmark that for 119. It makes sense he would do that. And since you can't split a syllable, that might account for why we got a 3-year variance instead of it exactly hitting. Because everybody would know roughly who it means. It would have to be him. Okay, and it's right that he should phrase it that way. Because Terah was the start. What Terah did is he took the family out of Ur of the Chaldees. And they went to, ultimately, into Haran. And then Abraham left Terah and left Haran when he got his call from God. And then he just basically toured what we now call the Israel, which is really the whole Middle Eastern section belongs to him. Okay, all of the Middle East. He just toured it his whole life. And then God used him as a missionary and all that other stuff. Okay, so that's where we got 119 meaning. So I'm writing you 119 times 7 years from the birth of Abraham's father, who started the movement out of Ur. See, because Moses is writing about a movement out of Egypt, so he's paralleling that with the movement out of Ur by Terah. That's very clever, and you can tell it's deliberate. See, what he's trying to do, this whole thing, is that he's telling a story in parallelism. Okay? God moved the world out of its tohu wabohu status, okay, into a new land. Israel's going into a new land. She's leaving Egypt. So he's paralleling that with Terah leaving Ur of the Chaldees. Called by God, Abraham also then leaves Haran. So Exodus, Exodus, Exodus parallel. Okay? Exodus because called by God. Exodus because saved from a disaster that's about to happen to those who are staying behind because they don't believe. Okay? All of that. See, parallel, 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 parallel. Parallel to the world being, delivered out of its tohu wabohu status. Okay? Trashed by the angels. Okay, the fallen angels, of course. Okay, so then that leads to, well, what about day 2 then? We now know what day 1 means, both from Moses' personal standpoint and from the idea of Exodus parallel back to Terah, back to when Terah is born, because Terah is the guy who led them out. So that whole, it's a kind of like a line. The whole family leaves. Okay? So now Terah left his father Nahor to go do this. Okay? And we just saw the Bible text that's telling you about it right here. Okay?
Right on screen now. That's the Bible text. Okay? Now, the next question, therefore, is we're now seeing a pattern. We're now seeing that it's based on a genealogical line. We're now seeing that it's based on years from. The implication is that Terah had a time grant also, but I can't find any reference to when he got it. Theoretically, he should have gotten it when Abraham was born, because that's the pattern ever since Adam. Okay, so then I'm going to have to come back and figure that out, and then we're going to have to handle what's 210, and I'll do that next. All right, the next thing to explain is the 210, and I've got an explanation, but I don't really like it. It makes sense, and it's got resonance, so I've got to cover it. Here's the number 210. As usual, you take 1400, and we're going to add 210 to it. We get 1610. Now that's real important, especially in light of what we've seen already. Right there. Noah, 2100. That's when he died. Watch this. See where the calculator is? 1610 plus 490 is 2100. So Moses is tagging somebody who picked up the 490 time baton, not Abraham. This is a separate 490. I didn't know that the Bible was accounting it. I'm newly finding it out now. I'm going to need more corroboration. But apparently there was another 490 that Noah got. He definitely got one from 1556. And the Bible tracks that Pan Bible. The tracking of this is, being fulfilled in Abraham is really bald. Every single Bible meter references it and balances its accounting to it. So there's no doubt about that one. What I didn't know is that there's another one after his death, because 2100 minus 490 is 1610, and 1610 minus 210 is when Moses writes. He's keeping track of it. I don't know who that is. Okay, that, because now you're talking about the generations, after Joseph and before Moses. Because 1610, Moses was born in 1520. So it could have been somebody that Moses knew growing up. But who? But the audience would know. I don't know. The other thing about 1610, of course, is that 1400 plus 210. Okay, that's 1610 BC. All right. Well, I was going to say something, but it's not really the right thing to say. This is 1610 also, but it's years from Adam. It's a different accounting altogether. See, that's equivalent to 2496 BC. I can't say any more about it than that. All right? Just that our boy dies in 2100. So whoever it was that picked up the time baton died during Moses' own lifetime. Could have been his father, could have been a relative, could have been somebody else, maturing. Because that's why somebody would have had to pick that up. Somebody matured. And so maybe, they know who it was, but for some reason God doesn't record it, or if God does record it, it'll probably be in the meter somewhere. I won't know who it is right away. So we're giving that one the benefit of the doubt. It is a years from a 490, specifically years from Noah's 490. And look at the cleverness of that. Because we already tied to Noah in the 700.
His year of death is right there too. So it's as if Noah's being bracketed here. Somebody picking up the time baton. I don't know who. I'm sure there's more meaning than that. But this is enough to let me feel good about, okay, there's something going on here. This is a deadline with respect to 490. We've already seen deadlines with respect to 490, 560, and 1050 related to Noah. Okay, and this one related to Terah, who began the family line because he left Ur of the Chaldees, and then in Genesis 12, which comes right after. See, Genesis 12. See, this is right after we talked about Terah. Genesis 12, the Lord tells Abraham to do what Terah did. Leave your family. Leave your father. So maybe Terah didn't end well. Because I can't find anything saying that he's super matured. All right? Only the Genesis 5 roster seems to have that in it. Maybe not for everybody. Okay? Leave your father. If he's saying leave the father, if he's saying leave his father, okay, and notice that Terah has Abraham when he's 70 years old. Terah dies when he's 205. When Abraham was 75 years old, which means his dad was still alive. His dad would have been 145 years old at the time. So something happened. The dad was no longer, believing or something. Because he's telling Abraham to leave his own father, which means that the father had left God. You can't really interpret it another way. So Abram took his wife and Lot and left and came to Canaan. Now, Canaan is this is where we're going to get into something weird. See, we got Canaan. Does that have any relationship to Canite or Canaan? See, because we got a guy named Canaan up here. Is there a relationship between that name and Canaan? Okay, they sound alike. I'm not sure that you can argue the provenance of the words are the same. Okay, some people have tried to make that argument. I'm not convinced that you really can do that. Maybe you can, maybe you can't. If you can, then Abraham's going there as an inheritance. He's going to be taking it over. So if the Canaan listed here in the honor roster started it, but then it went bad and became Canaan, which is the son of Noah, by the way, okay, then the implication is that the inheritance is being taken back to someone faithful to God. I mean, pretty much that's about how you're going to have to go for it. Okay, now that matters for our passage because if I take 210, remember we're looking at Canaan here, row 17 on the worksheet. If I take 210 and I multiply it by 7, I get 1470 plus 1400. I get 2870. And Canaan dies in 2871. I mean, beginning of year, end of year, 2870 equals 2871. So it's like, okay, just as Abram went to Canaan, maybe to pick up Canaan's inheritance, or certainly Canaan, son of Noah, so hi, I'm writing you 1470 years after Canaan died, which is 3 490s. You're beginning to see a little bit of orchestration going on here. See, he dies much later, 1235. But this is the BC equivalent of 1235 when he dies. He lived 840 years, that's why. 910 years rather. So, 3490s later. Now that matters because 3490s after the Exodus, Christ dies. Somebody's keeping track of this stuff. This is 3490s. So 210 is representing 490 after the death of Noah. Noah had a son named Canaan. There's a guy named Canaan who also died 2870 if I multiply 210 times 7. Somebody's linking those things together, which makes sense because if he's writing a triple parallel story about water, water of the word versus human water, water of the word versus human politics, human philosophy, human anything, and that's why Israel exists, the raison d'etre for Israel, okay, well, then why not have this kind of play on Canaan, son of Noah, Canaan, who might have been the start for it, because Canaan would have been, great-great-grandfather of Noah. See Noah here? His father was Lamech, his grandfather was Methuselah, his great-grandfather was Enoch, his great-great-grandfather was Jared, and his great-great-great-grandfather was Mahalalel, and his great-great-great-great-grandfather was Kenan. It's got the connotation of, the family inheritance. Okay? Reclaiming the family inheritance. Because, of course, they're entering the promised land that's given to them as an inheritance, which is the same land as was given to Abraham, who went to Canaan. You're getting all that cuteness? All that just from a 210. Is God pithy or what? So something about that has got to be true. Whether my exact description of it is, wholly right, well, that's debatable. But there's just too much convergence there to be like, what do you want to call it? Coincidence. So now let's go to the next number, 378, because 364 is obviously metaphorical. Noah in the boat. So what's 378? And I don't know, so I'll come back later and try and hopefully know.